You're about to listen to Quincas Borba by Machado de Assis, translated and narrated by Joshua Dias. A timeless work of Brazilian literature, this novel offers a unique blend of wit, depth, and insight into human nature, showcasing Machado de Assis's unparalleled storytelling. Thank you for choosing this audiobook. Let's begin. Editor's notes. Quincas Borba is a novel published in 1891 in Brazil by Livraria Garnier. While adapting the serialized novel for publication, the author made a few minor yet significant changes. Following the posthumous Memoirs of Brás Cubas, 1881, this book is considered by modern critics as the second in Machado de Assis's realist trilogy, where the author was concerned with using it to criticize the customs and philosophy of his time, while not entirely removing romantic residues from the plot. Unlike the previous novel, however, Quincas Borba is written in the third person to tell the story of Rubião, a naive young man who becomes a disciple and heir to the philosopher Quincas Borba, a character from the previous novel. Rubião is deceived by his capitalist friend Cristiano and his wife Sophia, who is the object of Rubião's passion, and he experiences firsthand the theoretical foundations of humanitism, the fictitious philosophy of that philosopher. In fact, Quincas Borba focuses more on the secondary themes of the previous novel. These include a parody of scientism and the evolutionism of the time, as well as Comte's positivism and the law of the strongest, an adaptation of Charles Darwin's natural selection on a social level. The book has received various studies and interpretations over time, mainly sociological, considering it a novel that primarily deals with the transformation of man into an object of man and his reification. Quincas Borba, one of the most exciting works in terms of new editions and translations into other languages, ranks among the top books in Machado de Assis' oeuvre. Brilliant work and essential reading. Although each of these books works perfectly on their own, it is often recommended that the reader should start with Posthumous Memoirs of Brás Cubas, following with Quincas Borba, and ending with Dom Casmurro, the last book of the realism trilogy. Chapter 1. Rubião was gazing at the bay. It was 8 in the morning. Anyone who saw him, with his thumbs tucked into the cord of his robe, at the window of a large house in Botafogo, would think he was admiring that piece of calm water. But in truth, I tell you, he was thinking about something else. He was comparing the past with the present. What was he a year ago? A professor. What is he now? A capitalist. He looks at himself, at his sleepers, Tunisian sleepers, given to him by a recent friend, Cristiano Palha, at the house, the garden, the bay, the hills, and the sky, and everything, from the sleepers to the sky, all enter into the same sense of ownership. See how God writes straight with crooked lines, he thinks. If Sister Piedade had married Quincas Borba, she would have only given me collateral hope. She didn't marry. Both died, and now everything is with me. So what seemed like a misfortune? Chapter 2. What a chasm there is between the mind and the heart. The ex-professor's mind, vexed by that thought, took another path, searching for another subject, a canoe that was passing. The heart, however, continued to beat with joy. What does the canoe or the canoeist matter, whose eyes Rubião follows wide open? He, the heart, keeps saying that since Sister Piedade had to die, it was good she didn't marry. A son or daughter could have been born. Nice canoe. Better this way. How well it obeys the man's oars. The truth is they are in heaven. Chapter 3. A servant brought coffee. Rubião took the cup and, while pouring sugar into it, discreetly glanced at the tray made of ornate silver. Silver and gold were the metals he loved with all his heart. He didn't like bronze, but his friend Paula told him it was a valuable material, and that explains the pair of figures in the living room, a Mephistopheles and a Faust. If he had to choose, he would select the tray, a finely and perfectly executed masterpiece of silversmithing. The servant waited, stiff and severe. He was Spanish, and it was not without resistance that Rubião accepted him from Cristiano's hands. No matter how much he told him he was used to his creoles from Minas, and did not want foreign languages at home, Palha insisted, showing him the need to have white servants. Rubião gave in reluctantly. His good page, whom he wanted to put in the living room as a piece of the province, could not even stay in the kitchen, where a Frenchman ruled. He was demoted to other services. "Is Quincas Borba very impatient?" Rubião asked, drinking the last sip of coffee and casting a final glance at the tray. "Me parece que sí." "I'll go and let him out." He didn't. He stayed for a while, looking at the furniture. Seeing the small English prints hanging on the wall above the two bronzes, Rubião thought of the beautiful Sophia, Palha's wife, took a few steps, and sat down on the pouf in the center of the room, looking far away. It was she who recommended those two little pictures when we, the three of us, were looking for things to buy. She looked so beautiful, but what I most appreciate about her are her shoulders, which I saw at the Colonel's ball. What shoulders! They seem made of wax, so smooth, so white. Her arms as well. Oh, the arms! How well formed! Rubião sighed, crossed his legs, and tapped the tassels of his robe on his knees. He felt that he was not entirely happy, but he also sensed that complete happiness was not far off. He mentally reconstructed specific manners, certain eyes, certain unexplainable flirts, except for this explanation, that she loved him, and that she loved him very much. He was not old, about to turn 41, and strictly speaking, he seemed younger. This observation was accompanied by a gesture. He ran his hand over his chin, shaving every day, something he didn't do before out of thriftiness and lack of necessity. A mere professor. He wore sideburns. Later, he let the whole beard grow, so soft that it felt good to run his fingers through them. And he recalled their first encounter at the Vasouras station, where Sophia and her husband entered the train in the same car in which he was descending from Minas. It was there that he found that pair of vibrant eyes, which seemed to echo the prophet's exhortation. "All of you who are thirsty, come to the waters." He did not have ideas appropriate to the invitation. It's true. He came with his inheritance in mind, the will, the inventory, and things that need to be explained first in order to understand the present and the future. Let's leave Rubião in the room in Botafogo, tapping the tassels of his robe on his knees and thinking about the beautiful Sophia. Come with me, reader. Let's see him, months before, at the bedside of Quincas Borba. Chapter 4. This Quincas Borba, if you happen to read my posthumous Memoirs of Brás Cubas, is the same shipwreck of existence that appears there, a beggar, an unexpected heir, and the inventor of a philosophy. Here he is now in Barbacena. As soon as he arrived, he fell in love with a widow, a lady of modest status and meager means of life, but so shy that the suitor's sighs found no echo. Her name was Maria da Piedade. Her brother, the present Rubião, did everything possible to marry them. Piedade resisted, and pleurisy took her. This little romance linked the two men. Did Rubião know that our Quincas Borba carried that tiny grain of madness, which a doctor thought he found? Surely not. He considered him a peculiar man. However, it is inevitable that the grain of delirium did not detach from Quincas Borba's brain, neither before nor after the disease that slowly consumed him. Quincas Borba had some relatives there, now deceased in 1867. The last one was the uncle who made him his heir. Rubião became the philosopher's only friend. He was running a boys' school at the time, which he closed to take care of the sick man. Before becoming a teacher, he had undertaken some businesses, which sank. The role of caregiver lasted more than 5 months, close to 6. Rubião's dedication was genuine, patient, cheerful, and multifaceted, heeding the doctor's orders, giving the medications at the appointed times, taking the patient for walks, without forgetting anything. Not the housework, nor reading the newspapers, as soon as the mail arrived from the court, or from Ouro Preto. "You are kind, Rubião," Quincas Borba sighed. "Great feat, as if you were evil." The outspoken opinion of the doctor was that Quincas Borba's illness would gradually fade. One day, our Rubião, accompanying the doctor to the front door, asked him about the actual condition of his friend. He heard that he was lost, completely lost, but that he should keep him hopeful. Why make his death more distressing with certainty? Well, not that, Rubião interrupted. For him, dying is an easy business. Haven't you ever read a book he wrote years ago? Some kind of philosophy thing? No, but philosophy is one thing, and dying for real is another. Goodbye. Chapter 5. Rubião found a rival in Quincas Borba's heart. A dog, a handsome medium-sized dog with a lead-colored coat streaked with black. Quincas Borba took him everywhere. They slept in the same room. In the morning, it was the dog that woke the master, climbing onto the bed, where they exchanged their first greetings. One of the owner's extravagances was to give him his own name, but he explained it for two reasons, one doctrinal, one personal. Since humanitas, according to my doctrine, is the principle of life and resides everywhere, it also exists in the dog, and thus he can receive a human name, be it Christian or Muslim. Well, but why didn't you give him the name Bernardo instead? Rubião said, thinking of a political rival in town. That's the personal reason. If I die first, as I presume, I will survive in the name of my good dog. You laugh, don't you? Rubião made a negative gesture. Well, you should laugh, my dear, because immortality is my lot, or my dowry, or whatever better name there is. I will live perpetually in my great book. Those who, however, can't read will call Quincas Borba to the dog. And the dog, hearing his name, ran to the bed. Quincas Borba, feeling moved, looked at Quincas Borba. My poor friend, my good friend, my only friend. Only. Forgive me. You are also, I know, and I thank you very much. But a sick person is forgiven everything. Perhaps I am beginning my delirium. Let me see the mirror. Rubião gave him the mirror. The patient gazed for a few seconds at his thin face, the feverish look with which he discovered the suburbs of death, where he was walking slowly but surely. Then, with a pale, ironic smile, everything on the outside corresponds to what I feel on the inside. I am going to die, my dear Rubião. Don't gesticulate, I'm going to die. And what is dying to make you so astonished? I know you have some philosophies. But let's talk about dinner. What's it going to be today? Quincas Borba sat up in bed, letting his legs dangle, their extraordinary thinness guessed from outside the trousers. What is it? What do you want? Rubião rushed in. Nothing, the patient replied with a smile. Some philosophies. With what disdain you tell me that. Repeat, come on, I want to hear it again. Some philosophies. But it's not out of disdain. Do I have the capacity to disdain philosophies? I only say that you may believe death is of no consequence because you will have reasons, principles. Quincas Borba searched for his slippers with his feet. Rubião brought them to him. He put them on and began to walk to stretch his legs. He petted the dog and lit a cigarette. Rubião wanted him to bundle up and brought him a frock coat, a waistcoat, a dressing gown, and an overcoat for him to choose from. Quincas Borba refused them with a gesture. He had a different air now. His eyes sunk inward, reflecting the thoughts in his brain. After many steps, he paused for a few seconds in front of Rubião. Chapter 6. To understand well what is death and life, it suffices to tell you how my grandmother died. How did it happen? Sit down. Rubião obeyed, giving his face the greatest possible interest, while Quincas Borba continued to walk. It was in Rio de Janeiro, he began, opposite the Imperial Chapel, which was then royal, on a day of great celebration. My grandmother went out, crossed the churchyard, to go to her sedan chair, waiting for her in the Largo do Passo. People were everywhere, like ants. The crowd wanted to see the grand ladies enter their opulent carriages. At the moment my grandmother left the churchyard to go to her sedan chair, a bit distant, one of the horses of a carriage got startled. The horse bolted, and the other imitated it. There was confusion and tumult, and my grandmother fell, and both the mules and the carriage passed over her. She was carried in arms to a pharmacy in Rua Direita, and a bloodletter came, but it was too late. Her head was split, a leg and a shoulder were broken, and she was all blood. She expired minutes later. That was indeed a tragedy, Rubião said. No. Hear the rest. Here's how the case happened. The owner of the carriage was in the churchyard, and he was hungry, very hungry, because it was late, and he had had lunch early but not much. From there, he could signal to the coachman. The coachman whipped the mules to go fetch the master. The carriage in the middle of the way found an obstacle and knocked it down. That obstacle was my grandmother. The first act of this series of acts was a movement of preservation. Humanitas was hungry. If instead of my grandmother it had been a rat or a dog, it's certain that my grandmother would not have died. But the fact was the same. Humanitas needs to eat. If instead of a rat or a dog it was a poet, Byron, or Gonçalves Dias, the case would differ in the sense of giving material for many obituaries. But the bottom line remained. The universe has not yet stopped for lack of some poems dying in the bud in the head of an illustrious or obscure man, but humanitas, and this is important first of all, humanitas needs to eat. Rubião listened, with his soul in his eyes, sincerely wishing to understand, but he didn't perceive the necessity to which his friend attributed the death of his grandmother. Indeed, the owner of the carriage, no matter how late he arrived home, would not die of hunger, while the good lady died for real and forever. He expressed these doubts as best he could and ended by asking him, "And what is this humanitas?" Humanitas is the principle. But no, I say nothing. You are not capable of understanding this, my dear Rubião. Let's talk about something else. Please continue. Quincas Borba, who hadn't stopped pacing, paused for a few moments. Do you want to be my disciple? I do. Good. You'll gradually come to understand my philosophy. The day you fully grasp it, that day you'll experience the greatest pleasure of life, for there is no wine that intoxicates like the truth. Believe me, humanitism is the ultimate reality, and I, who have formulated it, am the greatest man in the world. Look, do you see how my good Quincas Borba is looking at me? No, it's not him, it's humanitas. But what is this humanitas? Humanitas is the principle. In all things there is a particular, hidden, and identical substance, a single, universal, eternal, common, indivisible, and indestructible principle, or, to use the language of the great Camões, a truth that wanders through things, that dwells in the visible and invisible. Well, that substance or truth, that indestructible principle, that is humanitas. I call it so because it encapsulates the universe, and the universe is man. Do you understand? Little, but still, how is your grandmother's death? There is no death. The meeting of two expansions, or the expansion of two forms, can determine the suppression of one of them, but strictly speaking, there is no death. There is life because the suppression of one is a universal and common principle. Hence the conservative and practical nature of war. Imagine a field of potatoes and two starving tribes. The potatoes are only enough to feed one of the tribes, which thus gains strength to cross the mountain and go to the other side, where there are potatoes in abundance. But if both tribes peacefully share the potatoes from the field, they won't get enough nutrition and will die of starvation. Peace, in that case, is destruction. War is preservation. One tribe exterminates the other and gathers the spoils. Hence the joy of victory, hymns, acclamations, public rewards, and all the other effects of warlike actions. If war were not this, such demonstrations would not take place, for the real reason that man only celebrates and loves what is pleasant or advantageous to him, and for the rational reason that no person canonizes an action that virtually destroys them. To the defeated, hatred or compassion; to the victor, the potatoes. But the opinion of the exterminated? There is no extermination. The phenomenon disappears. The substance is the same. Haven't you seen water boiling? You must remember that bubbles form and disappear continuously, and everything remains the same water. Individuals are these transient bubbles. Well, the opinion of the bubble. Bubbles don't have opinions. Apparently, is there anything sadder than one of those terrible plagues that devastate a part of the globe? And yet, this supposed evil is a benefit, not only because it eliminates weak organisms incapable of resistance, but also because it leads to observation, to the discovery of the curative drug. Hygiene is the daughter of centuries-old rot, We owe it to millions of corrupt and infected beings. Nothing is lost. Everything is gained. I repeat, the bubbles stay in the water. Do you see this book? It's Don Quixote. If I destroy my copy, I do not eliminate the work, which continues eternal in the remaining copies and in subsequent editions. Eternal and beautiful, beautifully eternal, like this divine and super-divine world. Chapter 7. Quincas Borba, exhausted, fell silent and sat down panting. Rubião hastened to bring him water and urged him to lie down to rest, but the patient, after a few moments, replied that it was nothing. He had simply lost his knack for making speeches. Waving off Rubião, with a gesture to look at him without strain, he embarked on a brilliant description of the world and its excellencies. He mixed his own and others' ideas, all sorts of imagery, idyllic, epic, to such an extent that Rubião wondered how a man, who was going to die in a few days, could so gallantly address those matters. Go rest a bit, Quincas Borba pondered. No, I'm going for a walk. Not now. You're exhausted. Nonsense. I'm fine. He stood up and placed his hands paternally on Rubião's shoulders. Are you my friend? What a question. Answer it. As much or more than this animal, replied Rubião in a burst of tenderness. Quincas Borba squeezed his hands. Good. Chapter 8. The next day, Quincas Borba woke up determined to go to Rio de Janeiro. He would be back at the end of a month. He had a specific business. Rubião was astounded. What about the illness and the doctor? The patient replied that the doctor was a charlatan and that the disease needed to take a breather, just like health. Sickness and health were two sides of the same coin, two states of humanitas. I'm going for some personal business, concluded the patient. And also, I'm taking with me a plan so sublime that not even you will be able to understand it. Excuse my frankness, but I prefer to be candid with you than with anyone else. Rubião was counting on time to pass this project by, like so many others, but he was mistaken. Moreover, in truth, the patient seemed to be improving. He didn't go to bed. He went out and he wrote. At the end of the week, he called for the notary. A notary? Repeated his friend. Yes, I want to register my will. Or we could both go. The three of them went, because the dog would not let his master and lord leave without accompanying him. Quincas Borba registered his will, with all the formalities of style, and returned home peacefully. Rubião felt his heart pounding violently. Of course, I won't let you go to the court alone, he said to his friend. No, it's not necessary. Besides, Quincas Borba is not going, and I wouldn't entrust him to anyone else but you. I'm leaving the house as it is. I'll be back in a month. I'm leaving tomorrow. I don't want him to sense my departure. Take care of him, Rubião. I will. Do you swear? By this light that guides me. Am I a child? Feed him milk at the appropriate times, all the usual foods and baths, and when you take him out for a walk, make sure he doesn't run away. No, it's best if he doesn't go out. Don't let him out. Go in peace. Quincas Borba wept for the other Quincas Borba. He didn't want to see him leave. He cried genuinely. Tears of madness or affection, whichever they were, he left them behind in the good Minas Gerais soil, like the final sweat of an obscure soul, about to plunge into the abyss. Chapter 9. Hours later, Rubião had a dreadful thought. They might think he had incited his friend to travel to hasten his death and gain the inheritance, assuming it was indeed in the will. He felt remorse. Why hadn't he used all his strength to hold him back? He envisioned Quincas Borba's lifeless body, ghastly pale, casting a vengeful glance at him. He decided if the fatal outcome happened during the journey, he would renounce the inheritance. For his part, the dog kept sniffing around, whining, and wanting to escape. He couldn't sleep quietly. He got up many times at night, roamed the house, then returned to his corner. In the morning, Rubião called him to bed, and the dog came cheerfully. He thought it was his own master. Later, he realized it wasn't, but he accepted the petting and gave some in return, as if Rubião were to carry his affection to the friend, or bring him back there. Furthermore, he had grown fond of Rubião, and was the bridge that connected him to his previous existence. He didn't eat for the first few days. Thirsty, Rubião managed to get him to drink milk. It was the only food for a while. Later, he spent hours silent, sad, curled up in himself, or lying with his body stretched out and his head between his hands. When the doctor came back, he was astonished at the patient's recklessness. They should have stopped him from leaving. Death was inevitable. Certain? Sooner or later. Did he take that dog? No, sir, it's with me. He asked me to take care of him, and he cried. Oh, how he cried. It was endless. Truth is, Rubião added, defending the patient, the dog deserves his master's esteem. It seems human. The doctor took off his broad straw hat to adjust the ribbon. Then, he smiled. Human? So it seemed human. Rubião insisted, then explained. It was not human like other humans, but it had feelings and even judgment. Look, he was going to tell him a story. No, man, no, I have to go see a patient with erysipelas. If you receive any letters from him, and they're not confidential, I want to see them, understood? And send my regards to the dog, he concluded, leaving. Some people began to mock Rubião and his peculiar duty of guarding a dog instead of the dog guarding him. Laughter ensued, and nicknames were thrown. What was to become of the teacher? A dog sentinel. Rubião feared public opinion. Indeed, it seemed ridiculous to him. He avoided strangers, looked at the animal with disgust, felt cursed life itself. If only he had the hope of a legacy, however small. It was impossible that he would not be left with a memento. Chapter 10. 7 weeks later, this letter arrived in Barbacena, postmarked Rio de Janeiro, all in Quincas Borba's handwriting. My dear sir and friend, you must have found my silence strange. I have not written to you for specific personal reasons, etc. I will return soon, but I wish to inform you now of a very confidential matter. Who am I, Rubião? I am Saint Augustine. I know you will smile because you are ignorant, Rubião. Our intimacy allows me to use a harsher word, but I grant you this concession, which is the last. Ignorant. Listen, ignorant. I am Saint Augustine. I discovered this the day before yesterday. Listen and be silent. Everything coincides in our lives. The saint and I spent part of our time in delights and in heresy, because I consider heresy everything that is not my doctrine of humanitas. Both of us stole, he as a child, some pears from Carthage, I, as a youth, a watch from my friend Brás Cubas. Our mothers were religious and chaste. After all, he thought, like me, that everything that exists is good, and so he demonstrates in chapter 16, book 7 of Confessions, with the difference that for him, evil is a deviation of the will, an illusion of a century behind, a concession to error, since evil does not even exist, and only the first statement is true. All things are good, omnia bona, and goodbye. Goodbye, ignorant. Don't tell anyone what I just revealed to you if you don't want to lose your ears. Keep quiet, guard, and thank the good fortune of having a great man as a friend, like me, even if you don't understand me. You will understand me. As soon as you return to Barbacena, I will give you, in simple terms, explained and suitable for the understanding of a donkey, the true notion of a great man. Goodbye. Remember my poor Quincas Borba. Don't forget to give him milk and baths. Goodbye. Goodbye. Yours at heart, Quincas Borba. Rubião could barely hold the paper in his hands. After a few seconds, he realized that it could be a joke from his friend, and he reread the letter, but the second reading confirmed the first impression. There was no doubt, he was mad. Poor Quincas Borba. Thus the quirks, the frequent mood swings, the impulses without motive, and the disproportionate tenderness were nothing more than signs of the total ruin of the brain. He was dying before dying. So good, so cheerful. He had impertinences, it's true, but the disease explained them. Rubião wiped his moist eyes in emotion. Then came the memory of the possible legacy, and it distressed him even more, showing him what a good friend he was about to lose. He wanted to read the letter once more, now slowly, analyzing the words, dismantling them, to understand the meaning well and find out if it was really a philosopher's joke. That way of breaking him down in jest was known, but the rest confirmed the suspicion of disaster. Almost at the end, he stopped, stunned. Could it be that by proving the mental alienation of the testator, the will would become null and the legacies lost? Rubião had a fit of vertigo. He was still holding the letter open in his hands when he saw the doctor appear, who came for news of the patient. The postman had told him a letter had arrived. Was it this one? It's this one. But does it have some private communication? Exactly. It brings a very private communication, personal matters. May I? Saying this, Rubião put the letter in his pocket. The doctor left, and he could breathe. He had escaped the danger of publishing such a serious document by which the mental state of Quincas Borba could be proven. Minutes later, he regretted he should have handed over the letter. He felt remorse and thought about sending it to the doctor's house. He called for a slave, and when the slave arrived, he had changed his mind again. He considered it imprudent. The patient would be back soon. In a few days, he would ask about the letter and accuse him of the indiscretion of betrayal. Easy regrets of short duration. I don't want anything, he told the slave. And again, he thought about the legacy. He calculated the amount. No less than 10 contos, surely. He would buy a plot of land, a house, cultivate this or that, or mine gold. The worst case would be if it was less than 5 contos. 5? It was little, but after all, perhaps it wouldn't exceed that. If it was 5, it was a smaller arrangement, and smaller was better than nothing. 5 contos. It would be worse if the will were nullified. Well, 5 contos it is. Chapter 11. At the beginning of the following week, receiving newspapers from the court, still subscribed to by Quincas Borba, Rubião read this news in one of them. Mr. Joaquim Borba dos Santos passed away yesterday, having endured the illness with remarkable philosophy. He was a very knowledgeable man, and he grew weary fighting against this jaundiced and emaciated pessimism that will still reach us one day. It's the illness of the century. His last word was that pain is an illusion, and that Pangloss was not as foolish as Voltaire made him out to be. He was already delirious by then. He leaves behind many assets. The will is in Barbacena. Chapter 12. He's passed away, sighed Rubião. Then, paying attention to the news, he realized it spoke of a man for whom he held regard and consideration. A man to whom a philosophical struggle was attributed. No reference to dementia. On the contrary, the end stated that he had been delirious in his final hours, an effect of the illness. Good. Rubião read the letter again, and the prank hypothesis seemed once more plausible. He agreed that he was funny. Certainly he wanted to fool him. He went to St. Augustine, as he would go to St. Ambrose or St. Hilary, and wrote an enigmatic letter to confuse him until he returned to laugh at the hoax. Poor friend. He was sane and dead. Yes, he suffered no more. Seeing the dog, he sighed. Poor Quincas Borba. If only he knew that his master had died. Then to himself, now that the obligation is over, I'll give him to Comadre Angelica. Chapter 13. The news had spread throughout the town. The vicar, the pharmacist, the doctor, everyone sent to ask if it was true. The post office agent who had read it in the papers personally delivered to Rubião a letter that had come in the mail for him. It could be from the deceased, though the handwriting on the envelope was different. So the man finally kicked the bucket? He asked, as Rubião opened the letter, glanced at the signature, and read, Brás, Cubas. It was a simple note. My poor friend Quincas Borba passed away yesterday in my house, where he had appeared some time ago, shattered and sordid, the fruits of his illness. Before he died, he asked me to write to you, to give you this news personally, and many thanks. The rest will be done, according to the practices of the law. The thanks made the professor pale, but the practices of the law brought the blood back to his face. Rubião closed the letter without saying a word. The agent spoke of one thing and another, then left. Rubião ordered a servant to deliver the dog as a gift to Comadre Angelica, telling her that, as she liked animals, here was one more. To treat it well, because it was accustomed to that. Finally, that the dog's name was the same as that of its now deceased owner, Quincas Borba. Chapter 14. When the will was opened, Rubião nearly fell backward. You can guess why. He was named the sole heir of the testator. Not 5, 10, or 20 contos, but everything, the entire capital, the specified assets, houses in the court, one in Barbacena, slaves, securities, shares of the Bank of Brazil and other institutions, jewelry, coined money, books, everything, in the end, passed to Rubião, without detours, without bequests to any person, no charities, no debts. There was only one condition in the will that the heir kept with him. His poor dog, Quincas Borba, named for the great affection he had for him. It required Rubião to treat it as if it were the testator himself, sparing nothing for its benefit, protecting it from illnesses, escapes, theft, or death that others might wish to cause out of malice. To care for it as if it were not a dog, but a human being. Also, it imposed on him the condition, when the dog died, to give it a decent burial on his own land, covering it with flowers and fragrant plants. And more, to exhume the bones of the said dog when it was an appropriate time, and place them in a precious wooden urn to deposit in the most honored place in the house. Chapter 15. Such was the clause. Rubião found it natural, even though he only had thought to take care of the inheritance. He had hoped for a bequest, and the entire mass of goods emerged from the will. He couldn't quite believe it. It took a lot of handshakings, the strength of congratulations, for him not to believe it was a lie. "Yes, sir, you've struck it rich," said the owner of the pharmacy who had provided Quincas Borba's medicines. Being an heir was one thing, but being the sole heir. This word inflated the value of the inheritance, heir to everything, not even a little spoon less. And how much was everything, he thought. Houses, securities, shares, slaves, clothing, dishes, and some paintings, which he must have had in the court, because he was a man of taste. He dealt with things of art with great knowledge. And books? He must have had many books. He cited many of them. But how much would everything amount to? 100 contos? Perhaps 200. It was possible. Even 300 would not be surprising. 300 contos. 300! And Rubião felt like dancing in the street. Then he calmed down. Even if it were 200 or 100, it was a dream that our Lord was giving him, but a long dream to never end. The thought of the dog could take hold in the whirlwind of thoughts rushing through our man's head. Rubião thought the clause was natural but unnecessary because he and the dog were two friends, and it was only right that they stay together to remember the third friend, the departed one, the author of both their happiness. There were undoubtedly some peculiarities in the clause, a story about an urn, and he didn't know what else. But everything would be fulfilled, even if the sky fell. No, with the help of God, he corrected himself. Good dog, excellent dog. Rubião didn't forget that he had often tried to enrich himself with ventures that withered in the bud. At that time he had considered himself a loser, a cursed man, when the truth was that those who God helps are worth more than those who rise early. It wasn't impossible to get rich, since he was now rich. Impossible what? He exclaimed out loud. The only thing impossible is for God to sin. God doesn't fail those who are promised. Thus, he was going up and down the streets of the city without heading home, without a plan, his blood racing. Suddenly, this serious problem occurred to him, whether he would live in Rio de Janeiro or he would stay in Barbacena. He felt a tickle to stay, to shine where he was fading, to flaunt his wealth to those who had once dismissed him, and especially to those who had laughed at his friendship with Quincas Borba. But then came the image of Rio de Janeiro, which he knew, with its charms, movement, theaters everywhere, pretty girls dressed à la Française. He decided it would be better. He could visit his hometown many, many times. Chapter 16. "Quincas Borba! Quincas Borba! Hey, Quincas Borba!" he shouted as he entered the house. There was no dog. Only then did he remember having sent it as a gift to Comadre Angelica. He rushed to Comadre's house, which was far away. On the way, all the ugly ideas, some extraordinary, came to him. An ugly idea was that the dog might have run away. Another extraordinary one was that some enemy, knowing about the clause and the gift, would go to Comadre, steal the dog, and hide it or kill it. In this case, the inheritance. A cloud passed over his eyes. Then He began to see more clearly. I don't know about legal matters, he thought, but it seems that I have nothing to do with this. The clause assumes the dog is alive or at home, but if it runs away or dies, one can't just invent a dog. Therefore, the main intention. But my enemies are capable of causing trouble, if the clause is not fulfilled. At this point, the forehead and the backs of our friend's hands were dripping sweat. Another cloud passed over his eyes, and his heart was beating fast, fast. The clause was beginning to seem extravagant to him. Rubião prayed to the saints, promising masses, 10 masses. But there was Comadre's house. Rubião quickened his pace. He saw someone. Was it her? It was her, leaning against the door and laughing. What a sight you are, my compadre, half dazed, flailing your arms about. Chapter 17. Comadre the dog? Asked Rubião with indifference but pale. Come in and sit down, she replied. What dog? What dog? Rubião replied, growing ever paler. The one I sent you. Don't you remember I sent you a dog to stay here for a few days? To rest, to see if... In short, a much-beloved pet. It's not mine. It came to... But you don't remember? Ah, don't even mention that beast to me, she replied, rushing her words. She was small, trembling at the slightest thing, and when she got excited, the veins in her neck would thicken. She repeated that he shouldn't talk to her about the beast. But what did it do to you, dear comadre? What did it do? What could the poor animal do to me? It doesn't eat, it doesn't drink, it cries like a human, and it only looks outside as if it wants to run away. Rubião breathed a sigh of relief. She continued to complain about the dog's annoyances. He, anxious, wanted to see it. It's there in the back, in the large enclosure, all alone, so that the others don't bother it. But you've come to fetch it? That's not what they told me. It seemed to me that it was for me, that it was a gift. I would give you 5 or 6 if I could, Rubião replied. This one, I can't. I am merely a custodian. But never mind, I promise you a puppy. Believe me, the message got twisted. Rubião started walking. Comadre, instead of leading him, followed him. There was the dog inside the enclosure, lying some distance from a dish of food. Dogs, birds, they were jumping from all sides, outside. To one side, there was a chicken coop. Further away, pigs. Still further away, a cow lying down, sleepy, with 2 hens beside it, pecking at its belly, picking off ticks. Look at my peacock, said Comadre. But Rubião only had eyes for Quincas Borba, who was sniffing impatiently, and who rushed toward him as soon as a young boy opened the door to the enclosure. It was a scene of delirium. The dog reciprocated Rubião's caresses, barking, jumping, and kissing his hands. My God, what friendship! You have no idea, dear comadre. Goodbye, I promise you a puppy. Chapter 18. Rubião and the dog, entering the house, sensed, heard the person and the voices of the late friend. While the dog sniffed around everywhere, Rubião sat down in the chair where he had been, when Quincas Borba recounted the death of his grandmother with scientific explanations. His memory pieced together, albeit in a haphazard and frayed way, the philosopher's arguments. For the first time, he paid close attention to the allegory of the starving tribes and understood the conclusion. To the victor, the potatoes. He distinctly heard the hoarse voice of the deceased explaining the situation of the tribes, the fight and the reason for the fight, the extermination of one and the victory of the other, and he murmured softly, to the victor, the potatoes. So simple, so clear. He looked at his worn-out denim pants and the patched jacket and realized that up until recently, he had been, so to speak, a loser, a poor bastard, but now he was a victor. There was no doubt. The potatoes were made for the tribe that eliminates the other in order to cross the mountain and get the potatoes on the other side, just like his situation. He was leaving Barbacena to seize and eat the potatoes of the capital. It was his duty to be tough and relentless, powerful and strong. And suddenly standing up, excited, he raised his arms, exclaiming, to the victor, the potatoes. He liked the phrase and found it ingenious, concise and eloquent, besides being true and profound. He envisioned potatoes in various forms, classified them by taste, appearance, and nutritional value, and anticipated the abundant feast of life. It was time to put an end to the poor and dry roots that only deceived the stomach, the sad sustenance of many years. Now, it was time for abundance, solidity, and perpetuity, eating until death and dying on silk blankets, which is better than rags. And he returned to his resolution to be tough and relentless, and to the allegory's phrase. He even thought of creating a personal seal with the motto, "To the victor, the potatoes." He forgot the seal project, but the phrase lived in Rubião's mind for a few days. To the victor, the potatoes. He wouldn't have understood it before the will. On the contrary, we saw that he found it obscure and inexplicable. It is certain that the landscape depends on the point of view, and that the best way to appreciate the whip is to hold the handle in one's hand. Chapter 19. Do not forget to mention that Rubião took it upon himself to have a mass done for the deceased's soul, although he knew or sensed that he was not Catholic. Quincas Borba didn't speak ill of priests, nor did he discredit Catholic doctrines, but he didn't talk about the church or its servants either. On the other hand, the veneration of humanitas made the heir suspect that this was the testator's religion. Nevertheless, he had the mass done, considering that it was not an act of the deceased's will, but a prayer from the living. He also thought it would be a scandal in the city if he, being named the heir by the deceased, failed to provide his benefactor with the suffrage that is not denied even to the most miserable and greedy of this world. If some people didn't attend to avoid witnessing Rubião's glory, many others did, and not from the lower class, who saw the genuine contrition of the former schoolmaster. Chapter 20. Having finished working the preliminaries for the liquidation of the inheritance, Rubião set about coming to Rio de Janeiro, where he would settle as soon as everything was finished. There were things to be done in both cities, but matters promised to proceed quickly. Chapter 21. At the Vassoura station, Sofia and her husband, Cristiano de Almeida e Palha, boarded the train. He was a young man of 32 years. She was between 27 and 28. They took their seats on the two benches opposite Rubião, stowing the baskets and packages of souvenirs they had brought from Vassouras, where they had spent a week. They buttoned their coats and exchanged a few low words. After the train resumed moving, it was Paula who noticed Rubião, whose face, among so many grim or bored people, was the only placid and satisfied one. Cristiano was the first to strike up a conversation, saying that train journeys were very tiring, to which Rubião agreed. For someone used to donkey rides, he added, train rides were tiring and uninteresting. However, it couldn't be denied that it was progress. Certainly, agreed Paula. Progress, and great progress at that. Are you a farmer? No, sir. Do you live in the city? In Vassouras? No. We came here to spend a week. I actually live in the court. I wouldn't be suited for farming, although I think it's a good and honorable position. From agriculture, they moved on to cattle, slavery, and politics. Cristiano Paula cursed the government for introducing a word related to slave ownership in the speech from the throne, but to his great surprise, Rubião did not share the indignation. Rubião planned to sell the slaves that the testator had left him, except for a page. If he lost something, the rest of the inheritance would cover the deficit. Moreover, the speech from the throne, which he had also read, called for respecting the current property. What did future slaves matter to him if he wouldn't buy them? The page was to be freed as soon as he took possession of the assets. Palha changed the subject and moved on to politics, the chambers, and the Paraguayan War, all general topics to which Rubião paid more or less attention. Sofia listened only. She moved her beautiful eyes, focusing them now on her husband, now on the interlocutor. Are you going to stay in the court or return to Barbacena? Palha asked after 20 minutes of conversation. My desire is to stay, and I will, replied Rubião. I'm tired of the province. I want to enjoy life. I might even go to Europe, but I don't know yet. Paula's eyes instantly sparkled. You're doing the right thing. I would do the same if I could. For now, I can't. Have you been to Europe before? Never. That's why I had some ideas when I left Barbacena. Well, goodbye. We must get rid of the provincial mold. I don't know when it will be, but I will. You're right. They say there are many splendid things there. It's no wonder they're older than us, but we'll get there, and there are things in which we are on par with them and even above. Our court, I'm not saying it can compete with Paris or London, but it's beautiful, you'll see. I've seen it. Already? Many years ago. You'll find it better. It has made rapid progress. Besides, when you go to Europe— Have you been to Europe? Rubião interrupted, addressing Sophia. No, sir. I forgot to introduce you to my wife, interjected Cristiano. Rubião bowed respectfully, and turning to the husband, he said with a smile, But aren't you going to introduce me? Palha also smiled. He understood that neither of them knew the other's name, and he quickly said his own. Cristiano de Almeida e Palha. Pedro Rubião de Alvarenga, but everyone calls me Rubião. The exchange of names put them even more at ease. Sophia did not intervene in the conversation, however. She loosened the reins on her eyes, letting them wander as they pleased. Rubião spoke cheerfully and listened attentively to Palha's words, grateful for the kindness with which a young man he had never met was treating him. He even suggested that they could travel to Europe together. Oh, I won't be able to go in these next few years, replied Palha. I'm not saying now. I won't be going that soon. The desire I had when I left Barbacena was just a desire without a deadline. I will go, there's no doubt, but later on, when God wills it. Palha quickly responded, Ah, when I say only in a few years, I also add that God's will can order the opposite. Who knows, maybe in a few months. Divine providence always knows best. The gesture that accompanied these words was both sincere and pious, but neither Sophia, who was looking at her feet, nor Rubião himself heard the last words. Our friend was dying to reveal the reason he was coming to the capital. He had the confession ready to spill into his travel companion's ear, and it was only a weak scruple that still held him back. And why hold it back if it wasn't a crime and was going to become public knowledge? I have to take care of a matter of probate first, he finally murmured. Your father's? No, a friend's. A great friend who remembered to make me his sole heir. Ah, sole heir. Believe me, there are friends in this world. Like him, few. He was gold. And what a mind, what intelligence, what knowledge. He was sick in his last days, which led him to some impertinences, some whims. You know, right? Rich and sick, without family, he naturally had demands. But pure gold, solid gold. When he appreciated someone, he did it wholeheartedly. We were friends, and he didn't say anything. One day, when he died, the will was opened, and I found myself with everything. It's true. Sole heir. Note that there isn't a single bequest in the will for another person. He also didn't have any relatives. The only relative he would have had would be me, if he married my sister, who died, poor thing. I was his only friend left, but he knew how to be a friend, don't you think? Certainly, affirmed Palha. Palha's eyes no longer sparkled, they reflected deeply. Rubião had ventured into the dense undergrowth, where all the birds of fortune were singing to him. He delighted in talking about the inheritance. He admitted that he did not yet know the total sum, but he could make a rough estimate. The best thing is not to calculate anything, Cristiano cut in. It won't be less than 100 contos? Huh? Well, from there up, it's best to wait in silence. And another thing. I believe it's not less than 300 contos. Another thing. Don't repeat your case to strangers. I appreciate the trust you've put in me, but don't expose yourself at first sight. Discretion and helpful faces do not always go together. Chapter 22. On arriving at the court station, they almost said their goodbyes like family. Palha offered his house in Santa Teresa. The former professor was heading for the Hospedaria União, and they promised to visit each other. Chapter 23. The next day, Rubião was eager to have his recent friend from the train by his side, and decided to go to Santa Teresa in the afternoon, but it was Palha himself who sought him out early in the morning. He went to greet him, see if he was comfortable there or if he preferred his house, which was up high. Rubião did not accept the house, but he did accept the lawyer, a distant relative of Palha's, who he recommended as one of the best, despite being very young. You should take advantage of him while he's not demanding payment for his reputation. Rubião invited him to lunch and accompanied him to the lawyer's office, despite the protests of his dog, who also wanted to go. Everything was arranged. "Come dine with me in Santa Teresa," Paula said as they said their goodbyes. "You have no reason to hesitate. I'll be waiting for you," he concluded, leaving. Chapter 24. Rubião was embarrassed because of Sophia. He didn't know how to behave around ladies. Fortunately, he remembered the promise he had made to himself to be strong and relentless. He went to dinner. Blessed resolution. Where could he find it at such hours? Sophia was, at home, much better than on the train. There, she wore a cloak, even though her eyes were uncovered. Here, her eyes and body were on display, elegantly cinched in a cambric dress, showing her pretty hands and the beginnings of her arms. Moreover, here she was, the mistress of the house. She spoke more, and she was effusively courteous. Rubião descended in a daze. Chapter 25. He dined there many times. He was timid and shy. His frequent visits eased the impression of the first few days, but he always carried, and poorly concealed, a certain private fire that he could not extinguish. While the inventory was being conducted, and especially the complaint lodged by someone against the will, arguing that Quincas Borba, in his apparent dementia, could not write a will, our Rubião was distracted, but the complaint was dismissed, and the inventory quickly approached its conclusion. Paula celebrated the event with a dinner attended by the three of them, the lawyer, the attorney, and the notary. Sophia had the most beautiful eyes in the world that day. Chapter 26. It seems as though she buys them from some mysterious factory, Rubião thought, descending the hill. I have never seen them like today. Next came the move to the house in Botafogo, one of the inherited ones. It needed furnishing, and again here, the friend Paula rendered great services to Rubião, guiding him with taste, with news, accompanying him to shops and auctions. Sometimes, as we already know, the three of them went, because there are things, Sophia graciously said, that only a lady chooses well. Rubião gratefully accepted, and he delayed the purchases as much as he could, consulting without purpose, inventing needs, all to have more time with the young woman by his side. She let herself be, talking, explaining, demonstrating. Chapter 27. All this was now going through Rubião's head, after coffee, in the same place where we left him sitting, looking into the distance, far away. He continued to fiddle with the tassels of his robe. Finally, he remembered to go see Quincas Borba and to let him out. It was his daily obligation. He got up and went to the garden, in the back. Chapter 28. But what sin is this that haunts me, he thought as he walked. She's married, gets along well with her husband. The husband is my friend, trusts me like no one else. What temptations are these? He stopped, and the temptations also stopped. He, a lay Saint Anthony, differed from the anchorite in loving the devil's suggestions as long as they persisted, hence the alternation of monologues. She's so beautiful, and she seems to like me so much. If that's not affection, I don't know what is. She shakes my hand with such pleasure, with such warmth. I can't stay away. Even if they leave me, I'm the one who can't resist. Quincas Borba heard his steps and started to bark. Rubião hurried to let him out. It was like releasing himself for a few moments from that pursuit. "Quincas Borba!" he exclaimed, opening the door for him. The dog threw himself out. What joy, what enthusiasm, what leaps around his master. He even licks his master's hand in delight, but Rubião gives him a smack that hurts. He backs off a little, sad, with his tail between his legs, then his master snaps his fingers, and there he is again, returning with the same joy. Calm down, calm down. Quincas Borba follows him out into the garden, around the house, sometimes walking, sometimes leaping. He savors his freedom but never loses sight of his master. Here he sniffs, there he pauses to scratch an ear. Further on, he picks a flea from his belly, but with a leap, he bridges the space and the lost time and sticks again to his master's heels. It seems to him that Rubião thinks of nothing else, that he now walks back and forth just to make him walk too, and to make up for the time he was held back. When Rubião stops, he looks up, waiting. Naturally, he thinks of him. It's some plan to go out together or something pleasant like that. He never considers the possibility of a kick or a smack. He has a sense of trust and a very short memory of the beatings. On the contrary, the caresses stay with him, imprinted and fixed, no matter how distracted they may be. He likes to be loved. He is content to believe that he is. Life there is not entirely good or entirely bad. There is a boy who washes him every day in cold water, a devilish habit to which he never gets used. Jean, the cook, likes the dog. The Spanish servant doesn't like him at all. Rubião spends many hours away from home, but he doesn't mistreat him and allows him to go upstairs, to be present at lunch and dinner, to accompany him to the living room or the study. Sometimes he plays with him. It makes him jump. If ceremonial visitors arrive, he orders him to be taken inside or downstairs, and if he always resists, the Spaniard initially handles him very delicately, but soon takes revenge, dragging him by an ear or a leg, throwing him far away, and closing off all access to the house. Perro del infierno. Bruised, separated from his friend, Quincas Borba then goes to lie down in a corner and stays there for a long time, quiet. He stirs a bit until he finds a definitive position and closes his eyes. He doesn't sleep. He collects his thoughts, combines, and remembers. The vague figure of his late friend may pass by him from afar, very far away, in pieces, then it mixes with that of his current friend, and they seem like one person. Then other ideas. But these are many ideas, too many ideas. In any case, they are dog ideas, the dust of ideas, even less than dust, the reader will explain. But the truth is that this eye that opens from time to time to fixate on space so expressively seems to translate something that shines there inside, there deep inside, something else that I don't know how to say, to express a canine part that is neither the tail nor the ears. Poor human language. Finally, he falls asleep. Then the images of life play inside him, in dreams, vague, recent, a rag from here, a patch from there. When he wakes up, he has forgotten the harm. He has an expression, which I won't say is melancholy, so as not to upset the reader. We say a landscape is melancholic, but we don't say the same thing about a dog. The reason can be none other than that the melancholy of the landscape is within us, while attributing it to the dog is to leave it outside of us. Whatever it is, it's something that's not the joy of a while ago. But let there be a whistle from the cook, or a gesture from the master, and everything goes away. His eyes shine, pleasure lifts his snout, and his legs fly like wings, like... Chapter 29. Rubião spent the rest of the morning cheerfully. It was Sunday. 2 friends came to have lunch with him, a young man of 24 years who nibbled on the first trimmings of his mother's fortune, and a man of 44 or 46 who had nothing to nibble on. Carlos Maria was the name of the first, Freitas the second. Rubião liked both of them, but differently. It wasn't just age that connected him more with Freitas, but also the nature of the man. Freitas praised everything, greeted each dish and each wine with a particular delicate phrase, and left there with his pockets full of cigars, thus proving that he preferred them to any others. He had been introduced to him at a certain warehouse on Rua Municipal, where they once dined together. They told him the story of the man there, his good and bad fortune, but they didn't go into particulars. Rubião turned up his nose. It was probably some castaway whose company would bring him neither personal pleasure nor public consideration. But Freitas immediately softened that first impression. He was lively, interesting, anecdotal, cheerful, like a man with 50,000 income. When Rubião spoke of the beautiful roses he had, he asked for permission to see them. He was crazy about flowers. A few days later, he showed up there and said he was going to see the beautiful roses. It would only take a few minutes. Rubião shouldn't bother if he had something to do. Rubião, on the contrary, liked to see that the man hadn't forgotten the conversation, went down to the garden where he was waiting, and showed him the roses. Freitas found them admirable. He examined them with such diligence that it was necessary to pull him away from one rose bush to take him to another. He knew the name of every variety, and pointed out many species that Rubião neither had nor knew. pointing and describing like this and like that, this size, indicating the size by opening and rounding his thumb and index finger, and then named the people who had good specimens. But Rubião's were of the best species. This one, for example, was rare, and that one too, and so forth. The gardener listened to him in amazement. Once everything had been examined, Rubião said, "Come have something. What will it be?" Freitas was content with anything. Arriving upstairs, he found the house very well arranged. He examined the bronzes, the paintings, and the furniture, and looked out at the sea. "Yes, sir," he said. "You live like a nobleman." Rubião smiled. Nobleman, even, by comparison, is a word that sounds good. The Spanish servant came with a silver tray, various liqueurs and glasses, and it was a good moment for Rubião. He himself offered this or that liqueur. Finally, he recommended one that was given to him as superior to anything that, in such a field, could exist in the market. Freitas smiled incredulously. "Maybe it's an exaggeration," he said. He took the first sip, savored it slowly, then a second, then a third. In the end, amazed, he admitted it was a wonder. Where had he bought that? Rubião replied that a friend, the owner of a large wine warehouse, had gifted him a bottle, but he liked it so much that he had already ordered 3 dozen. It wasn't long before their relationship grew closer, and Freitas would go there to lunch or dinner many times, more often than he wanted or could, because it was difficult to resist such an obliging man, so fond of seeing friendly faces. Chapter 30. Rubião asked him once, "Tell me, Mr. Freitas, if I decided to go to Europe, would you be willing to accompany me?" "No." "Why not?" "Because I am a free friend, and it could very well be that we would disagree on the itinerary." "Well, that's a shame because you're cheerful." "You're mistaken, sir. I wear this smiling mask, but I am sad. I am an architect of ruins. I would first go to the ruins of Athens, then to the theater to see the poor man of the ruins, a tearful drama, then to the bankruptcy courts, where ruined men." And Rubião laughed. He liked those expansive and frank manners. Chapter 31. Do you want the opposite of that, curious reader? Look at this other guest for lunch, Carlos Maria. If the former has expansive and frank manners, in the laudatory sense, it's clear that he has the opposite. So, it will cost you nothing to see him enter the room, slowly, coldly, and superiorly, being introduced to Freitas, looking elsewhere. Freitas, who has already sent him to hell in his heart because of the delay, it's almost noon, now greets him with exaggerated courtesy and great internal rejoicing. You can also see for yourself that our Rubião, if he likes Freitas more, holds the other in higher esteem. He has waited for him until now and would have waited for him until tomorrow. Carlos Maria, on the other hand, shows no consideration for either of them. Examine him closely. A gallant young man with large, placid eyes, very self-assured, and even more so with others. He looks down on them. He doesn't have a jovial laugh, but a mocking one. Now, as he sits down at the table, takes the cutlery, and unfolds the napkin, it's clear in everything that he's doing a great favor to the host. Perhaps, too, the favor of eating his lunch and not calling him a fool. And despite this disparity of characters, lunch was lively. Freitas devoured his food, with some pauses, of course. And even if the lunch had come at the appointed time, 11, it might not have had the same taste. Now, he ate with the eagerness of a shipwrecked man assuaging his hunger. After about 10 minutes, he began to speak, full of laughter, multiplying gestures and glances, stringing together a rosary of sharp sayings and picaresque anecdotes. Carlos Maria listened to most of them seriously, to humiliate him, to the point that Rubião, who really found Freitas amusing, no longer dared to laugh. Toward the end of lunch, Carlos Maria loosened his spirit's tie a bit, opened up, and recounted some amorous adventures of others. Freitas, to flatter him, asked for 1 or 2 of his own. Carlos Maria burst out laughing. "What role do you want me to play?" he said. Freitas explained himself. It wasn't an apology, it was facts. He asked for facts. There was no inconvenience, and no one could possibly assume. "Do you like living here in Botafogo?" Carlos Maria interrupted. addressing the host. Freitas interrupted, bit his lips, and, for the second time, mentally sent the young man to hell. He leaned back against the chair, stiff and serious, staring at a painting on the wall. Rubião replied that he liked it there and that the beach was beautiful. "The view is nice, but I've never been able to tolerate the bad smell that sometimes lingers here," said Carlos Maria. "What do you think?" he continued, turning to Freitas. Freitas straightened up and shared his thoughts, agreeing that both of them could be right, but he insisted that the beach, despite everything, was magnificent. He spoke without resentment or embarrassment, even going so far as to courteously point out to Carlos Maria a small piece of fruit stuck to the end of his mustache. They finished their lunch a little past 1. Rubião, silent, mentally replayed the meal, plate by plate. He enjoyed seeing the glasses and their remnants of wine, the scattered crumbs, and the table's final appearance just before coffee. From time to time, he glanced at the waiter's coat. He even caught Carlos Maria's face expressing genuine pleasure when taking the first puffs of one of the cigars Rubião had handed out. At that moment, the waiter entered with a small basket covered with a cambric cloth and a letter that had just been delivered. Chapter 32. "Who sent this?" Rubião asked. "Donna Sofia." Rubião didn't recognize the handwriting. It was the first time she had written to him. What could it be? His excitement was evident on his face and in his fingers. While he opened the letter, Freitas casually uncovered the basket. There were strawberries. Trembling, Rubião read these lines. "I am sending you these little fruits for lunch if they arrive in time, and, by Cristiano's order, you are hereby invited to dine with us tonight without fail. Your true friend, Sofia." "What kind of fruit is it?" Rubião asked, closing the letter. "Strawberries." "They arrived late. Strawberries?" he repeated, not knowing what he was saying. "No need to blush, my dear friend," Freitas laughed after the waiter left. "These things happen to those who love." "Those who love?" Rubião repeated, blushing genuinely. "But you can read the letter. See?" He was about to show it, then hesitated and put it in his pocket. He was beside himself, half confused, half happy. Carlos Maria delighted in telling him that he couldn't hide that the gift was from some lover. He didn't think there was anything to reprimand. Love was a universal law. If it was a married woman, he praised Rubião's discretion. "But for heaven's sake," interrupted the host. "A widow? We're in the same situation," continued Carlos Maria. "Discretion here is still a virtue. The greatest sin, after the sin itself, is the publication of sin. If I were a legislator, I would propose that all men caught being indiscreet in these matters be burned. They would go to the stake, like the defendants of the Inquisition, with the difference that, instead of a San Benito, they would wear a cloak of parrot feathers." Freitas couldn't contain his laughter and slapped the table in approval. Rubião, somewhat embarrassed, replied that she was neither married nor a widow. "Single, then?" the young man retorted. "A wedding soon? It's about time. Engagement strawberries," he continued, picking up a few between his fingers. "They smell of a maiden's bedroom and a priest's Latin." Rubião didn't know what else to say. Ultimately, he backtracked and explained that they were from the wife of a close friend. Carlos Maria winked, and Freitas interjected, saying that now it all made sense. At first, the mystery, the arrangement of the basket, the appearance of the strawberries themselves. "Adulterous strawberries," he said, laughing. All these things gave the situation an immoral and sinful aspect. But now everything was clear. They silently drank their coffee and then moved to the living room. Rubião was full of graciousness, but preoccupied. After a few minutes, he felt satisfied with his guest's initial assumption of an adulterous love affair. He even thought that he had defended himself too vehemently. As long as he didn't mention anyone's name, he could have admitted that it was indeed a private affair. However, it was also possible that the very heat of his denial left some doubt or suspicion in their minds. At this thought, he smiled in consolation. Carlos Maria checked his watch. It was 2:00, and he needed to leave. Rubião thanked him profusely for the pleasant company and asked him to return. They could spend some Sundays like this, enjoying a friendly conversation. "Agreed," exclaimed Freitas, approaching. He had slipped half a dozen cigars into his pocket, and, as he left, he whispered to Rubião, "Here's my usual souvenir. 6 days of delight, 1 delight per day. Take more. No, I'll come back for them later. Rubião accompanied them to the iron gate. As soon as Quincas Borba heard voices, he ran from the back of the garden to greet them, particularly his master. He fawned over Carlos Maria and tried to lick his hand, but the young man pulled away in disgust. Rubião kicked the dog, causing him to yelp and run away. Finally, they all said their goodbyes. "Where are you headed?" Carlos Maria asked Freitas. Freitas guessed that Carlos Maria was going to visit someone near São Clemente and wanted to accompany him. "I'm going to the end of the beach," he said. "I'm heading the other way," replied the other. Chapter 33. Rubião watched them leave, returned to the living room, and read Sophia's note again. Each word on that unexpected page was a mystery, the signature, a capitulation. Just Sophia, no other family or married name. A true friend was evidently a metaphor. As for the opening words, "I'm sending you these little fruits for your lunch," they breathed the innocence of a kind and generous soul. Rubião saw, felt, and grasped everything by the sheer force of instinct, and found himself kissing the paper. Or rather, kissing the name given in baptism, repeated by her mother, handed to her husband as part of the moral deed of marriage, and now stolen from all these origins and possessions to be sent to him at the end of a sheet of paper. Sophia. 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 Chapter 34. "Why did you arrive so late?" asked Sophia as soon as he appeared at the garden gate in Santa Teresa. "After lunch, which ended at 2, I was sorting out some papers. But it's not that late," Rubião continued, glancing at his watch. "It's only 4:30. "For friends, it's always late," Sophia replied with a hint of reproach. Rubião realized his mistake, but he had no time to correct it. In front of him, near the house, 4 women sat on iron benches, silent and curious, watching him. They were Sophia's visitors, waiting for the arrival of the wealthy Rubião. Sophia introduced him to them. 3 were married, and 1 was single, or more than single. She was 39 years old, with dark eyes, tired of waiting. She was the daughter of Major Sequeira, who appeared in the garden a few minutes later. "Our Paula already told me about you," said the Major, after being introduced to Rubião. "I swear he's a true friend of yours. He told me about a chance encounter that brought you two together. Usually the best friendships are formed that way. In my 30s, before the Regency, I had a friend, the best of my friends at the time, whom I met by chance at Bernard's pharmacy, nicknamed João das Pantorilhas. I believe he used them as a young man between 1801 and 1812. The fact is that the nickname stuck. The pharmacy was on São José Street, where it meets Misericordia Street. João das Pantorilhas. You know, it was a way to make the leg look thicker. Bernardes was his name. João Alves Bernardes. He owned the pharmacy on São José Street. We used to chat there a lot in the afternoon and at night. We'd go in our capes, and some of us would carry lanterns. Not me, I just wore my cape. We went with our capes. Bernardes, João Alves. Bernardes was his full name. Was born in Marica, but grew up in Rio de Janeiro. João das Pantorilhas was his nickname. They said he used to wear them as a young man, and was one of the city's dandies. I never forgot João das Pantorilhas. We went with our capes. Rubião's soul struggled under this downpour of words, but he was trapped in a dead-end alley with no exit in sight. All walls, no open doors, no corridors, and the rain kept falling. If he could at least look at the young ladies, he would see that he was the subject of curiosity for all of them, especially Major's daughter, Dona Tônica. But he couldn't. He listened, and the Major rained down words. It was Paula who brought him an umbrella. Sophia had gone to tell her husband that Rubião had just arrived. Soon after, Paula was in the garden, greeting his friend and telling him he had come late. The Major, who was still explaining the nickname of the pharmacist, let go of his captive and went to the ladies, then went out to the street. Chapter 35. The married ladies were beautiful. Even the single one must not have been ugly at 25, but Sophia outshined them all. It wasn't all that our friend felt, but it was a lot. She was of that breed of women whose time, like a slow sculptor, doesn't finish at once, but polishes over the course of long days. These slow sculptures are miraculous. Sophia was approaching 28 and looked more beautiful than she had at 27. One could assume that only at 30 would the sculptor give the final touches, unless he wanted to prolong the work for another 2 or 3 years. For example, her eyes were not the same as when Rubião spoke with Paula on the train, and her eyes underlined the conversation. Now they seemed darker, and they no longer underlined anything. They composed things on their own, in bold and flashy letters, and it wasn't 1 or 2 lines, but entire chapters. Her mouth appeared fresher. Their shoulders, hands, and arms were better, and she made them even more appealing with well-chosen postures and gestures. One feature she could never stand, something Rubião himself initially thought clashed with the rest of her face, was the excessive eyebrows. Even without having diminished, they gave her face a very particular aspect. She dressed well, squeezing her waist and torso into a fine, chestnut-colored wool bodice, a simple piece, and she wore 2 genuine pearls in her ears, a gift from our Rubião for Easter. The beautiful lady is the daughter of an old public servant. She married Cristiano de Almeida Apalha, a layabout in town when she was 20, and he was 25. Her husband made money, was skillful, active, and had a knack for business and situations. In 1864, despite being new to the profession, he predicted, no other term can be used, the bank failures. We have something going on sooner or later. It's hanging by a thread. The slightest alarm will take it all. The worst part was that he spent all his earnings and more. He indulged in luxury, frequent gatherings, expensive clothes and jewelry for his wife, and house decorations, especially if they were of recent invention or adoption. All this consumed his present and future profits. Except for food, he was frugal with himself. He often went to the theater without enjoying it and attended dances, where he had some fun, but he went less for himself than to show off his wife's eyes, and her chest. He had this peculiar vanity. He would expose his wife's neckline as much as he could, even beyond what was acceptable, to show others his personal fortunes. He was like King Kandales, more restricted in one way and more public in another. And let us do justice to Our Lady here. At first, she reluctantly yielded to her husband's desires, but such was the admiration she received, and to such an extent does habit accommodate people to circumstances, that she ended up enjoying being seen, very much seen, for the entertainment and stimulation of others. Let us not make her more saintly than she is, nor less so. To feed her vanity, her eyes were enough. They were radiant, restless, and inviting. And only in this inviting aspect can we compare them to the lantern of an inn with no rooms for guests. The lantern made everyone stop. Such was the beauty of its color and the originality of its emblems. They would stop, look, and move on. Why throw open the windows? She eventually threw them open, but the door, if we may call it her heart, remained locked and bolted. Chapter 36. My God, she's so beautiful. I feel like causing a scandal, Rubião thought to himself one night, standing in a corner by a window, with his back turned outward, looking at Sophia, who was looking at him. A lady was singing. The 3 out-of-town husbands, who were visiting, interrupted their voltarette out of respect for the singer and came into the room for a few moments. The singer was one of their wives. Paula, who was accompanying her on the piano, did not notice the mutual admiration between his wife and the capitalist. I don't know if everyone else was in the same situation. One of them, yes, I know that one saw them. Dona Tonica, the major's daughter. My God, she's so beautiful. I feel like causing a scandal. Rubião continued to think, leaning against the window, his back turned outward, his eyes lost in the beautiful lady who was looking at him. Chapter 37. It is understandable that Dona Tonica observed the mutual admiration between the two. Since Rubião arrived there, she had thought of nothing but attracting him. Her poor 39-year-old eyes without peers on earth, already sliding from weariness into hopelessness, found some sparks within themselves. Casting them flirtatiously one and many times was her long-held practice. It cost her nothing to aim them at the capitalist. Her heart, half disillusioned, stirred once more. Something told her that this wealthy man from Minas Gerais was destined by heaven to solve her matrimonial problem. Rich was even more than she asked for. She did not ask for wealth. She asked for a husband. All her campaigns were carried out without monetary consideration. In recent times, she had been lowering her expectations lower and lower. Her latest attempt was with a poor student. But who knows if heaven had not specifically intended her for a wealthy man? Donna Tonica had faith in her patron saint, Our Lady of the Immaculate Conception, and she stormed the fortress with great skill and courage. All the others are married, she thought. It did not take long for her to notice that Rubião's eyes and Sophia's were drawn to each other. However, she observed that Sophia's gazes were less frequent and less lingering, a phenomenon that seemed explainable due to the natural caution of the situation. It could be that they were in love. This suspicion distressed her, but desire and hope showed her that a man, after one or more loves, could very well marry in the end. The question was to captivate him. The prospect of a family might put an end to any other inclination on his part if there was any. And so, she redoubled her efforts. All her charms were summoned to their posts and obeyed, even though they were faded. Fan gestures, pursed lips, sidelong glances, advances, and retreats to showcase the elegance of her body and the slim waist she possessed were all employed. It was the old formula in action. It had yielded nothing so far, but the lottery is like that. There comes a ticket that redeems the lost ones. However, that night, during the piano singing, was when Donna Tonica caught them utterly absorbed in each other. She had no more doubts. These were not seemingly fortuitous, brief glances as before, but a contemplation that eliminated the rest of the room. Donna Tonica felt the croaking of the old raven of despair. Quoth the raven, "Nevermore." Yet, she continued the struggle. She even managed to have him sit next to her for a few minutes, and tried to say beautiful things, phrases she remembered from novels, others that her melancholic situation inspired. Rubião listened and replied, but he became uneasy when Sophia left the room and not when she returned to it. One of those times, his distraction was excessive. Donna Tonica confessed to him that she had a strong desire to see Barbacena above all. What was the air like there? The air, he mechanically repeated. He looked at Sophia, who was then standing with her back turned, talking to two seated ladies. Rubião admired her figure once more, her well-sculpted bust, narrow at the bottom and wide at the top, emerging from the ample chairs like a large armful of leaves coming out of a vase. The head could then be said to be like a single magnolia, upright, perched in the center of the branch. This was what Rubião was gazing at when Donna Tonica asked him about the air in Barbacena, and he repeated her word without even giving it the same interrogative form. Chapter 38. Rubião was resolute. Never had Sophia's soul seemed to invite him with such insistence to fly together to the clandestine lands from which they generally return, old and weary. Some do not return. Others stop halfway. A large number does not go beyond the edge of the rooftops. Chapter 39. The moon was magnificent. On the hill, between the sky and the plain, even the least daring soul could go against an enemy army and shatter it. Imagine what it would be with this friendly army. They were in the garden. Sophia had slipped her arm into his to go see the moon. She invited Donna Tonica, but the poor lady replied that she had a numb foot and would join them shortly but never did. The two remained silent for a while. Through the open windows, they could see other people talking, and even the men who had finished playing their card game. The garden was small, but the human voice had all the notes, and the two could recite poems without being heard. Rubião recalled an old, very old comparison he picked up from some verse in 1850, or another prose page of all times. He called Sophia's eyes the stars of the earth, and the stars the eyes of the sky. All this in a soft and trembling voice. Sophia was astonished. She suddenly straightened her body, which until then had been leaning on Rubião's arm. She was so used to the man's shyness. Stars? Eyes? She wanted to tell him not to mock her, but she couldn't find a way to shape her response without rejecting a conviction that was also hers, or else without encouraging him to go further. Hence a long silence. With a difference, Rubião continued. The stars are even less beautiful than your eyes, and I don't even know what they really are. God, who placed them so high, must have done so because they can't be seen up close without losing much of their beauty. But your eyes, no. They are here, close to me, big, luminous, even more luminous than the sky. Eloquent and fearless, Rubião seemed entirely different. He didn't stop there. He spoke a lot more, but didn't leave the same circle of ideas. He had few, and the situation, despite the man's sudden change, tended more to limit them than to inspire new ones. Sophia didn't know what to do. She had brought to her lap a docile, quiet dove, and what came out was a hawk. A hooked, famished hawk. It was necessary to respond, to make him stop, to tell him he was going where she did not want to go, and all this without making him angry, without driving him away. Sophia was searching for something. She could not find it because she stumbled upon the question, insoluble to her, whether it was better to show that she understood or that she did not understand. Here she remembered her own gestures, the sweet words, the particular attention. She concluded, in such a situation, she could not ignore the meaning of the man's courtesies. But admitting that she understood, and not dismissing him from her home, was the sensitive point. Chapter 40. Above, the stars seemed to laugh at the inextricable situation. It was fortunate that the moon was watching them. The moon does not know how to mock, and the poets, who find it nostalgic, may have sensed that it once loved some wandering star that left it after many centuries. It may even be that they still love each other. Their eclipses, forgive me, astronomy, may be nothing more than romantic encounters. The myth of Diana descending to meet Endymion could well be true. The descent is too much. What harm is there in the two meeting up there in the sky, like the crickets among the foliage down here? At night, the charitable mother takes care of them all. Besides, the moon is solitary. Solitude makes a person serious. The clustered stars are like young girls between 15 and 20, cheerful, chatty, laughing, and talking all at once about everything and everyone. I do not deny that they are chaste, but so much worse. They would have laughed at what they did not understand. Chaste stars. That is what Othello, the terrible, and Tristram Shandy, the jovial, call them. These extremes of heart and spirit agree on one point. The stars are chaste, and they heard everything, chaste stars. Everything the reckless mouth of Rubião was pouring into Sophia's astonished soul. The modesty of many months was now chaste stars, nothing less than a libertine. You would have thought that the devil had been deceiving the girl with the two large archangel wings God had given him. Suddenly, he tucked them into his pocket and removed his hat to reveal the two malignant tips embedded in his forehead. And laughing, with that oblique laugh of the wicked, he proposed to buy not just her soul, but her soul and body. Chaste stars. Chapter 41. Let's go inside, Sophia murmured. She tried to pull her arm away, but he held onto it firmly. No, why should they go? They were fine there, very fine. What could be better? Or was it that he was bothering her? Sophia replied that no, on the contrary, but she needed to go and entertain the guests. They had been outside for a long time. It's not even 10 minutes, Rubião said. What's 10 minutes? But they might have noticed our absence. Rubião shuddered at the possessive phrase, our absence. He found in it the beginning of complicity. He agreed that they could have noticed their absence. She was right. They should separate. But he only asked her for one thing, two things. The first was not to forget those sublime 10 minutes. The second was that every night, at 10 o'clock, she would gaze at the Southern Cross, and he would do the same, and their thoughts would meet there together, intimately, between God and men. The invitation was poetic, but only the invitation. Rubião was devouring the girl with fiery eyes, and held one of her hands so she would not escape. Neither his eyes nor his gesture held any poetry. Sophia was on the verge of saying a harsh word, but swallowed it immediately, realizing that Rubião was a good friend of the house. She tried to laugh but couldn't. She then appeared angry, soon after resigned, and finally pleading. She asked him for the sake of his mother's soul, who must be in heaven. Rubião knew nothing of heaven, or his mother, or anything. What was a mother? What was heaven? His face seemed to ask. "Ah, don't break my fingers," the girl whispered softly. That was when he began to come to his senses. He loosened the pressure without letting go of her fingers. "Fine," he said. "But first..." He leaned in to kiss her hand when a voice, a few steps away, completely roused him. Chapter 42. Well, well. Are you admiring the moon? It really is delightful. It's a night for lovers. Yes, delightful. It's been a while since I've seen a night like this. Just look down at the gaslights. Delightful. For lovers. Lovers always enjoy the moon. Back in my day, in Ikarai. It was Sequeira, the formidable major. Rubião didn't know what to say. Sophia, after the first few moments, regained her composure. She replied that the night was indeed beautiful. Then she mentioned that Rubião insisted on saying that Rio's nights couldn't compare to those in Barbacena. And in relation to that, he recounted an anecdote about Father Mendes. Wasn't it Mendes? Mendes, yes. Father Mendes, Rubião murmured. The major could barely contain his astonishment. He had seen the two hands clasped, Rubião's head half bent, the quick movement of both when he entered the garden, and out of all this came a Father Mendes. He looked at Sophia. She was smiling, calm, impenetrable. No fear, no embarrassment. She spoke with such simplicity that the major thought he had seen wrong, but Rubião ruined everything. Embarrassed, silent, he only took out his watch to check the time, put it to his ear as if it seemed to not be working, and then wiped it with a handkerchief slowly, very slowly, without looking at one or the other. Well, chat away. I'll go see our friends, who shouldn't be left alone. Have the men finished that damn Volterette game yet? Yes, replied the major, looking curiously at Sophia. Yes, they even asked for this gentleman, which is why I came to see if I could find him in the garden. But have you been here for a long time? Just now, said Sophia. Then, gently patting the major's shoulder, she went from the garden to the house. She didn't enter through the living room door, but through another door leading to the dining room. So, when she arrived at the living room from the inside, it was as if she had just given orders for tea. Rubião, coming to his senses, still couldn't find anything to say, and yet it was urgent to say something. The anecdote about Father Mendes was a good idea. The problem was that there was neither a priest nor an anecdote, and he couldn't come up with anything. He thought this was enough. The priest. Mendes. Father Mendes is very funny. I knew him, said the major, smiling. Father Mendes? I knew him. He died as a canon. Did he spend some time in Minas? I believe he did, the other murmured, astonished. He was from Saquarema. He was the one without this eye, continued the major, pointing to his left eye. I knew him well. If he's the same one, it could be another one. Maybe. He died a canon. He was a man of good habits, but he liked to see beautiful girls, as if looking at a master's painting. And what greater master than God? He would say. This Mrs. Sophia, for example, every time he saw her on the street, he would tell me, Today I saw that beautiful Mrs. Palha. He died a canon. He was from Saquarema, and in fact, he had good taste. Indeed, our Palha's wife is wonderful, beautiful in face and figure. I still find her more well-proportioned than beautiful. What do you think? It seems so. And she's a good person, an excellent housewife, continued the major, lighting a cigar. The match's light gave the major's face an expression of scorn, or something less harsh but no less hostile. Rubião felt a chill run down his spine. Had he heard? Seen? Guessed? Was there an eavesdropper? A gossip? The man's face didn't explain this point. In any case, it was safer to believe the worst. Here we have our hero as someone who, after sailing along the coast for many years, finds himself one day among the high sea waves. Fortunately, fear is also an idea officer, and it gave him the idea to flatter his interlocutor. He didn't hesitate to find him witty and interesting, telling him that he had a house at his disposal in Botafogo Beach, number so-and-so. He would be honored to start a relationship with him. He had few friends here, Palha, to whom he owed great favors, Mrs. Sophia, who was a lady of rare seriousness, and 3 or 4 other people. He lived alone. He might even retire to Minas. So soon? I'm not saying soon, but I might not stay long. You know that when someone has lived their whole life in one place, it's hard for them to get used to another. That depends. Yes, it depends. But it's the rule. It may be the rule, but you'll be an exception. The court is the devil. You catch a passion like you catch a cold. A draught of air is enough, and you're lost. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if you were married within 6 months. He saw nothing, thought Rubião. And then, cheerfully, it's possible, but there are also marriages in Minas. There's no shortage of priests there. Except for Father Mendes, replied the major, laughing. Rubião smiled uneasily, not understanding if the major's words were innocent or malicious. It was the major who took control of the conversation, discussing other topics like the weather, the city, the ministry, the war, and Marshal Lopez. And behold the contrast of the occasion. This downpour, greater than the one before, seemed like a ray of sunshine to our Rubião. He basked in the warmth of the major's endless discourse, interjecting a few words if he could, and always nodding in agreement. And once again, he thought that, no, the major hadn't seen anything. "Papa! Papa! Are you there?" said a voice at the door leading to the garden. It was Dona Tonica. She had come to tell him it was time to leave. The tea was on the table, true, but she couldn't wait any longer. She had a headache, she whispered to her father. Then she held out her hand to Rubião, who asked her to stay for a few more minutes. The estimable major. "You're wasting your time," interrupted the major. "She's the one who rules me." Rubião insisted on offering his house. He even demanded that the major set a date within the same week, but the major replied that he couldn't commit to a specific day. He would go as soon as he could. His life was very busy. He had the arsenal's affairs, which were numerous, and more. "Papa, let's go. Let's go. See, I can't talk for a minute. Have you said your goodbyes? Where's my hat?" Chapter 43. Down the slope, Donna Tonica listened to the rest of her father's speech, which changed subjects without changing style, verbose and rambling. She listened without understanding. She was lost in her thoughts, absorbed, reviewing the night, and recomposing the looks exchanged between Sophia and Rubião. They arrived at their house on Rua do Senado. The father went to sleep, and the daughter didn't go to bed right away. She remained seated in a small chair near the dresser, where she had an image of the Virgin. She didn't have thoughts of peace or innocence. Unfamiliar with love, she knew about adultery, and Sophia's personality seemed hideous to her. She now saw Sophia as a monster, half human, half serpent, and felt that she despised her, capable of seeking exemplary revenge and telling everything to her husband. "I'll tell him everything," she thought, either in person or through a letter. No, not a letter. I'll tell him everything one day, privately. And, imagining the conversation, she foresaw the man's astonishment, then his anger, then the insults and harsh words he would say to his wife. Wretched, unworthy, vile. All these names sounded pleasant to her vengeful ears. She channeled her own anger through them, enjoying lowering Sophia like this, putting her under her husband's feet since she couldn't do it herself. Vile, unworthy, wretched. This outburst of inner anger lasted a long time, nearly 20 minutes, but her soul grew tired, and she returned to her senses. Her imagination could no longer run wild, and the nearby reality drew her gaze. She looked around her, examining the tidy, artfully arranged single room, crafted ingeniously with the art that turns calico into silk and an old scrap into a ribbon, which embellishes, ties, and brightens the bareness of things, adorning the sad walls, refining the modest, sparse furniture. And everything there seemed designed to welcome a beloved groom. Where did I read that an ancient tradition made a virgin of Israel wait during a certain night of the year for divine conception? Wherever it was, let's compare it to this other one, which differs only in not having a fixed night, but all. The wind, howling outside, never brought her the expected man, nor did the fresh dawn tell her where on earth he might be. She could only wait. Wait. Now, with her imagination and resentment at rest, she looks around the lonely room again, recalling her school friends and family, the closest ones, all married. The last of them married a naval officer at 30, and it renewed the single friend's hopes, who didn't ask for much, although the aspirant's uniform had been the first thing to catch her eye at 15. Where had they gone? But 5 years had passed, she turned 39, and 40 was looming. A spinster at 40, Donna Tonica shuddered. She looked around again, remembering everything, suddenly stood up, paced twice, and threw herself onto the bed, crying. Chapter 44. Don't believe that her pain here was more genuine than her anger. They were equal in themselves, but their effects were different. Her anger led to nothing. Her humiliation poured out in legitimate tears. And yet this lady didn't lack the impulses to strangle Sophia, trample her underfoot, tear her heart to shreds, and call her the crude names she had attributed to the husband. All mere imaginings. Believe me, there are tyrants of intention. Who knows? In this lady's soul, a thin thread of Caligula now passed. Chapter 45. And while one weeps, another laughs. Such is the law of the world, my dear sir. It is universal perfection. Everyone weeping would be monotonous, everyone laughing tiresome. But a good distribution of tears and polkas, sobs, and sarabandes ultimately brings the necessary variety to the world's soul, creating the balance of life. The one who laughs now is Rubião's soul. Listen to the cheerful, sparkling song as it descends the hill, confiding its most intimate thoughts to the stars, a sort of rhapsody made of a language that has never been alphabetized, as it's impossible to find a symbol that expresses its words. Down below, the deserted streets seem populated, silence is a tumult, and from every window, female figures lean out, beautiful faces and thick eyebrows, all Sophias, and one unique Sophia. From time to time, Rubião thinks he was reckless and indiscreet, recalling the garden incident, the resistance, and the girl's annoyance, and even regrets his actions. He then shivers, terrified by the idea that they might shut the door on him and sever their relationship completely, all because he had rushed events. Yes, he should have waited. The moment wasn't right. With guests and many lights, what possessed him to speak of love without caution, recklessly? He agreed with her. It served him right that she had dismissed him right away. I was a fool, he said. He didn't think about the dinner, which was sumptuous, nor the wines, which were generous, nor the inherent electricity of a room where charming ladies were present. He felt crazy, completely crazy. Soon after, the same soul that accused itself defended itself. Sophia seemed to have encouraged what he did, the frequent and then fixed glances, the manners, the flirtations, the distinction of having him sit next to her at the dinner table, caring only for him, saying pleasant things to him melodiously. What was all this if not exhortations and enticements? And the good soul explained the girl's contradiction. It was the first time she had heard such words outside of her marriage, and there, close to everyone, she would naturally tremble. Besides, he had been too exuberant and rushed everything. He should have been more cautious, never grabbing her hands with such force as to cause her discomfort. In conclusion, he considered himself crude. The fear of her closing the door on him returned. Then he went back to the consolations of hope, analyzing the girl's actions, and even inventing Father Mendez, a lie of complicity. He also thought about the husband's esteem. At this point, he shuddered. The esteem of the husband brought him remorse. Not only did he deserve the man's trust, but there was also a certain financial debt and about 3 promissory notes that Rubião had accepted on his behalf. I can't. I shouldn't, he told himself. It's not right to go further. But it's true that, strictly speaking, I'm not the author of any of this. It's she who has been challenging me for a long time. Well, let her challenge me now. Yes, I must resist her. I lent the money, almost without asking, because he needed it a lot, and I owed him favors. The promissory notes, yes, it was he who asked me to sign them, but he didn't ask for anything more. I know he's honorable, and he works hard. It's the devil of a woman who made a mistake in getting involved, with her beautiful eyes and her figure. What a wonderful figure. Good heavens. Today, she was divine. When her arm brushed against mine at the table, despite my cloak, confused and uncertain, he was thinking about the loyalty he owed to his friend, but his conscience was divided in two, one rebuking the other explaining itself, both disoriented. He found himself at Place de Constitution. He had been walking aimlessly. He thought about going to the theater, but it was late. So he headed to Largo de San Francisco to take a cab to Botafogo. He found 3, all of which came quickly to him, offering their services and especially praising the horse. A good horse, an excellent animal. Chapter 46. The hum of voices and vehicles woke up a beggar who was sleeping on the steps of the church. The poor devil sat up, saw what was going on, and then lay down again but awake, his belly to the sky, his eyes fixed on the heavens. The sky stared back at him, impassive like him, but without the beggar's wrinkles, worn-out shoes, or rags, a clear, starry, peaceful, Olympian sky, like the one that presided over Jacob's weddings and Lucretia's suicide. They stared at each other in a sort of staring contest, with an air of tranquil and rival majesties, without arrogance or baseness, as if the beggar said to the sky, "In the end, you won't fall on top of me." And the sky, "Nor will you scale me." Chapter 47. Rubião was not a philosopher. The comparison he made there between his worries and those of the beggar only brought a shadow of envy to his soul. "That scoundrel doesn't think about anything," he said to himself. "In a little while he'll be sleeping while My master, come in, the animal is good. We'll be there in 15 minutes. The other 2 drivers said the same thing, almost in the same words. "My master, come here, and you'll see. Look at my little horse. Please, it's a 13-minute trip. In 13 minutes, you'll be home." Rubião, after hesitating, found himself in the cab closest to him and told the driver to head to Botafogo. Then he remembered an old, forgotten episode, or perhaps it was the episode that unconsciously gave him the solution. One way or another, Rubião steered his thoughts with the aim of escaping the sensations of that night. It had been many years ago. He was very young and poor back then. One day, at 8 in the morning, he left his house, which was on Rua do Cano, 7 de Setembro, and entered Largo de São Francisco de Paula. From there, he went down Rua do Ouvidor. He was worried. He was living with a friend who had begun to treat him like a 3-day guest, and he had already been there for 4 weeks. They say 3-day guests stink. Much earlier than that, the dead stink, at least in these hot climates. It's true that our Rubião, simple like a good minero, but suspicious like a Paulista, was full of worries, thinking about leaving as soon as possible. You can believe that since he left the house, entered Largo de São Francisco, and went down Rua do Ouvidor to Rua dos Ourives, he didn't see or hear a thing. At the corner of Rua dos Ourives, a gathering of people and a peculiar procession stopped him. A man, dressed in a judicial manner, read a paper aloud, a sentence. There was also a judge, a priest, soldiers, and onlookers. But the main figures were 2 black men. One of them, medium-sized and thin, had his hands tied, his eyes down, a sallow complexion, and wore a rope around his neck. The ends of the noose were in the hands of another black man. This other man looked straight ahead and had a fixed, dark complexion. He bravely withstood public curiosity. Once the paper was read, the procession continued down Rua dos Ourives. It came from Aljube and was heading to Largo do Moura. Rubião was naturally impressed. For a few seconds, he was like he was now, choosing a cab. Inner forces offered him their horse, some telling him to turn back or go down to tend to his business, others suggesting that he watch the black man being hanged. It was so rare to see someone hanged. "Sir, in 20 minutes it will all be over. Sir, let's take care of other business." And our man closed his eyes and let himself be led by chance. Chance, instead of taking him down Rua do Ouvidor to Rua da Quitanda, steered him down Rua dos Ourives, following the procession. He wouldn't watch the execution, he thought. He would only observe the defendant's march, the executioner's face, the ceremonies. He didn't want to see the execution. From time to time, everything would stop. People would gather at doors and windows, and the judicial officer would read the sentence again. Then, the procession continued with the same solemnity. The onlookers recounted the crime, a murder in Mataporcos. The murderer was described as a cold and fierce man. The news of these qualities benefited Rubião. It gave him the strength to face the defendant without fainting in pity. It was no longer the face of the crime. The earth concealed the wickedness. Unknowingly, he found himself in the square of the execution. There was already a considerable crowd. With those arriving, it became a dense throng. "Let's go back," he said to himself. Indeed, if the defendant had not yet ascended the gallows, they wouldn't kill him suddenly. There was always time to flee. And even if he stayed, why not close his eyes, as a certain Alipio had done in the face of a wild beast spectacle? Note well that Rubião knew nothing of this ancient young man, and was unaware, not only that he had closed his eyes, but also that he had slowly and curiously opened them afterward. Here comes the defendant, climbing the gallows. A shudder passed through the crowd. The executioner is set to work. It was at this point that Rubião's right foot described an outward curve, obeying a feeling of return, but the left foot, taken by the opposite sentiment, remained in place. They struggled for a few moments. "Look at my horse. See, it's a fine animal. Don't be cruel. Don't be a coward." Rubião stood like this for a few seconds, just enough for the fatal moment to arrive. All eyes were fixed on the same point, like his. Rubião couldn't understand what creature was gnawing at his insides, nor what iron hands gripped his soul and held it there. The fatal moment was truly an instant. The defendant kicked, contracted, and the executioner mounted him skillfully and gracefully. A loud murmur passed through the crowd. Rubião screamed, and saw nothing more. Chapter 48. "Your lordship must have seen that the little horse is good." Rubião opened his eyes, half closed, and saw the coachman lightly flicking the tip of his whip to spur the horse on. He was inwardly annoyed at the man who had pulled him out of his old memories. They were not beautiful memories, but they were old and nurturing, because they provided him with an elixir that seemed to heal him entirely of the present. And now the coachman pushed him and woke him up. They were going up Rua de Lapa. The horse, in truth, was covering the ground as if going downhill. "This horse has a friendship for me," continued the coachman, "that you wouldn't believe. I could tell you some extraordinary things. Some people even say it's a lie of mine. But no, sir, it's not. Who doesn't know that horses and dogs are the animals that love people the most? Dogs seem to love us even more." The mention of dogs brought to Rubião's mind Quincas Borba, who must have been at home waiting for him, anxious. Rubião had not forgotten the condition of the will. He swore to comply with it to the letter. It should be noted that, along with the fear of seeing the dog run away, he was also afraid of losing the property. The lawyer's affirmations were not enough. The lawyer said, "There is no clause in the will reversing the property to someone else in case of the dog's escape. The property could not be taken from you." What did he care about the escape if it was even better, one less worry? Rubião seemingly accepted the explanation, but doubt remained, along with examples of lengthy lawsuits, the variety of legal opinions on a single matter, the actions of some envious or enemy person, and what summed it all up? The terror of being left with nothing. Hence the rigors of seclusion. Hence also the remorse for spending the afternoon and evening without thinking of Quincas Borba even once. "I am ungrateful," he said to himself. He corrected himself immediately. It was even more ungrateful not to have thought of the other Quincas Borba, who left him everything. At that moment, it occurred to him that the two Quincas Borbas could be the same creature due to the soul of the deceased entering the dog's body, less to purge its sins than to watch over the master. It was a black woman from São João del Rei, who, when he was a child, planted in him this idea of transmigration. She said that a sinful soul would go into the body of a brute. She even swore that she knew a clerk who ended up as a skunk. "Your lordship, don't forget to tell me where the house is," the coachman suddenly said to him. "Stop." Chapter 49. The dog barked from inside, but as soon as Rubião entered, the dog greeted him with great joy, and no matter how bothersome, Rubião showered the dog with affection. The possibility that the testator's soul could be in the dog gave him chills. They climbed the stone stairs together. There they stayed for a few moments in the light of the lantern that Rubião had ordered to be left on. Rubião was more credulous than a believer. He had no reasons to attack or defend anything, an eternally virgin land in which anything could be planted. Life in the court gave him a particular characteristic. Among the incredulous, he could even be incredulous. He looked at the dog while waiting for someone to open the door. The dog looked at him in such a way that it seemed as if the deceased Quincas Borba himself were inside. It was the same thoughtful gaze of the philosopher when he examined human affairs. A new shiver, but the fear, which was great, was not so great that it tied his hands. Rubião extended his hands over the animal's head, scratching its ears and nape. "Poor Quincas Borba, you love your master, don't you? Rubião is very fond of Quincas Borba." And the dog slowly moved its head from side to side, facilitating the distribution of caresses to both of its drooping ears. Then it lifted its chin so that Rubião could scratch underneath, and the owner obeyed. But then the dog's eyes, half closed in pleasure, resembled the philosopher's eyes in bed, telling Rubião things he understood little or nothing of. Rubião closed his own eyes. The door was opened for him. He said goodbye to the dog, but with such affection that it was as if he were asking the dog to come inside. The Spanish servant took charge of taking the dog downstairs. "Don't hit him," Rubião recommended. The servant didn't hit the dog, but the mere act of going downstairs was painful, and the friendly dog whined in the garden for a long time. Rubião went in, undressed, and lay down. Ah! He had experienced a day full of diverse and contradictory sensations, from the morning's memories and lunch with the two friends, to that last idea of metempsychosis, passing through the memory of the hanged man, and an unaccepted, barely rejected declaration of love, which seemed to have been anticipated by others. Everything mixed together, his mind jumped from one thing to another like a rubber ball in the hands of children. However, the most significant sensation was that of love. Rubião was amazed at himself, and felt remorse, but remorse was the work of conscience, while his imagination would not let go of the beautiful Sophia's image at any price. 1, 2, 3 hours. Sophia, in the distance, the dogs barking below. Sleep eluding him. Where had the 3 hours gone? 3:30. Finally, after much worrying, sleep appeared to him. He squeezed the classic poppies, and in an instant, Rubião fell asleep before 4. Chapter 50. No, my reader, this long day has not yet ended. We do not know what happened between Sophia and Palha after everyone else had left. You might even find this account more enjoyable than that of the hanged man. Bear with me, let's go back to Santa Teresa. The room is still lit, but by only one gas lamp. The others have been extinguished, and the last one was about to be extinguished when Palha asked the servant to wait a bit longer. As the wife was about to leave, the husband stopped her, and she shuddered. "Our party was quite lovely," he said. It was. Sequeira is a pain, but he's fun. His daughter was not badly dressed. Did you see how Ramos devoured everything that was put on his plate? You'll see that one day he swallows his wife. His wife, Sophia said, smiling. She's fat, I agree, but the first one was even fatter, and I believe she didn't die. He must have swallowed her for sure. Sophia, reclining on the couch, laughed at her husband's jokes. They criticized a few more episodes from the afternoon and evening, and then Sophia, stroking her husband's hair, suddenly said, "And you still don't know the best episode of the night. What was it? Guess." Paula stayed quiet for a while, looking at his wife, trying to guess what had been the best episode of the night. He couldn't figure it out. This or that came to his mind, but nothing. Sophia shook her head. "But then what was it?" "I don't know. Guess." "I can't. Just tell me." "On one condition," she replied. "I don't want any arguments or commotions." Paula became more serious. Arguments? Commotions? What the devil could it be, he thought. He no longer laughed, he only had a forced and resigned smile left. He stared at her and asked her what it was. Do you promise what I asked? Fine. What happened? Well, you should know that I received nothing less than a declaration of love. Paula turned pale. He hadn't promised to turn pale. He loved his wife, as we know, even to the peculiar extent of displaying her. He couldn't hear the news without feeling cold. Sophia saw his pallor and enjoyed the bad impression she caused. To savor it more, she leaned forward, released her hair that was bothering her a little at the back, gathered the hairpins in a handkerchief, shook her head, took a deep breath, and grabbed her husband's hands, who was standing up. It's true, my dear. Someone tried to court your wife. But who was the scoundrel? He said impatiently. No, if you're going to be like that, I won't say anything. Who was it? Do you want to know who it was? You must listen calmly. It was Rubião. Rubião? I never would have imagined. He seemed shy and respectful. It goes to show you can't judge a book by its cover. Of all the men who come here, I've never heard a single inappropriate comment. They look at me, naturally, because I'm not ugly. Why are you pacing back and forth like that? Stop. I don't want to raise my voice. Good. Just like that. Let's get to the point. He didn't make an explicit declaration. Ah, he didn't? Her husband quickly interjected. No, but it amounts to the same thing. And after recounting what had happened in the garden since the two of them arrived there, until the Major appeared. That's all that happened, she concluded. But it's enough to see that if he didn't say love, it's because his tongue failed him. But his hand reached out and squeezed my fingers. Only that, and it's too much. It's good that you're not upset, but we need to close the door on him, either all at once or gradually. I would prefer right away, but I'm open to anything. What do you think is best? Biting his lower lip, Paula stared at her like a fool. He sat down on the couch, silent. He considered the situation. He found it natural that his wife's charms could captivate a man, and Rubião could be that man. But he trusted Rubião so much that he himself had written the note Sophia had sent him along with the strawberries. She had merely copied it, signed it, and sent it. Nevertheless, it never crossed his mind that his friend would declare his love to someone, let alone Sophia, if it was indeed love. It could be an intimate joke. Rubião often looked at her, true. It also seemed that Sophia, on some occasions, returned those looks. Concessions of a beautiful young woman. But ultimately, as long as her eyes remained hers, they could send out some rays. He shouldn't be jealous of the optic nerve, the husband thought. Sophia stood up, put the handkerchief with the hairpins on the piano, and glanced at the mirror to see herself with her braid down. When she returned to the couch, her husband took her hand, laughing. It seems to me you got more upset than the situation warranted. Comparing a girl's eyes to stars and stars to eyes, after all, is something that can even be done in front of everyone, with family, and in prose or verse for the public. It's the fault of having beautiful eyes. Besides, despite what you've told me, you know he's still a bit naive. Then the devil must be naive too, because he seemed nothing less than the devil to me. And asking me to look at the Southern Cross at a certain time so that our souls could meet? That, yes, that does smell of courtship, Paula agreed. But you can see it's a request from an innocent soul. That's how girls talk when they're 15. That's how fools and poets speak at all times. And he's neither a girl nor a poet. I don't think so, but holding my hands to keep me in the garden? Paula shuddered. The idea of their hands touching and the force used to hold her back was what tormented him the most. Frankly, if he could, he would go to Rubião and grab him by the throat. However, other thoughts came and dissipated the effect of the first one, so when Sophia thought she had angered him, she saw him shrug with disdain and tell her it was indeed a rude act. And after all, Sophia, what made you invite him to watch the moon? Won't you tell me? I invited Dona Tonica to join us. But once Dona Tonica refused, you should have found ways not to go to the garden. These are things that come to mind quickly. It was you who gave him the opportunity. Sophia looked at him, her thick eyebrows furrowed, about to respond, but she held her tongue. Paula continued to argue that it was her fault, that she should not have given him a chance. But haven't you always said we should treat him with special attention? I surely wouldn't have gone to the garden if I could have imagined what would happen. But I never expected such a peaceful, I don't know how to describe it, man to disregard his manners and tell me strange things. Well, from now on, avoid the moon in the garden, said her husband, attempting to smile. But, Cristiano, how do you expect me to talk to him the next time he comes here? I can't face it. Look, the best thing to do is to end the relationship. Paula crossed one leg over the other and started drumming on his shoe. For a few seconds they were silent. Paula thought about the proposal to end the relationship. Not that he wanted to accept it, but he didn't know how to respond to his wife, who showed so much resentment and carried herself with such dignity. He needed to neither disapprove nor accept the proposal, and he couldn't think of anything. He stood up, put his hands in his trouser pockets, and after taking a few steps, stopped in front of Sophia. Maybe we're just bothered by a simple effect of the wine. Remember, he didn't send his share to the priest. Weak head, a little shake, and he spilled what was inside. Yes, I won't deny that you might have made an impression on him, like so many other ladies. The other day he went to a ball in Catet and came back enchanted by the ladies he saw there, especially one, the widow Mendez. Sophia interrupted him. Why didn't he invite that beauty to watch the Southern Cross? She didn't dine there naturally, and there was neither a garden nor a moon. What I mean is that our friend wasn't himself. Perhaps he now regrets what he did, feels ashamed, and doesn't know how to explain himself, or if he won't explain anything at all, it's very possible he might even leave town. That would be better. If we don't invite him, Paula concluded. But why invite him? Sophia, her husband said, sitting next to her, I don't want to get into details. I just want to say that I won't allow anyone to disrespect you. There was a brief pause. Sophia looked at him, waiting. I won't allow it, and woe to anyone who would, as well as woe to you if you let it happen. You know I'm unyielding in this matter, and the certainty of your friendship, or, let's just say it all. The love you have for me is what puts me at ease. Well, nothing shakes me when it comes to Rubião. Believe that Rubião is our friend. I owe him obligations. Some gifts, some jewelry, theater boxes, those are not reasons for me to watch the Southern Cross with him. If only it were just that, Paula sighed. What else? Let's not get into details. There are other things. We'll talk later. But rest assured that nothing would make me back down if I saw any seriousness in what you told me. There is none. The man is a simpleton. No. No? Sophia stood up. She also didn't want to get into details. Her husband took her hand, and she stood there, silent. Paula, his head resting against the back of the sofa, looked at her smiling, unable to think of what to say. After a few minutes, Sophia remarked that it was late, and that she would send for the lights to be put out. Well, Paula said after a brief silence, I'll write to him tomorrow, telling him not to set foot in this house again. He looked at his wife, expecting her to object. Sophia was scratching her eyebrows, not responding. Paula repeated his proposed solution, and it might have been sincere this time. Then, with an air of boredom, his wife said, Come on, Cristiano. Who asked for letters? I already regret mentioning it. I told you about the disrespect, and I said it would be better to cut off the relationship. Gradually or all at once. But how can you sever the relationship all at once? Close the door on him, but I'm not saying that much. Just, if you want, gradually. It was a concession. Paula accepted it, but immediately turned gloomy, letting go of his wife's hand with a desperate gesture. Then, grabbing her by the waist, he spoke louder than he had so far. But, my love, I owe him a lot of money. Sophia covered his mouth and fearfully looked towards the hallway. All right, she said. Let's end this. I'll see how he behaves, and I'll try to be colder. In that case, you shouldn't change, so it doesn't look like you know what happened. I'll see what I can do. You know, business pressures, some shortcomings. I need to cover a hole here, another there. The devil. That's why. But let's laugh, my dear, it's nothing. You know I trust you. Let's go. It's late. Let's go, Paula repeated, kissing her on the cheek. "I have a terrible headache," she murmured. "I think it was either the night air or this whole story. I have a terrible headache." Chapter 51. Bathed, shaved, and half-dressed, Palha was reading the newspapers, waiting for lunch, when he saw his wife enter the room, looking somewhat pale. "Are you feeling worse?" Sophia responded with a movement of her lips, which neither denied nor affirmed. Paula believed that throughout the day, the discomfort and agitation from the previous evening would pass, the late dinner. Then he asked her to let him finish reading an article about a certain business matter. It was a quarrel between two merchants over some drafts. One of them had written the day before, and now the other's response had come. "A complete response," he said, after finishing the reading, and he explained at length to his wife the issue of the drafts, the mechanism of the operation, the situation of the two adversaries, and the rumors in the market, all with technical vocabulary. Sophia listened and sighed, but there were no signs of a woman or courtesy of a man, for the despotism of the profession. Fortunately, lunch was ready. Left alone, our friend, who only had some broth, went to sit by the front door in the garden around 2 o'clock. Naturally, she thought back to the incident from the previous night. She was not well, neither within herself nor outside herself, neither with God nor the devil. She regretted having told her husband about the episode, and, at the same time, was irritated by his attempts to explain it. In the midst of her reflections, she distinctly heard Major Sequeira's words, "Hey, are you admiring the moon?" as if the leaves had kept them, and were repeating them now that the breeze had started to move them. Sophia shuddered. Sequeira was indiscreet in sniffing out and inquiring about other people's affairs. Would he be so to the point of publicizing them? Sophia considered herself already an object of suspicion or slander. She made plans. She wouldn't visit anyone, or she would go away to Nova Friburgo or further. Her husband's demand to receive Rubião as before was excessive, especially for the given reason. Not wanting to obey or disobey, she thought about leaving the city, using any excuse. "It's my fault," she sighed to herself. The fault was in the special attention she showed the man, the affection, the remembrances, the family courtesies, and the night before, those eyes that lingered on him for so long. If it weren't for that... She lost herself in multiplying reflections. Everything annoyed her. The plants, the furniture, a cicada singing, the sound of voices in the street, the sound of dishes in the house, the movement of the slaves, and even a poor old black man who, across the street from her house, was slowly climbing a small hill with difficulty. The old man's caution was getting on her nerves. Chapter 52. At that moment, a tall young man walked by, smiling and slowly nodding to her. Sophia nodded back, somewhat astonished by both the person and the action. Who is that man? She thought. She began to ponder where she knew him from because, in truth, his face, manners, and large placid eyes were not unfamiliar to her. Where had she seen him? She went through various places in her memory without finding the right one, until she finally thought of a dance, the month before, at the home of a lawyer celebrating his birthday. That was it. She had seen him there. They had danced the quadrille out of his sheer condescension, as he never danced. She remembered hearing many pleasant words from him about a woman's beauty, which he said mainly consisted of her eyes and shoulders. As we know, hers were magnificent. And he had talked about little else, shoulders and eyes. While discussing both, he had told her various anecdotes that had happened to him, some uninteresting, but he spoke so well, and the subject was so about her. It was true. She remembered now that as soon as he left her, Paula came to sit with her, sat in the chair next to her, and told her the young man's name, as she hadn't heard it properly from the person who had introduced them. It was Carlos Maria, the very one from Rubião's lunch. "He is the center of attention in the salon," her husband had said with pride, seeing that Carlos Maria had spent so much time with her. "Among the men," Sophia had clarified. "Among the women, it's you," he had replied, admiring his wife's neckline and then scanning the room with an expression of ownership and control, which she recognized and found comforting. By the time she finished remembering all of this, The young man was long gone. At least it had been a break in the tedious thoughts that filled her soul. She had a pain in her back that had momentarily subsided. It quickly returned, persistent and annoying. Sophia reclined in her chair and closed her eyes. She tried to see if sleep would help, but she couldn't. The thoughts were as stubborn as the pain, and even more distressing. From time to time, the quick beating of wings broke the silence. It was the pigeons from a neighboring house returning to their coop. Sophia initially opened her eyes once or twice, but then she grew accustomed to the noise and left them closed, hoping to sleep. After a while, she heard footsteps on the street and raised her head, thinking it was Carlos Maria returning. It was a mail carrier bringing her a letter from the countryside. He handed it to her in person. As he left the garden, he tripped on the leg of a bench and fell face first, scattering letters on the ground. Sophia couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 53. Forgive her that laughter. I know that her restlessness, her sleepless night, and her fear of public opinion all contrast with this ill-timed laughter. But, my dear reader, perhaps you have never seen a mail carrier fall. Homer's gods, and they were gods, once had a serious, even furious debate on Mount Olympus. The proud Juno, jealous of the conversations between Thetis and Jupiter in favor of Achilles, interrupts the son of Saturn. Jupiter thunders and threatens. His wife trembles with rage. The others groan and sigh. But when Vulcan takes the urn of nectar and limps to serve everyone, a burst of enormous, unstoppable laughter breaks out on Olympus. Why? My lady, you have certainly never seen a mail carrier fall. Sometimes it's not even necessary for him to fall. Other times, it's not even necessary for him to exist. It's enough to imagine or remember him. The shadow of a grotesque memory casts itself amid the most annoying passion, and sometimes a smile appears on one's face, however slight, a mere trifle. Let her laugh and read her letter from the countryside. Chapter 54. 15 days later, Rubião was at home when Sophia's husband, Palha, paid him a visit. He asked what had become of Rubião, where he had been, if he had been sick, or if he no longer cared for the poor. Rubião stammered his words, unable to form a single coherent sentence. Amidst this, Palha noticed a man in the room examining the paintings and lowered his voice. "Excuse me, I didn't see you had company," he said. "Excuse you? He's a friend, just like you. Doctor, this is my friend Cristiano de Almeida e Palha. I believe I've mentioned him to you before. This is my friend Dr. Camacho, João de Souza Camacho." Camacho nodded his head, uttered a phrase or two, and wanted to leave, but Rubião insisted that he stay. They were both friends, and the moon would soon illuminate the beautiful Botafogo Bay. The moon, once again, the moon. And this phrase, "I believe I've mentioned him to you before," so bewildered the newcomer that he couldn't speak for some time. It's worth noting that the host didn't know what to say either. The three men sat down, Rubião on the couch, and Palha and Camacho in chairs facing each other. Camacho, who had kept his cane in his hand, placed it vertically on his knees, tapping his nose and looking at the ceiling. Outside there was the sound of carriages, the clatter of horses, and some voices. It was 7:30 in the evening, or later, close to 8. The silence lasted longer than was appropriate for the occasion. Neither Rubião nor Palha noticed it. Bored, Camacho went to the window and exclaimed to the two, "Here comes the moonlight!" Rubião and Palha both made a gesture, but how different they were. Rubião was about to join Camacho at the window. Palha wanted to grab him by the collar. He was less concerned about the possible disclosure of their adventure than the memory of the violence with which he had grabbed his wife's hands to pull her close. Both restrained themselves. Shortly after, Rubião, crossing his left leg over his right, turned to Palha and asked, "Did you know I'm going to leave you?" Chapter 55. Everything Palha expected from the other man, this was the least of it. Hence the astonishment that dissolved his anger. Hence also a hint of regret, which is what the reader least expects. To leave them? Naturally, he was going to leave Rio de Janeiro. It was the punishment he imposed on himself for the evil act he had committed in Santa Teresa. Soon he would be embarrassed and repentant. He didn't have the face to appear before his friend's wife. This was Palha's first conclusion, but other hypotheses followed. For instance, Rubião's passion could persist, and leaving would be a way to distance himself from the person he loved. A marriage plan could also be involved. The last hypothesis brought to Paula's countenance a new element that I don't know how to describe. Disappointment? Even the elegant Garrett could not find another term for such sensations, and he did not despise it for being in English. Let's go with disappointment. Mix in the regret of parting, and don't forget the anger that initially thundered silently. And there will be those who think that this man's soul is a patchwork quilt. It may be. Morally, whole quilts are so rare. The main thing is that the colors don't clash with one another, when they cannot obey symmetry and regularity. This was the case with our man. His appearance seemed jumbled at first glance, but upon closer inspection, no matter how opposite the shades, the moral unity of the person could be found. Chapter 56. But why was Rubião going to leave them? What reason? What business? The day after the Santa Teresa incident, he woke up feeling oppressed. He had a poor breakfast. He took no interest in anything. He put on the African slippers without interest and didn't look at the beautiful or simply rich objects that filled his house. He couldn't stand the dog's caresses for more than 2 minutes. As soon as he welcomed the dog into the room, he sent him away. The dog, however, tricked the servants and returned to the room. But such was the slap he received on the ear that he didn't repeat the cuddles. He lay on the floor with his eyes on his friend. Rubião was repentant, irritated, and ashamed. In chapter 10 of this book, it was written that this man's remorse was easy but short-lived. It failed to explain the nature of the actions that could make it short or long. There, it was about that letter written by the late Quincas Borba, so expressive of the author's mental state, which he hid from the doctor, even though it could be useful to science or justice. If he had handed over the letter, he wouldn't have had remorse, and perhaps not even the legacy, the small legacy he then expected from the patient. In the present case, it was an attempt at adultery. It's true that he had been sighing for a long time and had inner impulses, but it was only the girl's indiscreet encouragement and the very excitement of the moment that led him to make the rejected declaration. Once the vapors of the night passed, it wasn't just embarrassment that he felt, but also remorse. Morality is one thing. Sins are different. Let's skip over everything he felt and thought during the first few days. He even hoped for something on Sunday, a note like the previous one, with or without strawberries. By Monday, he was determined to go to Minas for a couple of months. He needed to restore his soul in the winds of Barbacena. He didn't count on Dr. Camacho. "Leaving us?" Paula finally asked. "I believe so. I'm going to Minas." Camacho, returning from the window, sat down in the chair where he had been before. "What, Minas?" he said, smiling. "Forget about Minas for now. You'll go when it's necessary, and it won't be long before it is." Paula was no less amazed by these words than by those of the other man. Where had such a man come from, with an air of dominating Rubião? He looked at him. He was of medium height, a narrow face with a little beard, a long chin, and ears with wide, open pavilions. That was all he could quickly observe. He also saw that his clothes were fine, without luxury, and that his feet were well shod. He did not examine his eyes, his smile, or his manners. He didn't even notice the beginning of baldness or the thin, hairy hands. Chapter 57. Camacho was a political man. He graduated in law in 1844 from the faculty of Recife and returned to his native province, where he began practicing law, but law practice was just a pretext. Already at the academy, he had written a political newspaper, without a definite party, but with many ideas gathered here and there, exposed in a style that was half lean and half bloated. Someone who collected these early works of Camacho made an index of his principles and aspirations. Order through freedom, freedom through order. Authority cannot abuse the law without slapping itself in the face. The life of principles is the moral necessity of new nations, as well as old ones. Give me good politics, and I'll give you good finances. Baron Louis. Let us immerse ourselves in the constitutional Jordan. Make way for the brave, men of power. They will be your supports, etc., etc. In his native province, this order of ideas had to give way to others, and the same can be said of the style. He founded a newspaper there, but as local politics were less abstract, Camacho clipped his wings and descended to the appointments of delegates, provincial works, gratifications, the struggle with the opposing newspaper, and the proper and improper names. Adjectivization required great refinement. Nefarious, wasteful, shameful, and perverse were the obligatory terms when he attacked the government, but as soon as, due to a change of president, he started defending it, the qualifications changed as well. Energetic, learned, just, faithful to principles, a true glory of the administration, etc., etc. This gunfire lasted for 3 years. At the end of that period, the young graduate's soul was dominated by political passion. Member of the Provincial Assembly, soon after the Chamber of Deputies, president of a second-tier province, where, due to the natural change of destiny, he read in opposition newspapers all the names he had once written: nefarious, wasteful, shameful, perverse. Camacho had great and small days, was in and out of the chamber, spoke, wrote, and fought constantly. He ended up coming to live in the capital of the empire. As a deputy for the reconciliation of parties, he saw the Marquis of Paraná govern and urged for some appointments, which were granted. But if it is true that the Marquis asked for his advice and confided in him his plans, no one could confirm it, because when it came to his own consideration, he lied effortlessly. What can be believed is that he wanted to become a minister and worked hard to achieve it. He joined various groups, as he thought it was right. In the chamber, he spoke extensively about administrative matters, accumulating numbers, articles of legislation, excerpts from reports, and passages from French authors, even though poorly translated. But, between the ear and the hand, there's the wall that the poet speaks of, and no matter how much our man stretched out his hand of desire to pluck it, the ear remained on the opposite side, from where it was torn out by other hands, more or less eager or even careless. There are bachelors in politics. Camacho was entering this melancholic category, in which all marital dreams evaporate over time, but he didn't have the superiority to abandon them. No one who organized a cabinet dared, even if they wanted to give him a portfolio. Camacho felt himself falling. To simulate influence, he treated the powerful of the day familiarly, loudly recounting visits to ministers and other dignitaries of the state. He didn't lack food. The family was small: a wife, a daughter who was 18, a godson of 9, and law practice provided for them. But he carried politics in his blood. He didn't read, didn't care about anything else. He had absolutely no concern for literature, natural sciences, history, philosophy, or arts. He didn't know much about the law either. He kept some of what the academy had given him, plus later legislation and legal practices. With that, he reasoned and earned. Chapter 58. A few days before, while spending the evening at a counselor's house, he saw Rubião there. They were discussing the call of the conservatives to power and the dissolution of the chamber. Rubião had attended the meeting at which the Itaboraí ministry had requested budgets. He was still trembling as he recounted his impressions, describing the chamber, the tribunes, the galleries so full that not a pin could fit, the speech of José Bonifacio, the motion, the voting. All this narrative came from a simple soul. It was clear. The disorder of gestures and the warmth of words had the eloquence of sincerity. Camacho listened attentively. He managed to take Rubião to a corner of the window and make serious considerations about the situation. Rubião agreed with nods or scattered approving words. "The conservatives won't remain in power for long," Camacho finally told him. "No? No, they don't want the war. And they'll have to fall. You see how well I managed with the newspaper's program." "Which newspaper?" "We'll talk about it later." The following day, they had lunch at Hotel de la Bourse at Camacho's invitation. He told Rubião that he had founded a newspaper months earlier with the sole program of continuing the war at all costs. The dissent among liberals was very heated. It seemed to him that the best way to serve his own party was to provide it with a neutral and national ground. "And now this serves us," he concluded, "because the government is inclined towards peace. Tomorrow, a furious article of mine will be published." Rubião listened to everything, almost never taking his eyes off Camacho, eating quickly during the intervals when Camacho lowered his head to his plate. He enjoyed being a political confidant, and to say it all, the idea of entering the struggle to gain something afterward, a seat in the chamber for example, fluttered its golden wings in our friend's mind. Camacho said no more. He looked for him the next day, but couldn't find him. Now, shortly after entering, Palha interrupted them. Chapter 59. Yes, but I need to go to Minas, Rubião insisted. For what? Asked Camacho. Palha asked him the same question. Why would he go to Minas unless it was a short-term business? Or was he already bored with the court? No, I'm not bored. On the contrary. He liked it very much. But the hometown, no matter how humble, a small village, made people long for it, especially when one left it as a grown man. He wanted to see Barbatena. Barbatena was the best place in the world. For a few minutes, Rubião could withdraw from the influence of the others. He had his hometown within himself. Ambitions, vanities of the street, and ephemeral pleasures all gave way to the nostalgic man from Minas. If his soul had ever been deceitful and listened to the voice of self-interest, now it was the simple soul of a man regretting his enjoyment and poorly adapted to his own wealth. Palha and Camacho looked at each other. Oh, that look was like a calling card exchanged between the two consciences. Neither revealed its secret, but they saw the names on the card and greeted each other. Yes, they needed to prevent Rubião from leaving. Minas could keep him. They agreed that he should go, but later, a few months later, and perhaps Palha would go as well. He had never seen Minas. It would be an excellent opportunity. You? Asked Rubião. Yes, me. I've long wanted to go to Minas and São Paulo. Look, it's been more than a year since we almost went. Sofia is a great companion for these trips. Remember when we met on the train? We were coming from Vassouras, but this Minas project never left us. We'll go, the three of us. Rubião clung to the upcoming elections, but here Camacho intervened, asserting that it was unnecessary, that the snake should be crushed right here in the capital. There would be time later to reminisce and receive the reward. Rubião stirred on the couch. The reward was surely the deputy's diploma, a magnificent vision, an ambition he had never had when he was a nobody. Now it seized him, sharpening all his appetites for greatness and glory. However, he still insisted on a few days of travel, and, to be exact, I must swear he did so without any desire for them to accept his proposal. The moon was shining brightly then. The bay, seen through the windows, presented that seductive aspect that no one from Rio could believe existed anywhere else in the world. Sofia's figure passed in the distance, on the hillside, and dissolved in the moonlight. The last tumultuous session of the chamber resounded in Rubião's ears. Camacho went to the window and came back immediately. But how many days? He asked. I don't know, but not many. In any case, we'll talk tomorrow. Camacho said goodbye. Palha stayed for a few more moments to tell him that it would be strange to return to Minas without settling their accounts. Rubião interrupted him. Accounts? Who asked for accounts? It's clear that you're not a businessman, retorted Cristiano. I'm not, it's true, but accounts are paid when possible. It's been like this between us. Or who knows? Be honest. Do you need some money? No, I don't. Thank you. I have a business proposal, but it will require more time. I came to see you so that I don't have to place ads in the newspapers. A friend named Rubião, who has a dog, has disappeared. Rubião appreciated the joke. Palha left, and he accompanied him to the corner of Marques de Abrantes Street. When saying goodbye, he promised to visit him in Santa Teresa before going to Minas. Chapter 60. Poor Minas. Rubião returned home alone, walking slowly, thinking about how not to go there now. The words of the two swirled in his brain, like goldfish in a glass globe, below, above, shining. Here is where we must crush the snake's head. Sofia is a great companion for these trips. Poor Minas. The next day he received a newspaper he had never seen before, Atalaya. The editorial article criticized the ministry. However, The conclusion extended to all parties and the entire nation. Let's dive into the constitutional Jordan. Rubião found it excellent. He sought to see where the newspaper was printed to subscribe to it. It was on Rua da Ajuda. He went there as soon as he left home and found out that the editor was Dr. Camacho. He rushed to his office, but, on the way, on the same street, "Deolindo! Deolindo!" cried a woman's voice in anguish at the door of a mattress shop. Rubião heard the cry, turned around, and saw what was happening. It was a carriage going downhill, and a child of 3 or 4 years crossing the street. The horses were almost upon her, despite the coachman's efforts to rein them in. Rubião threw himself at the horses and snatched the child from danger. The mother, when she received her child from Rubião's hands, couldn't speak. She was pale and trembling. Some people started arguing with the coachman, but a bald man inside the carriage ordered him to move on. The coachman obeyed. So when the father, who was inside the mattress shop, came out, the carriage was already rounding the São José corner. "He almost died," said the mother. "If it weren't for this gentleman, I don't know what would have happened to my poor son." It was a novelty in the neighborhood. Neighbors entered to see what had happened to the child. On the street, children and teenagers stared in amazement. The child had only a scratch on his left shoulder, caused by the fall. "It was nothing," said Rubião. "In any case, don't let the child go out on the street. He is too young." "Thank you," replied the father. "But where is your hat?" Rubião then realized he had lost his hat. A ragged boy who had picked it up was waiting at the mattress shop's door for the opportunity to return it. Rubião gave him some coins as a reward, which the boy hadn't expected when picking up the hat. He only picked it up to have a part in the glory and the services. Nevertheless, he accepted the coins happily. It was perhaps the first idea that came to his mind about the venality of actions. "But wait," said the mattress maker. "Did you hurt yourself?" Indeed, our friend's hand was bleeding, a small wound on the palm. He had only just begun to feel it. The child's mother rushed to fetch a basin and a towel, although Rubião said it was nothing, and not worth the trouble. Water was brought. While he washed his hand, the mattress maker ran to the nearby pharmacy and brought back some arnica. Rubião treated his wound and tied a handkerchief around his hand. The mattress maker's wife brushed his hat, and when he left, both husband and wife thanked him profusely for saving their child. The other people at the door and on the sidewalk made way for him. Chapter 61. "What's that on your hand?" Camacho asked as soon as Rubião entered the office. Rubião recounted the incident on Rua da Ajuda. The lawyer asked him many questions about the child, the parents, and the house number. But Rubião himself put an end to the answers. "Don't you know the child's name, at least?" "I heard her call Deolindo. Let's get to the point. I came to subscribe to your newspaper. I received a copy, and I want to contribute too." Camacho replied that he didn't need more subscribers. The newspaper was doing well in subscriptions. What it needed was more typographic material and expansion of its content. To broaden the subject matter, add more news, varieties, translations of some novels for serialization, movement in the harbor, the square, etc. It had advertisements, as he had seen. "Yes, sir. I have almost all the capital subscribed. We just need 10 people, and we already have 8. Me and 7 others. We need 2 more. With 2 more people, the capital will be complete." "How much will it be?" thought Rubião. Camacho tapped a penknife on the edge of his desk, remaining silent and stealing glances at Rubião. Rubião took a look around the room, a few pieces of furniture, some legal documents on a stool next to the lawyer, a bookcase with books by Lobão, Pereira and Souza, Dalloz, Ordenações do Reino, and a portrait on the wall in front of the desk. "Do you recognize him?" said Camacho, pointing to the portrait. "No, sir." "See if you can recognize him." "I can't tell." "Nunes Machado?" "No," replied the ex-congressman, giving his face a mournful expression. "I couldn't get a good portrait of him. They sell some lithographs out there that don't seem good to me." "No, that's the Marquis." "Of Barbacena?" "No, of Paraná. He's the great Marquis, my personal friend. He tried to reconcile the parties, and that's why I found myself with him. He died young. The work couldn't go on. Today, if he wanted to, he would have me against him. No, no conciliations. A fight to the death. We must destroy them. Read Atalaya, my good fellow fighter. You'll receive it at home. No, sir. Why not? Rubião lowered his eyes before Camacho's interrogative nose. No, sir. I'm steadfast. I want to help my friends. Receiving the newspaper for free. But if I already told you that we're doing well with subscriptions, replied Camacho. Yes, sir, but didn't you also say that you need 2 more people for the capital? 2, yes, we have 8. What's the capital? The capital is 50 contos, 5 per person. Then I'll contribute 5. Camacho thanked him on behalf of their shared ideals. He had intended to invite Rubião to join them. It was a right earned by conviction, loyalty, and love for the public affairs of his recent friend. Now that Rubião had volunteered, Camacho asked him for forgiveness. He showed Rubião the list of the others. Camacho was the first, contributing the newspaper, the existing material, subscriptions, and the Herculean labor. He was about to correct himself but bravely repeated the phrase, Herculean labor. He could say it without losing face or lying. He had choked snakes as a child. Now it was a vice. He enjoyed the struggle and would die in it, wrapped in the flag. Chapter 62. Rubião said goodbye. In the corridor, he passed by a tall woman dressed in black with a rustle of silk and beads. As he was about to go down the stairs, he heard Camacho's voice, louder than before. Oh, Baroness! On the first step, he paused. The woman's silvery voice began to utter the first words. It was a legal dispute. Baroness, and our Rubião was descending with difficulty, cautiously, so as not to appear that he had been listening. The air carried a fine and rare aroma to his nostrils, something intoxicating, the aroma left by her. Baroness. He reached the front door. He saw a carriage parked outside. The footman stood on the sidewalk, the coachman on the cushion, both looking around, both in uniform. What novelty could there be in all this? None. A fragrant and wealthy titled lady, perhaps litigant to kill her boredom. But the peculiar fact was that he, Rubião, without knowing why, and despite his own luxury, felt like the same old schoolteacher from Barbacena. Chapter 63. On the street, he ran into Sofia with an elderly lady and another young woman. He didn't have the eyes to properly see the features of the other two. All of him was focused on Sofia. They spoke timidly for just 2 minutes and then went on their way. Rubião stopped and looked back, but the 3 women continued walking without turning their heads. After dinner, he thought to himself, should I go there tonight? He pondered a lot without making progress. Sometimes yes, sometimes no. He found her behavior odd, but he remembered that she smiled, a little, but she smiled. He left it up to chance. If the first carriage that passed came from the right, he would go. If it came from the left, he wouldn't. He remained seated in the living room, on the central ottoman, watching. Soon a cab came from the left. It was decided. He wouldn't go to Santa Teresa. But then his conscience rebelled. It demanded the specific terms of the proposal. A carriage. A cab wasn't a carriage. It should be what was commonly called a carriage, a whole or half landau, or even a victoria. Shortly after, several landaus came from the right, returning from a funeral. He went. Chapter 64. Sofia gently shook his hand without a trace of resentment. The 2 ladies from the walk were with her in their casual clothes, and Sofia introduced them. The younger woman was her cousin, and the older one her aunt, that aunt from the countryside, the author of the letter Sofia received in the garden from the mailman who later fell. The aunt's name was Maria Augusta. She had a small plantation, some slaves, and debts left by her husband, in addition to memories. The daughter was Maria Benedita, a name that embarrassed her because it was old, she said. But her mother countered that old women were once young girls, and that names suited to people were mere fancies of poets and storytellers. Maria Benedita was the name of her grandmother, the goddaughter of Luis de Vasconcelos, the viceroy. What more could she want? They told Rubião this without embarrassing her. Sofia, either to alleviate the matter or for another reason, added that the ugliest names were beautiful, depending on the person. Maria Benedita was extremely beautiful. "Don't you think so?" she concluded, turning to Rubião. "Enough with the teasing, cousin," retorted Maria Benedita, laughing. We can believe that neither the old lady nor Rubião understood what was said. The old lady because she was starting to doze off, and Rubião because he was petting a little dog that had been given to Sophia, small, slender, light, lively, with black eyes and a bell around its neck. But when the hostess insisted, he agreed without knowing what it was about. Maria Benedita sighed. In truth, she wasn't a beauty. Don't expect her to have eyes that fascinate, nor lips that whisper something, even when silent. She was natural, without a trace of rusticity, and had a particular grace that made up for the inconsistencies in her attire. She was born in the countryside and loved it. The countryside was nearby, in Iguachu. Every once in a while, she would come to the city for a few days, but after the first two, she would become eager to return home. Her education was basic: reading, writing, doctrine, and some needlework. Lately, she was 19, Sophia urged her to learn piano. The aunt agreed. Maria Benedita came to her cousin's house and stayed for 18 days. She could bear no more. She missed her mother too much and returned to the countryside, leaving her music teacher disheartened, who had already announced her great musical talent within the first few days. Oh, without a doubt, a great talent. Maria Benedita laughed when her cousin told her this, and could never again take the man seriously. Sometimes, in the middle of a lesson, she would burst out laughing. Sophia would frown as if scolding her, and the poor man would ask what was wrong, and then explain to himself that it must have been some girlish memory, and continue the lesson. Neither piano nor French. Another gap Sophia could hardly excuse. Aunt Maria Augusta couldn't understand her niece's dismay. What was French for? The niece would tell her that it was essential for conversation, for going to shops, for reading a novel. "I've always been happy without French," the old lady would reply, "and the half-tongues in the countryside are the same. They don't live any worse than the Creoles." One day she added, "Marriage won't fail her because of it. She can marry. I've told her she can marry whenever she wants, because I did too, even if it means leaving me in the countryside, alone, to die like an old animal. Mom! Don't pity me, just let the groom appear. As soon as he does, go with him and leave me behind. Look at Maria Jose, what did she do to me? She lives somewhere in Ceara." "But her husband is a judge," Sophia reasoned. "Even if he's crooked. It's all the same to me. I'll be left as the old lady's cast-off. Get married, Maria Benedita. Get married quickly. I'll die with God. I won't have children, but I'll have Our Lady, who is the mother of us all. Get married, go on, get married." All this grumpiness was calculated. Her aim was to discourage her daughter from marrying, arousing her fear and pity. At the very least, to delay it. I don't believe she revealed this sin to the teacher, nor did she come to understand it herself. It was the work of an old and sensitive selfishness. Maria Augusta had been deeply loved for a long time. Her mother was crazy about her, and her husband loved her intensely until his last day. When both of them died, all her filial and marital nostalgia was focused on her two daughters. One had fled her by marrying. Threatened by solitude if the other daughter married as well, Maria Augusta did everything she could to prevent the disaster. Chapter 65. Rubião's visit was brief. At 9 o'clock, he discreetly got up, hoping for any word from Sophia, a request for him to stay a bit longer, to wait for her husband, who would be arriving soon, or even a surprise exclamation. "Already?" But nothing like that. Sophia extended her hand, which he barely touched. However, during the visit, the girl seemed so natural, not the least bit bitter. She certainly didn't have the same expressive and talkative eyes as before. It was as if nothing had happened, no good or bad, no strawberries or moonlight. Rubião trembled, unable to find words, while she had all the words she needed, and if she had to look at him, she did so directly, calmly. "Give my regards to our Paula," he murmured, with hat and cane in hand. "Thank you. He went to make a visit. It seems I hear footsteps. It must be him." It wasn't him. It was Carlos Maria. Rubião was surprised to see him there, but he quickly assumed that the presence of the landlady and her daughter would explain everything. They might even be related. "I was just leaving when you came in," Rubião told him after seeing him sitting next to Maria Augusta. Ah, the other replied, looking at Sophia's portrait. Sophia went to the door to say goodbye to Rubião. She said her husband would be sorry not to have been home, but the visit was urgent, business matters. He would ask for his forgiveness. What forgiveness? Rubião responded. It seemed he wanted to say something else, but Sophia's handshake and curtsy signaled the farewell. Rubião bowed, crossed the garden, and heard Carlos Maria's voice in the living room. I'm going to report your husband, madam. He has very bad taste. Rubião stopped. Why? Asked Sophia. He has your portrait in the living room, Carlos Maria continued. You are much more beautiful, infinitely more beautiful than the painting. Compare, ladies. Chapter 66. How he says those things so naturally, Rubião thought at home, recalling Carlos Maria's words, criticizing the portrait just to praise the person. Note that the portrait looks very much like her. Chapter 67. The next morning in bed, he was startled. The first newspaper he opened was Atalaya. He read the editorial article, a correspondence, and some news. Suddenly, he saw his own name. What is this? It was his own name in print, shining, multiplied. A piece of news about the Rua da Ajuda incident. After the initial shock, he was annoyed. What kind of idea was it to print a private matter that was told in confidence? He didn't want to read anything. Once he realized what it was, he threw the sheet on the floor and grabbed another. Unfortunately, he had lost his serenity. He skimmed, skipped some lines, didn't understand others, or found himself at the end of a column without knowing how he had slid all the way there. Upon getting up, he sat in the armchair by the bed and picked up the Atalaya. He glanced at the news. It was more than one column. A column and a half for something so trivial, he thought to himself. And in order to see how Camacho had filled the paper, he read everything quickly and with some embarrassment, due to the adjectives and dramatic description of the incident. It served me right, he said out loud. Who told me to be so talkative? He then went on to bathe, get dressed, and comb his hair without forgetting the gossip in the paper, feeling embarrassed by the publication of an affair he considered minor, and even more so because of the importance the writer had given it, as if it were a political matter. Over coffee, he picked up the paper again to read other things, government appointments, a murder in Garanhuns, meteorology, until his unfortunate gaze fell on the news again, and this time he read it carefully. At this point, Rubião admitted he could well believe in the writer's sincerity. The enthusiasm of the language was explained by the impression the incident had left on him. It was so strong that it did not allow him to be more sober. Naturally, that's what happened. Rubião recalled his entrance to Camacho's office, the way he spoke, and from there, he went back to the act itself. Lying down in the study, he evoked the scene, the child, the carriage, the horses, the scream, the leap he took, driven by an irresistible impulse. Even now, he couldn't explain the incident. It was as if a shadow had passed before his eyes. He had thrown himself at the child and the horses, blind and deaf, not considering the risk to himself, and he might have ended up beneath the animals, crushed by the wheels, dead or injured. Injured, at least. Was it possible or not? It was impossible to deny that the situation was serious. Proof of this was the reaction of the parents and neighbors. Rubião interrupted his reflections to read the news again. It was well written. There were passages he reread with great satisfaction. The devilish man seemed to have witnessed the scene. What a narration! What vividness of style! Some points were added, confusion of memory, but the additions didn't detract from the piece. And the certain pride he noted in repeating his name? Our friend, our most distinguished friend, our brave friend. At lunch, he laughed at himself. He felt overly mortified. After all, what was wrong with the other man giving his readers news that was true, interesting, dramatic, and certainly not common? When he went out, he received some compliments. Freitas called him Saint Vincent de Paul, and our friend smiled, thanked, and downplayed himself, saying it was nothing. Nothing? Someone replied. Give me many more of these nothings, saving a child at the risk of one's own life. Rubião went on agreeing, listening, smiling. He recounted the scene to some curious people who wanted to hear it from the author's mouth. Some listeners responded with their own feats, one who had saved a boy, another a girl who was about to drown at Boqueirão do Passeio while swimming. There were also stories of failed suicides due to the intervention of the listener, who took the gun from the unfortunate person and made them swear. Each little hidden glory pricked the egg and stuck its head out, eyes wide open, featherless, around Rubião's greatest glory. There were also envious people, some who didn't even know him, just because they heard him being praised aloud. Rubião went to thank Camacho for the news, not without some criticism for the breach of trust, but a soft criticism whispered in the corner of his mouth. From there, he went to buy several copies of the paper for his friends in Barbacena. No other paper reproduced the news. On Freitas's advice, he had it reprinted in the personal request section of the Jornal do Comércio, with added lines. Chapter 68. Maria Benedita finally agreed to learn French and the piano. For 4 days her cousin insisted on it at all hours, in such a manner that the girl's mother decided to hasten their return to the farm to prevent her from accepting. The daughter resisted strongly, saying that these things were superfluous, and that a country girl did not need city accomplishments. One evening, however, while Carlos Maria was there, he asked her to play something. Maria Benedita blushed. Sophia came to her rescue with a lie. "Don't ask her that. She hasn't played since she arrived. She says she only plays for the country folk now." "Well, pretend we are country folk," the young man insisted. But he quickly moved on to another subject, the ball of the Baroness of Poe, the same one our friend Rubião encountered in Camacho's office. A splendid ball. Oh, splendid. The Baroness valued him greatly, he said. The next day, Maria Benedita declared to her cousin that she was ready to learn the piano, French, violin, and even Russian if she wanted. The difficulty was convincing her mother. When she learned of her daughter's decision, she threw her hands up in the air. What French? What piano? She shouted no, or else her daughter would cease to be her daughter. She could stay, play, sing, speak Cabinda, or the devil's language that would take them all. It was Palha who finally persuaded her, saying that as superfluous as those accomplishments seemed to her, they were the least of the adornments of a well-rounded education. "But I raised my daughter on the farm and for the farm," the aunt interrupted. "For the farm? Who knows what one raises their children for? My father intended for me to be a priest. That's why I know some Latin. You won't live forever. Your affairs are in disarray. It could happen that Maria Benedita will be left helpless. Helpless, I don't mean. While we live, we are all one family. But isn't it better to be prepared? It could even be that if we were all gone, she would live comfortably, teaching French and piano alone. It's enough that she knows them to be in better circumstances. She is beautiful, as you were in your time, and possesses rare moral qualities. She could find a wealthy husband. Do you know if I have someone in mind? A serious person? Really? So, she's going to learn French, piano, and courtship? What courtship? I'm referring to an intimate thought, a plan that seems suitable for her happiness and her mother's. Well, Come on, Aunt Augusta. Paula appeared so mortified that the aunt switched from an abrasive tone to a dry one. She still resisted, but the night brought her good advice. The state of her affairs and the possibility of a well-off son-in-law carried more weight than other reasons. The best sons-in-law from the countryside would marry into other farms, to families with representation and secure wealth. 2 days later, they found a compromise. Maria Benedita would stay with her cousin. They would visit the farm from time to time, and the aunt would also come to the capital to see them. Paula even mentioned that as soon as the market allowed, he would find a way to settle her affairs and move her to the city. But to this, the good lady shook her head. Do not think that all of this was as easy as it is written here. In practice, there were obstacles, annoyances, longing, and Maria Benedita's rebellions. 18 days after her mother returned to the farm, she wanted to visit her, and her cousin accompanied her. They stayed there for a week. The mother, 2 months later, came to spend a few days in the city. Sophia skillfully introduced her cousin to the city's distractions. Theaters, visits, walks, gatherings at home, new dresses, beautiful hats, and jewelry. Maria Benedita was a woman, albeit an unusual one, who enjoyed such things. But she believed that as soon as she wanted, she could break all those bonds and return to the farm. The farm sometimes came to her in dreams or simple reveries. After the first soirees, when she returned home, it was not the sensations of the night that filled her soul, but her longing for Iguachu. The feeling grew stronger at certain times of day, when the quietness of the house and the street was complete. Then she would spread her wings and return to the porch of the old house, where she drank coffee with her mother. She thought of the slaves, the antique furniture, and the slipper-like shoes her godfather, a wealthy farmer from São João del Rei, had sent her, and which remained at the farm. Sophia did not allow her to bring them. The French and piano teachers were experts in their fields. Sophia managed to privately tell them that her cousin was embarrassed to be learning so late in life and asked them never to mention such a student. They promised they would. The piano teacher only mentioned the request to some colleagues in the arts, who found it amusing, and they shared other anecdotes about their clientele. The fact is that Maria Benedita learned with remarkable ease and studied diligently, almost every hour, to the point where her cousin thought it wise to interrupt her. "Rest, child of God. Let me make up for lost time," she replied, laughing. So, Sophia would come up with aimless strolls to help her relax. One neighborhood, then another. On certain streets, Maria Benedita wouldn't waste time. She studied French signs and asked about new nouns that her cousin sometimes couldn't explain, as her vocabulary was strictly confined to matters of dress, living room, and flirtation. But it was not only in these disciplines that Maria Benedita made rapid progress. She'd adapted to her environment faster than her natural taste in rural life would have suggested. She could already compete with Sophia, although the latter possessed a particular unrestraint and an expression that, so to speak, colored all the lines and gestures of her figure. Despite this difference, Maria Benedita was seen and noticed beside her in such a way that Sophia, who had initially praised her cousin everywhere, did not criticize her now, but silently listened to the admiration. She spoke well, but when she fell silent, it lasted a long time. She said it was her calundus. She danced the contradance without spirit, which is the perfection of that kind of recreation. She enjoyed watching the polka and the waltz. Sophia, imagining it was out of fear that her cousin didn't waltz or polka, wanted to give her some lessons at home, alone, with her husband at the piano, but her cousin always refused. "That's still a little bit of the countryside shell," Sophia said to her once. Maria Benedita smiled in such a peculiar way that Sophia didn't insist. It wasn't a smile of embarrassment, resentment, or disdain. Disdain for what? However, it was certain that her smile seemed to come from above. It was also true that Sophia danced the polka and waltz passionately, and no one clung better to their partner's shoulder. Carlos Maria, who rarely danced, only waltzed with Sophia. 2 or 3 turns, he said. One night, Maria Benedita counted 15 minutes. Chapter 69. The 15 minutes were counted on Rubião's watch, which was next to Maria Benedita, and to whom she asked the time twice, at the beginning and end of the waltz. The girl herself leaned in to see the minute hand clearly. "Are you sleepy?" asked Rubião. Maria Benedita glanced at him. She saw his placid face without intention or laughter. "No," she replied. "I'll even tell you that I'm afraid Sophia will want to leave early." "She won't leave early. She has already abandoned the excuse of Santa Teresa because of the uphill climb. Her house is near here." Indeed, the two now lived in Praia do Flamengo, and the ball was at Rua dos Arcos. It should be noted that 8 months had passed since the beginning of the previous chapter, and many things had changed. Rubião became a partner of Sophia's husband in an import business on Rua da Alfândega, under the name Palha & Co. It was the business that Palha was going to propose to him that night, when he found Dr. Camacho at the Botafogo house. Despite being easy, Rubião hesitated for some time. They asked him for a few dozen contos de reis. He didn't understand trade and had no inclination towards it. Moreover, his personal expenses were already high. His capital needed a regimen of good interest and some savings to see if it could regain its original colors and flesh. The regimen they pointed out to him was unclear. Rubião couldn't understand Palha's figures, profit calculations, price tables, customs duties. Nothing but spoken language compensated for the written. Palha said extraordinary things and advised his friend to seize the opportunity to set his money in motion, to multiply it. If he was afraid, that was different. Palha would do business with John Roberts, a partner at Casa Wilkinson, founded in 1844, whose boss had returned to England and was now a member of Parliament. Rubião didn't give in immediately. He asked for a deadline of 5 days. With himself, he was more free, but this time freedom only served to confuse him. He calculated the money spent and assessed the holes made in the capital left to him by the philosopher. Quincas Borba, who was with him in the study, lying down, casually raised his head and stared at him. Rubião shuddered. The notion that the soul of the other could be in that Quincas Borba never completely vanished from his brain. This time, he even saw a hint of disapproval in the dog's eyes. He laughed. It was foolish. A dog couldn't be a man. Unconsciously, however, he lowered his hand and scratched the animal's ears to appease it. After the reasons for refusal came other opposing motives. What if the business was profitable? What if it really multiplied what he had? Added to this, the position was respectable and could bring him advantages in the election when he would propose himself to Parliament, like the old boss of Casa Wilkinson. Another even stronger reason was the fear of hurting Palha, of seeming not to trust him with money when it was certain that days before he had received part of the old debt and the remaining part was to be returned to him within 2 months. None of these motives was a pretext for another. They came from within. Sophia only appeared in the end, though she had been there from the beginning, a latent, unconscious idea, one of the last things in the act and the only one concealed. Rubião shook his head to dismiss it and stood up. Sophia, crafty lady, withdrew into the man's unconsciousness, respectful of his moral freedom, and left him to decide for himself that he would enter into a partnership with her husband, subject to certain security clauses. That was how the business partnership was formed. That was how Rubião legalized the frequency of his visits. "Mr. Rubião," Maria Benedita said, after a few seconds of silence, "don't you think my cousin is very beautiful?" "No offense to you, but yes, I think so." "Beautiful and well-made." Rubião agreed with the compliment. Both of them watched the waltzing couple as they strolled along the ballroom. Sophia was magnificent. She was dressed in a low-cut, dark blue gown, for the reasons mentioned in Chapter 35. Her bare, full arms, with hints of light gold, fit perfectly with her shoulders and breasts, so accustomed to the gaslights of the ballroom. A tiara of fake pearls, so well made that they matched the 2 natural pearls that adorned her ears and which Rubião had given her one day. Carlos Maria didn't look bad next to her. He was a dashing young man, as we know, and had the same placid eyes he showed at Rubião's lunch. He didn't have the submissive manners or reverent curves of the other young men. He expressed himself with the grace of a benevolent king. However, if at first glance he seemed to be merely obliging that lady, it is no less true that he felt flattered to have by his side the most slender woman of the evening. The two feelings didn't contradict each other. They both merged into the adoration this young man had for himself. Thus, Sophia's touch was like the prostration of a devotee for him. He wasn't surprised by anything. If he woke up one day as an emperor, he would only be surprised at the delay of the ministry in congratulating him. "I'm going to rest a bit," said Sophia. "Are you tired or bored?" asked her partner. "Oh, just tired." Carlos Maria, regretting having assumed the other possibility, hurried to eliminate it. "Yes, I believe so. Why would you be bored? But I assure you, you're capable of making the sacrifice to stroll a little longer. 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Not a second more? As for me, I would stroll for all eternity." Sophia lowered her head. "With you, of course." Sophia let herself go, her eyes on the ground, without contesting, agreeing, or even thanking him. It might have been nothing more than gallantry, and it was customary to show gratitude for gallantry. She had heard similar words from him before, giving her primacy among the women of this world. She had not heard them for 6 months, 4 of which he had spent in Petropolis, and 2 during which he had not appeared. Only recently had he returned to frequenting her home, saying charming things like that, sometimes privately, sometimes in front of everyone. She let herself go, and both walked silently, until he broke the silence, noting that the sea in front of her house had been very rough the previous night. Were you there? Sophia asked. I was. I was passing through Catete late at night, and I decided to go down to Flamengo Beach. The night was clear. I stayed for about an hour between the sea and your house. I bet you didn't even dream of me, did you? Yet, I could almost hear your breathing. Sophia tried to smile. He continued. The sea was hitting hard, that's true, but my heart wasn't beating any less fiercely. With this difference, the stupid sea beats without knowing why, and my heart knows it beats for you. Oh, murmured Sophia, in astonishment, indignation, fear? There are too many questions at once. I doubt that the lady herself could answer accurately. Such was the impact the young man's declaration had on her. In any case, it wasn't with disbelief. I can say no more than that her exclamation came out so weak, so muffled, that he could barely hear it. As for Carlos Maria, he hid his feelings well in front of the entire room. Neither before, during, nor after his words did he show the slightest emotion on his face. He even had traces of caustic laughter, a laughter he used when he was mocking someone, as if he had uttered an epigram. However, more than one woman's eyes were watching Sophia's soul, studying her gestures, somewhat shy, and her stubbornly lowered eyelids. You seem flustered, he said. Hide it with your fan. Sophia mechanically began to fan herself and raised her eyes. She saw that many others were staring at her, and she turned pale. The minutes were passing with the same brevity as the years. The first 5 had long passed, and they were now on the 13th, behind which another and another loomed. Sophia told the gentleman that she wanted to sit down. I'll leave you and take my leave. No, she said hastily. Then she corrected herself. The ball is beautiful. It is, but I want to take the best memory of the night with me. Any other word I hear now will be like the croaking of frogs after the song of a beautiful bird, one of the birds you have at home. Where would you like me to leave you? Beside my cousin. Chapter 70. Rubião gave up his chair and accompanied Carlos Maria, who crossed the room and went to the entrance hall, where there were overcoats and about 10 men talking. Before the young man entered the hall, Rubião grabbed his arm casually to ask him something, whatever it was, but in truth, to hold him and try to gauge him. He was beginning to believe the possibility or reality of an idea that had tormented him for many days. Now, the prolonged conversation, her behavior. Carlos Maria had no knowledge of the Minero's long-held passion, hidden, tormented, unable to be confessed to anyone, waiting for the benefits of chance, content with little, simply seeing the person, sleeping poorly at night, giving money for commercial ventures. He wasn't jealous of the husband. The couple's intimacy had never stirred his hatred toward the legitimate lord. And there they were, months and months, without any change in sentiment or the death of hope. But the possibility of a rival from outside had bewildered him. Here, jealousy brought a bloody bite to our friend. What is it? Said Carlos Maria, turning around. At the same time, they entered the hall, where the 10 men were discussing politics, because this ball, I almost forgot to mention, was held at Camacho's house in celebration of his wife's birthday. When the 2 entered, the conversation was general, the subject the same, and everyone was talking to everyone, a whirlwind of sayings, opinions, and various affirmations. One, who was an intolerant dogmatic, managed to dominate the others, who fell silent for a moment, smoking. They can do anything, said the intolerant, but moral punishment is certain. The debts of the parties are paid with interest up to the last cent, and to the last generation. Principles do not die. The parties that forget them perish in filth and ignominy. Another, somewhat bald, did not believe in moral punishment, and explained why, but a third alluded to the dismissal of some tax collectors, and the spirits, somewhat dizzy with doctrine, caught on. The collectors had no other fault besides their opinion, and not even the merit of their replacements could be defended. One of them carried a deficit on his back. Another was the brother-in-law of a certain Marco, who had shot a double-barreled pistol at the police officer in São José dos Campos, and the new lieutenant colonels, true police defendants. Are you leaving already? Rubião asked the young man, when he saw him take his overcoat from among the others. Yes, I'm sleepy. Help me put on this sleeve, I'm sleepy. But it's still early, stay. Our Camacho doesn't want the young men to leave. Who will dance with the girls? Carlos Maria replied with a smile that he wasn't much into dancing. He had waltzed with Sofia because she was a master at it. Otherwise, he wouldn't even have done that. He was sleepy. He preferred his bed to the orchestra. And he extended his hand with kindness. Rubião shook it, somewhat uncertain. He didn't know what to think. The fact that he was leaving, abandoning her at the ball instead of waiting to accompany her to the carriage, as he had done on other occasions. It might be his mistake. And he thought back to the night at Santa Teresa, when he had dared to declare to the girl what he felt by taking her delicate hand. The major had interrupted them, but why hadn't he insisted later? Neither had she mistreated him, nor had her husband noticed anything. Here again was the idea of a possible rival. True, he had left out of sleepiness, but her manners. Rubião went to the ballroom door to see Sofia, then moved to a corner or to the card table, restless, annoyed. Chapter 71. At home, while brushing her hair, Sofia talked about that evening as if it had been a tedious affair. She yawned, and her legs hurt. Paula disagreed. It was her bad disposition. If her legs hurt, it was because she had danced a lot, to which she retorted that if she hadn't danced, she would have died of boredom. And as she removed the hairpins, placing them in a crystal vase, her hair gradually fell onto her shoulders, barely covered by a cambric nightgown. Paula, standing behind her, said, "Carlos Maria waltzed very well." Sofia shuddered. She looked at him in the mirror, her face placid. She agreed he wasn't a bad dancer. "No, ma'am. He dances very well. You praise others because you know no one can outdo you. Come on, my vain one. I already know you." Paula reached out, grabbed her chin, and forced her to look at him. Vain? Why was he vain? "Ouch!" moaned Sofia. "Don't hurt me." Paula kissed her shoulder. She smiled, without boredom, without a headache, unlike that night in Santa Teresa, when she had told her husband about Rubião's boldness. Perhaps the hills were sickly, and the beaches healthy. The next day Sofia woke up early to the sound of the trills of the birds in the house, which seemed to bring her a message from someone. She stayed in bed and closed her eyes to see better. See better what? No, certainly not the sickly hills. The beach was another matter. Positioned by the window half an hour later, Sofia contemplated the waves that came crashing in front of her and far away, the ones that rose and dissolved at the mouth of the harbor. The imaginative lady asked herself if this was the waltz of the waters, and let herself be carried away by this torrent without sails or oars. She found herself looking at the street by the sea, searching for signs of the man who had been there on the night before last. She didn't swear by it, but she thought she found the signs. At least, she was certain she compared her discovery with the words of their conversation. The night was clear. "I stayed for about an hour between the sea and your house. I bet you weren't even dreaming of me. However, I almost heard your breathing. The sea was pounding hard, it's true, but my heart was pounding no less forcefully. With this difference, the sea is stupid. It beats without knowing why, and my heart knows it beats for you." Sofia shivered, trying to forget the words, but the words kept repeating. The night was clear. Chapter 72. Between two sentences, she felt someone put a hand on her shoulder. It was her husband, who had just had coffee and was heading to the city. They said their affectionate goodbyes. Cristiano told her to look after Maria Benedita, who had woken up in a very bad mood. "Already up!" Sofia exclaimed. "When I came down, I found her in the dining room. She woke up with the idea of going to the countryside. She had a dream. I don't know what." "Superstition," Sofia concluded. With her skillful and light fingers, she adjusted her husband's tie, pulled his jacket collar forward, and they said goodbye once more. Paula left and Sofia stayed by the window. Before turning the corner, he looked back, and as usual they waved goodbye. Chapter 73. The night was clear. I stayed for about an hour between the sea and your house. I bet. When Sofia was finally able to leave the window, the clock downstairs struck 9. Angry and regretful, she swore to herself, by her mother's soul, never to think about such an episode again. She realized it was worth nothing. The mistake was letting the young man reach the end of his boldness. It's true that by doing so, she avoided a major scandal because he would have been capable of following her to the carriage and telling her the rest in front of other people. And the rest repeated itself once more in her memory, like a stubborn musical passage, the same words and the same voice. The night was clear. I stayed for about an hour. Chapter 74. As she repeated the previous day's declaration, Carlos Maria opened his eyes, stretched his limbs, and before going for a bath, getting dressed, and going for a horseback ride, he reconstructed the previous day. He always found some event, something said, or some note in the previous day's happenings that did him good. That's where his mind lingered. Those were the inns along the way where he dismounted to slowly sip a gulp of fresh water. If there were no such events, or if there were only the opposite, the sensations were not uncomfortable. All it took was the taste of some word he himself had said, some gesture he made, the subjective contemplation, the pleasure of having felt alive. For the day before, not to be a wasted day. The day before, Sophia was the main focus. It seemed that she was the principal element of the reconstruction, the broad and magnificent facade of the building. Carlos Maria savored the memory of their entire conversation that night, but when he remembered the love confession, he felt both good and bad. It was a commitment, a hindrance, an obligation, and although the pleasure compensated for the boredom, the young man was caught between two sensations without a plan. When he recalled the news he had given her about going to Flamengo Beach the other night, he couldn't help but laugh because it wasn't true. The idea had sprung up during their conversation, but he had neither been there nor thought about it. Eventually, he stifled his laughter and even regretted it. The fact that he had lied brought him a sense of inferiority that weighed him down. He considered rectifying what he had said as soon as he saw Sophia again, but he realized that the amendment would be worse than the original, and that there were beautiful lies in sonnets. He quickly lifted his spirits. In his memory, he saw the room, the men, the women, the impatient fans, the resentful mustaches, and stretched himself in a bath of envy and admiration. The envy of others, mind you. He was not afflicted with that bad feeling. It was the envy and admiration of others that now gave him an intimate delight. The princess of the ball was surrendering to him. He defined Sophia's superiority that way, although he knew her one major flaw, her upbringing. He thought her refined manners were the result of imitation as an adult, after marriage, or just before, and that they still didn't elevate her much above the environment in which she lived. Chapter 75. Other women appeared there, those who preferred him to other men for conversation, and admiring his appearance. Did he court, or had he courted all of them? It's unknown. Some, certainly, but it's also true that he delighted in all of them. Some of them were of proven virtue, happy to have him by their side, to enjoy the contact of a handsome man without the reality or danger of guilt. Like a spectator who revels in the passions of Othello and leaves the theater with hands clean of Desdemona's death. They all gathered around Carlos Maria's bed, weaving the same garland. Not all of them were young maidens, but distinction made up for youthfulness. Carlos Maria received them as an ancient god would have received, still as marble, the beautiful devotees and their offerings. Amid the general commotion, he distinguished the voices of all of them, not all at once, but in groups of 3 or 4. The last of them was the recent addition, Sophia. He still listened to her fondly, but without the initial excitement because the memory of the other ladies, people of quality, now diminished the importance of her. Nevertheless, he could not deny that she was very attractive, and that she waltzed perfectly. Could he come to love her intensely? At this point, the lie about the beach appeared to him again. He got up from the bed, annoyed. What the devil made me say such a thing? He once again felt the desire to restore the truth, and this time more seriously than before. To lie, he thought, was for servants and their ilk. Half an hour later, he mounted his horse and left the house, which was on Rua dos Invalidos. Further along, he remembered that Sophia's house was at Flamengo Beach. It was only natural to turn the reins, go down one of the streets perpendicular to the sea, and pass by the waltz dancer's door. He might find her by the window, see her blush, and greet him. All of this went through the young man's head in just a few seconds. He even pulled the reins a bit, but it was his soul, not the horse, that reared. It was going too fast after her. He adjusted the reins again and continued his ride. Chapter 76. He rode well. Everyone who passed by or stood in the doorways couldn't help but admire the young man's posture, his elegance, and the regal tranquility with which he carried himself. Carlos Maria, and this was the point on which he yielded to the crowd, collected all the admiration, no matter how insignificant. To adore him, all men were part of humanity. Chapter 77. Already up, Sophia repeated as she saw her cousin reading the newspapers. Maria Benedita was startled, but quickly calmed down. She had slept poorly and woke up early. She wasn't used to staying up so late for such festivities, she said, but her cousin immediately replied that she needed to get used to it, as life in Rio de Janeiro wasn't the same as in the countryside, sleeping with the chickens and waking up with the roosters. Then she asked Maria Benedita what impressions she had brought from the ball. Maria Benedita shrugged indifferently, but verbally replied that they were good. Her words were few and soft. Sophia, however, pointed out to her that she had danced a lot, except for polkas and waltzes. And why hadn't she also danced polkas and waltzes? Her cousin cast a malicious look at her. I don't like them. What do you mean you don't like them? It's fear. Fear? Lack of habit, Sophia explained. I don't like it when a man presses his body against mine and walks with me like that, in front of everyone else. I feel embarrassed. Sophia became serious. She didn't defend herself or continue, but instead talked about the countryside, and asked if it was true what Cristiano had told her, that Maria Benedita wanted to go home. Then her cousin, who was browsing the newspapers aimlessly, replied enthusiastically that yes, she couldn't live without her mother. But why? Weren't you happy with us? Maria Benedita said nothing. She glanced over a newspaper as if searching for some news, biting her lip, trembling, restless. Sophia insisted on knowing the cause of that sudden change. She took her cousin's hands and found them cold. You need to get married, she said finally. I already have a groom for you. It was Rubião. Palha wanted to conclude the matter by marrying his business partner to his cousin-in-law. Everything would stay within the family, he told his wife. She took it upon herself to steer the course of events. The promise now came to her. She had a groom ready. Who? Asked Maria Benedita. A certain person? Can you believe it? Posterity? Sophia couldn't bring herself to say Rubião's name. She had once lied to her husband that she had proposed to him as a groom, but now, as she was really about to propose to him, his name didn't leave her lips. Jealousy? It would be strange for this woman, who didn't love that man, to not want to give him as a husband to her cousin, but nature is capable of anything, friend and lord. She invented Othello's jealousy and that of Chevalier de Grieux. She could invent this other one of a person who didn't want to give up what she didn't want to possess. But who? Repeated Maria Benedita. I'll tell you later. Let me arrange things, Sophia replied and changed the subject. Maria Benedita's expression changed. Her mouth filled with a smile of joy and hope. Her eyes thanked Sophia for the promise, and spoke words no one could hear or understand, obscure words. She enjoys waltzing, that's what it is. Who enjoys waltzing? Probably the other one. She had waltzed so much the night before with Carlos Maria that Maria Benedita could now think of the dance as a pretext. She concluded that it was the one and only reason. They had talked a lot during the breaks, true, but they were probably talking about her, as her cousin had taken it upon herself to find her a husband and only asked her to let her arrange things. Perhaps he found her ugly or unattractive, but if her cousin wanted to arrange things, all of this was expressed in the girl's cheerful eyes. Chapter 78. Rubião didn't lose his suspicion quite so easily. He thought about talking to Carlos Maria, questioning him, and even went to Rua dos Invalidos the next day 3 times. Not finding him, he changed his mind. He withdrew for a few days. Major Sequeira pulled him out of his seclusion. He was informing him that he had moved to Rua 2 de Dezembro. He greatly admired our friend's house, its furnishings, luxury, and all the details, gold and tassels. On this subject, he spoke at length, recalling some antique furniture. He stopped suddenly to say that Rubião looked bored. It was natural. Something was missing there. "You are a happy man, but there's something missing here. You need a wife. You need to get married. Get married, and tell me if I am wrong." Rubião remembered Santa Teresa, that famous night of conversation with Sophia, and felt a shiver run down his spine, but the Major's voice had no sarcasm. Nor was it animated by interest. His daughter was still in the same situation as we left her in chapter 43, with the difference that 40 years had passed. She was now in her 40s, a spinster. She sighed to herself as soon as she woke up on the day she turned 40. She didn't put a ribbon or a rose in her hair. No celebration, only her father's speech at lunch, reminding her of her childhood, anecdotes about her mother and grandmother, a masquerade ball, a baptism in 1848, the solitaire of Colonel Clodomiro, and various things like that mixed together to entertain the hours. Dona Tonica could hardly listen to him. Immersed in herself, she chewed on the bread of moral solitude while regretting her last efforts in searching for a husband. 40 years old, it was time to stop. None of this occurred to the Major now. He sincerely thought that Rubião's house lacked soul, and as he said his goodbyes, he repeated, "Marry, and tell me if I deceive you." Chapter 79. "And why not?" asked a voice after the Major left. Startled, Rubião looked around. He only saw the dog standing, staring at him. It was absurd to believe that the question came from Quincas Borba himself, or rather, from the other Quincas Borba, whose spirit might be inhabiting this dog's body. That our friend scoffed, but at the same time, performing the gesture from chapter 49, he reached out his hand and affectionately scratched the dog's ears and nape, an act that would appease the possible spirit of the deceased. That's how our friend unfolded himself without an audience in front of himself. Chapter 80. But the voice repeated, "And why not?" Yes, why shouldn't he get married, he continued reasoning. It would kill the passion that was slowly consuming him without hope or consolation. Moreover, it was the gateway to a mystery. Yes, marry, and marry well. He was at the gate when this idea began to sprout. He went inside, climbing the stone steps and opening the door, oblivious to everything. It was only when he closed the door that Quincas Borba's leap, who had been following him, made him realize his surroundings. Where had the Major gone? He wanted to go down and see, but he remembered in time that he had just escorted him to the street. His legs had done it all. They carried him of their own accord, straight and lucid, without stumbling, leaving his head with the sole task of thinking. Good legs. Legs, the natural crutches of the spirit. Holy legs. They carried him to the couch, stretched out in front of him slowly, while his mind worked on the idea of marriage. It was a way to escape Sophia. It could be even more. Yes, it could also be a way to restore the unity he had lost with the change of environment and fortune. But this consideration was not born of the spirit or the legs, but of another cause that he could not quite distinguish, like the spider. What does the spider know about Mozart? Nothing. Yet it listens to a sonata of the master with pleasure. The cat, who never read Kant, is perhaps a metaphysical animal. Indeed, marriage could be the bond of the lost unity. Rubião felt scattered. Even his transient friends, whom he loved so much, who courted him so much, gave his life the appearance of a journey in which the language changed with the cities, now Spanish, now Turkish. Sophia contributed to this, and she was so different from herself, now this, now that the days went by without a fixed agreement nor perpetual disillusionment. Rubião had nothing to do. To kill the long and empty days, he went to jury sessions, to the Chamber of Deputies, to the passage of battalions, took long walks, made unnecessary visits in the evenings, or went to the theater without pleasure. The house was still a good rest for the spirit, with its glittering luxury and the dreams that wandered in the air. Lately, he spent much time reading. He read novels, but only the historical ones by Dumas père, or the contemporary ones by Feuillet, the latter with difficulty, for he did not know the original language well. There were plenty of translations of the former. He would risk reading something else if he found the main features of the others, a noble and royal society. Those scenes of the court of France, invented by the marvelous Dumas and his noble swordsmen and adventurers, the countesses and dukes of Feuillet, all nestled in opulent settings, with their words so polished, haughty, or gracious, made the time fly by for him. Almost always he would end up with the book fallen and his eyes in the air, lost in thought. Perhaps some old deceased marquis would repeat anecdotes from bygone eras. Chapter 81. Before thinking about the bride, he thought about the wedding. On that day and the days after, he imagined the marital pomp, the carriages, if there were still any old and rich ones, like those he saw engraved in books of past customs. Oh, grand and splendid carriages! How he loved waiting for the emperor on days of great celebration at the city palace door to see the imperial procession arrive, especially His Majesty's carriage, with its vast proportions, strong springs, fine and old paintings, 4 or 5 teams led by a solemn and dignified coachman. Others followed, smaller in size but still so grand that they filled his eyes. One of those others, or even a smaller one, could serve for his wedding if all of society were not already leveled by the vulgar coupé. But ultimately, he would ride in a coupé. He imagined it lined magnificently with a fabric that was not ordinary, which he could not distinguish for the moment, but it would give the vehicle an air it didn't have. They are a rare team. Coachmen clad in gold. Oh, but a gold never seen before. Top-notch guests, generals, diplomats, senators, 1 or 2 ministers, many commercial notables, and the ladies, the great ladies. Rubião named them in his head. He saw them entering. He at the top of a palace staircase, his gaze lost in that carpet below. Them crossing the hall, climbing the steps with their short, light satin slippers. At first, few, then more, and still more. Carriages after carriages. There came the counts of such and such, a handsome gentleman and a remarkable lady. "Dear friend, here we are," the count would tell him at the top, and later the countess. "Mr. Rubião, the celebration is splendid." Suddenly, the internuncio. Yes, he had forgotten that the internuncio should marry them. There he would be with his Monsignor's purple stockings and large Neapolitan eyes, conversing with the Russian minister. Crystal and gold chandeliers illuminated the most beautiful necks of the city, standing tailcoats, others bending to listen to the fans that opened and closed, epaulets and tiaras, the orchestra signaling a waltz. Then the men's arms, angled, reached for the bare, elbow-length gloved arms, and the couples twirled around the room. 5, 7, 10, 12, 20 pairs. A splendid feast. Bohemian crystal, Hungarian china, Sèvres vases, nimble uniformed servants with Rubião's initials on the collar. Chapter 82. Those dreams came and went. What mysterious Prospero transformed such a mundane island into a sublime masquerade? "Go, Ariel, bring your companions here so that I may show this young couple some of the charms of my sorcery." The words might be the same as in the play. It was the island and the masquerade that were different. That was our friend's very mind. This was not composed of goddesses or verses, but of human beings and salon prose. Yet it was richer. Let's not forget that Shakespeare's Prospero was a Duke of Milan, and perhaps that's why he slipped into our friend's island. Indeed, the brides that appeared alongside Rubião in those wedding dreams were always titled. The names were the most sonorous and easy of our nobility. Here is the explanation. A few weeks before, Rubião picked up a Lemert almanac, and while browsing through it, he found the chapter titled Nobility. Although he knew some of them, he was far from knowing them all. He bought an almanac and read it many times, letting his eyes slide down from the marquises to the barons, going back, repeating the beautiful names, memorizing many of them. Sometimes, he would pick up a pen and a sheet of paper, choose a modern or ancient title, and write it repeatedly, as if he were the owner himself, signing something. Marquis of Barbacena, Marquis of Barbacena, Marquis of Barbacena. He would go on like this, to the end of the page, varying the handwriting, sometimes bold, sometimes small, slanted backward, upright, in all shapes. When he finished the sheet, he would pick it up and compare the signatures. Then, he would leave the paper and lose himself in thought. Hence, the hierarchy of brides. The worst part was that they all had Sophia's face. They might resemble a neighbor at first, or a girl he had greeted on the street that afternoon. They might start very thin or fat, but they would soon change shape, fill out, or slim down. And then Sophia's beautiful face would shine forth, with her very same eyes, rebellious or calm. There was no escaping it, even if he got married. Rubião even thought of Paula's death once. It was a certain day when he left Paula's house, after hearing a bunch of nice and vague things from her. The sensation of happiness was immense, although he immediately rejected the idea as a bad omen. Days later, having changed his ways, he returned definitively to his plans. More than once, it was Paula himself who woke him from those conjugal dreams. "Do you have anywhere to go tonight?" "No." "Take this ticket for the Lyric Theater. Box number 8, first tier on the left." Rubião would arrive early and wait for them, offering his arm to Sophia. If she was in a good mood, the night was one of the best in the world. If not, it was martyrdom, to use his own words, which he told the dog one day. "Last night was a martyrdom, my poor friend." "Marry and say that I deceive you," barked Quincas Borba. "Yes, my poor friend," he agreed, taking the dog's front paws and placing them on his knees. "You're right, you need a good friend to take care of you, someone who can do things that I can't or don't know how to do." Quincas Borba. Do you still remember our Quincas Borba? A good friend of mine, a great friend. I was his friend too, 2 great friends. If he were alive, he would be the godfather of my wedding. He would raise the toasts, at least, the toast of honor to the newlyweds. And it would be with a cup of gold and diamonds that I would have made for him on purpose. Great Quincas Borba, and Rubião's spirit hovered over the abyss. Chapter 83. One day, as he had left the house earlier, and didn't know where to spend the first hour, he walked towards the warehouse. It had been a week since he'd been to Flamengo Beach, because Sophia had entered one of her dry spells. He found Paula in mourning. His wife's aunt, Dona Maria Augusta, had died on the farm. The news had arrived the day before yesterday, in the afternoon. "Is she the mother of that young lady?" "Exactly." Paula spoke of the deceased with great praise. Then, he mentioned Maria Benedita's grief, which was heart-wrenching. He asked Rubião why he didn't go to Flamengo that night to help distract her. Rubião promised to go. "Go, you'll be doing us a favor. The poor girl is worth it. You cannot imagine the gem she is. Well-educated, very strict, and as for her social skills, if she didn't have them as a child, she quickly made up for lost time. Sophia is her teacher." "And a housewife?" "I don't know if you could find someone so complete at her age. Now she'll stay with us. She has a sister, Maria José, who married a judge in Ceará. She also has a godfather in São João del Rei. The deceased had many compliments for him. I don't think he'll send for her, but even if he does, I won't let her go. Now she's ours. It won't be because of what her godfather wants to leave her in his will that we'll let her go. She will stay," he concluded, wiping some dust off Rubião's collar with his finger. Rubião thanked him. Then, as they were in the back office, he looked through the bars and saw some bundles being brought into the warehouse. He asked what they were. "These are English morins." "English morins," repeated Rubião indifferently. "By the way, do you know that Moraes and Cunha House is paying all its creditors in full?" Rubião knew nothing about it, neither if the house existed, nor if they were creditors of it. He heard the news, replied that he was very glad, and prepared to leave. But his partner held him back for a few more moments. He seemed cheerful now, as if no one had died. He returned to talking about Maria Benedita. He intended to marry her off well. She wasn't a girl to give the runaround to rascals, nor was she swayed by silly fantasies. She was level-headed and deserved a good husband, a serious person. "Yes, sir," Rubião agreed. "Look," the partner suddenly murmured, "don't be surprised by what I'm about to tell you. I believe that you'll be the one to marry her." "Me?" Rubião exclaimed, astonished. "No, sir." And then, to soften the effect of his refusal, "I won't deny that she's a worthy and perfect young woman, but For now, I'm not thinking about getting married. No one is telling you it should be tomorrow or the day after. Marriage isn't something you can improvise. What I'm saying is that I have a hunch. It's just a feeling. Hasn't Sophia ever told you about my hunch? Never. It's strange. She told me that she'd mentioned it once or twice. I don't remember exactly. It might be possible. I'm quite forgetful. Did you want to marry me off to the girl? No, just that I had a hunch. But let's leave it at that. Let's give it some time. Goodbye. Goodbye. Go early. Chapter 84. So then, Sophia wanted to marry him off? Rubião left thinking that it was naturally the most expedient way for her to rid herself of him. Marry him off and make him her cousin. Rubião walked a long way before arriving at this other hypothesis. Perhaps Sophia hadn't forgotten, but had lied to her husband on purpose so as not to further the plan. In this case, the feeling was different. This explanation seemed logical to him, and his soul returned to its previous serenity. Chapter 85. But there is no moral serenity that can cut even an inch from the hours when a person doesn't know how to make them pass more quickly. On the contrary, the eagerness to go to Flamengo at night made the hours drag on. It was too early for everything, to go to Rua do Ouvidor, to return to Botafogo. Dr. Camacho was in Vassouras defending a defendant in a jury trial. There was no public entertainment, no party, and no sermon. Nothing. Rubião, deeply bored, aimlessly wandered, reading the signs or stopping at the simple incident of a carriage collision. In Minas, he didn't get so bored, but why? He couldn't find a solution to the riddle, since Rio de Janeiro had more distractions, and it did distract him a great deal, but there were moments of deadly boredom here. Fortunately, there is a God for the weary. It came to Rubião's mind that Freitas, the cheerful Freitas, was seriously ill. Rubião called for a tilbury and went to visit him at Praia Formosa, where he lived. He spent nearly 2 hours there, talking with the sick man. When the patient fell asleep, he said goodbye to the mother, an old wreck, and at the door before leaving. "You must have had your financial difficulties," Rubião said, and seeing her bite her lip and lower her eyes. "Don't be ashamed. Need may afflict, but it doesn't shame. What I want is for you to accept something that I'll leave to help with the expenses. You can pay it back someday if you can." He opened his wallet, took out 6 20,000 reis bills, bundled them all together, and left it in her hand. He opened the door and left. The old woman, astonished, didn't have the spirit to thank him. Only when the tilbury started to roll did she rush to the window, but she couldn't see her benefactor anymore. Chapter 86. All of this came so spontaneously to Rubião that he only had time to reflect after the tilbury began to move. It seemed as if he had raised the curtain of the little window. The old woman was just entering. He saw the remainder of her arm. Rubião felt all the advantages of not being incapacitated. He leaned back, sighed deeply, and looked at the beach. Soon after, he leaned forward. On the way there, he could hardly see it. "Your Honor seems to be enjoying it," said the coachman, pleased with the good customer he had. "I find it beautiful." "Have you never been here before?" "I think I was here many years ago when I first visited Rio de Janeiro. I'm actually from Minas." "Stop, young man." The coachman stopped the horse, and Rubião got out, telling him to drive slowly. Indeed, it was fascinating. Those large swaths of foliage, sprouting from the mud and placed right in front of Rubião's face, made him want to approach them. So close to the street. Rubião didn't even feel the sun. He had forgotten about the sick man and his mother. Yes, he thought to himself, if the whole sea were something of that nature, covered with land and greenery, it would be worth sailing. Beyond that was Praia dos Lázaros and the beach of São Cristóvão, just a short walk away. Praia Formosa, he murmured, a well-chosen name. However, the beach was changing in appearance. It curved towards Saco do Alferes, with houses built by the sea. Occasionally, there weren't houses, but canoes, stranded in the mud or on land, bottom up. Near one of these canoes, He saw children playing in shirts and barefoot, around a man who was lying face down. They all laughed. One laughed more than the others, because he couldn't manage to pin the man's foot to the ground. He was a little one, about 3 years old. He clung to the man's leg and tried to stretch it until it was level with the ground, but the man made a gesture and lifted his foot and the boy into the air. Rubião paused for a few minutes to watch. The man, realizing he was the focus of attention, increased his efforts in the play, losing his naturalness. The older children stopped and stared in astonishment. But Rubião didn't distinguish anything. He saw everything hazily. He continued walking for quite some time, past Saco do Alferes, past Gamboa, stopped in front of the English cemetery with its old tombs climbing up the hill, and finally arrived in Saúde. He saw narrow streets, some sloping, houses crowded together in the distance, and atop the hills, alleyways, many old houses, some dating back to the time of the kings, worn, cracked, gutted, the discolored quay and the life within. All of this gave him a feeling of nostalgia. Nostalgia for the tatters, the scant life, the cramped and unashamed existence. But it didn't last long. The sorcerer within him transformed everything. It was so good not to be poor. Chapter 87. Rubião reached the end of Rua da Saúde. He walked aimlessly, with his eyes wandering and inattentive. A woman passed close to him. She was not beautiful, not delicate, and without elegance, more poor than well off, but her features were fresh. She was about 25 years old and led a boy by the hand. The boy got tangled in Rubião's legs. "What's going on, young man?" said the woman, pulling her son by the arm. Rubião had bent down to help the little one. "Thank you very much. I'm sorry," she said with a smile and greeted him. Rubião took off his hat and smiled back. The vision of family life seized him again. "Get married and say I'm deceiving you." He stopped, looked back, and saw the woman going tick-tock and the boy beside her, hurrying his little legs to keep pace with his mother. Then he walked slowly. Thinking of various women, he could very well choose to perform the conjugal sonata, a serious, regular, and classical piece of music with 4 hands. He even thought of the major's daughter, who only knew a few old mazurkas. Suddenly, he heard the guitar of sin, played by Sophia's fingers, which delighted and dizzied him at the same time, and all the chastity of the previous plan vanished. He insisted again, struggling to change the compositions. He thought of the woman from Saúde, with such lovely manners, and the little child by her hand. Chapter 88. The sight of the tilbury reminded him of the sick man at Praia Formosa. "Poor Freitas," he sighed. Shortly after, he also thought about the money he had given to the sick man's mother, and felt that he had done well. Perhaps the idea of having given 1 or 2 more bills than necessary fluttered through our friend's mind for a few seconds. He quickly shook it off, annoyed with himself, and to completely forget it, he exclaimed out loud, "Good old lady, poor old lady." Chapter 89. As the idea returned, Rubião quickly climbed into the tilbury, sat down, and spoke to the coachman, trying to escape from himself. "I took quite a long walk, but yes, sir. This place is beautiful. It's curious. Those beaches, those streets, they're different from the other neighborhoods. I like this. I'll come here more often." The coachman smiled to himself in such a peculiar way that Rubião became suspicious. He couldn't figure out the reason for the laughter. Maybe he had said something that in Rio de Janeiro had a bad meaning, but he repeated the words and found nothing. They were all common and used. Nevertheless, the coachman still smiled, with the same expression as before, half subservient, half sly. Rubião was on the verge of questioning him, but held back just in time. It was the other man who resumed the conversation. "So your lordship is very impressed with the neighborhood?" he said. "You'll have to forgive me if I don't believe it without getting angry, but it's not to offend your honor, and I'm not someone who aggravates a serious customer, but I don't think you're impressed with the neighborhood." "Why not?" ventured Rubião. The coachman shook his head from side to side and insisted that he couldn't believe it, not because the neighborhood wasn't worthy of appreciation, but because Rubião must have known it quite well already. Rubião confirmed his initial statement. He had been there many years ago when he had been in Rio de Janeiro before, but he didn't remember anything. And the coachman laughed, and as the customer demonstrated, the coachman became more familiar, making negations with his nose, his lips, and his hand. "I know all about that," he concluded. "I'm not a man who doesn't see things. Your lordship thinks I didn't notice the way you looked at that girl who just passed by? That alone shows that your lordship has a good eye and likes—" Rubião flattered, smiled slightly but quickly corrected himself. "What girl?" "What was I telling you?" retorted the man. "Your honor is clever, and you do very well, but I am a man of secrets, and this carriage has served for such comings and goings. Not many days ago, I brought a handsome young man, very well dressed, a refined person, you know, the skirt-chasing kind." "But I—" interrupted Rubião. He could barely contain himself. The assumption pleased him. The coachman thought he was hiding his guilt. "Look, I always say," continued the coachman, "just like the young man from Rua dos Invalidos, your honor can rest assured. I won't say anything. I'm here for more. So do you want me to believe that someone, who has a car at their disposal, walks on foot from Praia Formosa to here? Your honor came to the appointed place, but the person didn't come." "What person?" "I went to see a sick friend who is dying." "Just like the young man from Rua dos Invalidos," repeated the man. "He came to see his wife's dressmaker, as if he were married." "From Rua dos Invalidos?" asked Rubião, who only now noticed the street's name. "I won't say anything more," interjected the coachman. "He was from Rua dos Invalidos, handsome, a young man with a mustache and big eyes, very big eyes. Oh, if I were a woman, I'd be capable of falling in love with him. I don't know where she was from, nor would I say even if I knew. I only know that she was a real catch." And seeing that the customer listened to him with wide eyes, "Oh, your lordship can't imagine. She was tall, with a beautiful figure, her face half covered by a veil, a real treat. Just because we're poor doesn't mean we can't appreciate the good things." "But how did it happen?" murmured Rubião. "Well, how did it happen? He arrived just like your honor, in my tilbury, got off, and went into a house with a shutter. He said he was going to see his wife's dressmaker. Since I didn't ask him anything, and he had been quiet the whole trip, very full of himself, I immediately understood the ruse. Now, it could be true because there really is a dressmaker living in the house on Rua da Harmonia." "Rua da Harmonia?" repeated Rubião. "Oops, your honor is extracting my secret. Let's change the subject. I won't say anything more." Rubião looked dumbfounded at the man, who indeed fell silent for 2 or 3 minutes, but then continued. "There's not much more to it anyway. The young man entered. I waited. Half an hour later, I saw a woman's figure in the distance, and I immediately suspected she was heading there. As I said, so I did. She came, slowly, looking discreetly to all sides. As she passed by the house, I tell you, she didn't even need to knock. It was like magic. The shutter opened by itself, and she slipped inside. I already know all about this. How else do you think we can earn a few extra bucks? The standard fare barely covers food. We have to do these side jobs." Chapter 90. "No, it couldn't have been her," reflected Rubião, at home, dressed in black. Since he had arrived, he could not think of anything else but the story told by the Tilbury's coachman. He tried to forget it by sorting papers, reading, or snapping his fingers to make Quincas Borba jump, but the vision haunted him. Reason told him that there were many women of good figure, and nothing proved that the one from Rua da Harmonia was her, but the comforting effect was short-lived. Soon enough, a figure appeared in the distance, head down, walking slowly, and it was none other than Sophia herself, entering a house that immediately closed its door. The vision was so vivid at one point that our friend stared at the wall as if it were the shuttered window of the house on Rua da Harmonia. In his imagination, he carried out a series of actions, knocking, entering, grabbing the dressmaker by the throat, and demanding the truth of her life. The poor woman, threatened with death, confessed everything. She led him to see the lady, who was someone else, not Sophia. When Rubião came to his senses, he felt ashamed. No, it couldn't have been her. He put on his vest and went to button it in front of one of the windows that overlooked the backyard just as a caravan of ants was passing by the windowsill. How many had he seen pass by before? But this time, for reasons he never understood. He grabbed a towel and struck twice, trampling the poor ants and killing many of them. Perhaps one seemed to him to have a good figure and a beautiful body. Soon after, he regretted his action. And indeed, what did the ants have to do with his suspicions? Fortunately, a cicada began to sing with such purpose and meaning that our friend stopped at the fourth button of his vest. So, fia, 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 fia. So, fia, 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 fia. Oh. Sublime and compassionate precaution of nature, placing a living cicada next to 20 dead ants to compensate for them. This reflection is from the reader. It could not be from Rubião. He was not capable of connecting things or drawing conclusions from them, nor would he do so now that he was reaching the last button of his vest, all ears, all cicada. Poor dead ants. Now go to your Gallic Homer, let him pay you with fame. The cicada is the one who laughs, amending the text. You marched? I'm very glad. Well, die now. Chapter 91. The dinner bell rang. Rubião composed his face so that his usual guests, he always had 4 or 5, wouldn't notice anything. He found them in the living room, chatting, waiting. They all stood up, hurriedly shaking his hand. Rubião had an inexplicable impulse here, to let them kiss his hand. He restrained himself in time, astonished by his own thoughts. Chapter 92. At night, he went to Praia do Flamengo. He couldn't speak to Maria Benedita, who was upstairs in her room, with 2 girls from the neighborhood, her friends. Sophia greeted him at the door and took him to the study, where 2 dressmakers were making morning dresses. Her husband had just arrived. He hadn't come down yet. Sit here, she said. She took care of him. She was divine. Her words were gentle and serious, interspersed with friendly and honest smiles. She spoke to him about her aunt, cousin, the weather, the servants, the shows, the water shortage, and a multitude of diverse, ordinary things or not. But when passing through the girl's mouth, they changed their nature and appearance. Rubião listened, fascinated. To keep herself busy, she sewed some ruffles, and when the conversation paused, Rubião could hardly resist eating her nimble hands, which seemed to play with the needle. "Do you know that I'm forming a committee of ladies?" she asked. "I didn't know. For what purpose?" "Didn't you read about that epidemic in a city in Alagoas?" She told him that she had been so moved that she immediately decided to organize a committee of ladies to collect donations. Her aunt's death had interrupted the first steps, but she would continue after the 7th-day Mass, and she asked him what he thought. "I think it's a good idea. Are there no men on the committee?" "It's just ladies. Men only give money," she concluded, laughing. With a nod, Rubião immediately pledged a large sum to oblige those who would come later. It was all true. It was also true that the committee would highlight Sophia's role and give her a push upward. The chosen ladies were not from Our Lady's social circle, and only one of them greeted her. But through a certain widow who had shone between 1840 and 1850 and retained her time's nostalgia and refinement, she managed to get them all involved in the charitable work. For several days, she had thought of nothing else. Sometimes at night, before tea, she seemed to fall asleep in the rocking chair. She didn't sleep. She closed her eyes to envision herself among her companions, people of quality. It is understandable that this would be the main topic of conversation, but Sophia occasionally turned her attention back to her present friend. Why did he take such long breaks, 8, 10, 15 days, or more? Rubião answered that it was for no reason, but he was so moved that one of the dressmakers tapped the other's foot. From then on, even when silence was long, broken only by the sound of needles on merino, scissor snips, and ripping fabric, both dressmakers kept an eye on our friend, their gazes fixed on the mistress of the house. A visitor came to offer condolences. A man, a bank director. They immediately called for Paula, who came down to greet him. Sophia asked Rubião's permission to step away for a few seconds. She was going to see Maria Benedita. Chapter 93. Rubião, left alone with the 2 women, began to pace back and forth, muffling his steps so as not to disturb anyone. From the living room came occasional words from Palha. "In any case, you can trust." Even managing a bank is no joking matter. Positively. The director spoke little, dry and quiet. One of the dressmakers folded her sewing, hurriedly gathered scraps, scissors, spools of thread, and started packing up. It was late. She was leaving. "Dondon, wait a bit. I'm leaving soon too," the other dressmaker said. "No, I can't wait. Sir, could you please tell me what time it is?" "It's 8:30, Rubião replied. "Jesus, it's very late." To make conversation, Rubião asked her why she wouldn't wait as the other one asked. "I'll only wait for Mrs. Sophia," Dondon replied respectfully. "But do you know where this one lives? She lives on Rua do Passeio, and I'm going to Rua da Harmonia. You see, from here to Rua da Harmonia is quite a stretch." Chapter 94. Sophia came down immediately and found Rubião agitated, avoiding eye contact. She asked him what was wrong. He replied that it was nothing, just a headache. Dondon left, and the bank director was saying goodbye. Paula thanked him for his kindness and asked about his health. Where was his hat? He found it. He also handed him his overcoat, and seeming like he was looking for something else, asked if it was the cane. "No, sir, it's the umbrella. I believe this is it. This is it. Goodbye." "Once again, thank you very much," said Paula. "Put on your hat, it's damp, don't be ceremonious. Thank you very much," he concluded, squeezing the man's hand in his own and bowing at an angle. Returning to the study, Paula found his partner determined to leave. He also insisted, telling him to have a cup of tea, which would help him feel better right away. Rubião refused everything. "Your hand is cold," the girl observed to Rubião, squeezing it. "Why won't you wait? Melissa water is very good. I'll get some." Rubião stopped her. It wasn't necessary. He knew those ailments. Sleep would cure them. Paula wanted to call for a cab, but Rubião said that the night air would do him good, and he would find transportation at Catete. Chapter 95. "I'll catch up with her before reaching Catete," Rubião said as he went up Rua do Príncipe. He guessed that the dressmaker must have gone that way. In the distance, he noticed some figures on either side. One of them seemed to be a woman. It must be her, he thought, and quickened his pace. It's understandable that his head was in a whirl. Rua da Harmonia, the dressmaker, a lady, and all the open shutters. It's no wonder that being out of sorts and walking fast, he bumped into a man who was walking slowly, head down. He didn't even apologize. He quickened his pace, noticing that the woman was also walking fast. Chapter 96. And the man who was pushed barely felt the shove. He walked, absorbed but content, letting his soul expand, relieved of worries and annoyances. He was the bank director who had just paid a condolence visit to Paula. He felt the shove and was not angry. He straightened his overcoat in his soul and continued walking calmly. It should be noted, to explain the man's indifference, that he had experienced opposite emotions within the space of an hour. He had first gone to the house of a state minister to deal with a request for a brother. The minister, who had just finished dinner, smoked quietly and peacefully. The director awkwardly presented the matter, backtracking, jumping ahead, connecting, and disconnecting sentences. Sitting uncomfortably, so as not to lose his respectful demeanor, he wore a constant, reverent smile, and bowed, apologizing. The minister asked some questions. The director encouraged, gave lengthy answers, extremely long, and finally handed over a memorandum. Then he stood up, thanked the minister, shook his hand, and the minister accompanied him to the porch. There, the director made 2 bows, one fully, before descending the stairs, and the other in vain, already down in the garden. Instead of the minister, he saw only the frosted glass door, and on the porch, hanging from the ceiling, the gas lamp. He lowered his hat and left. He left humiliated, vexed with himself. It was not the business that bothered him, but the compliments he made, the apologies he offered, the subservient attitudes, a rosary of profitless actions. That's how he arrived at Paula's house. In 10 minutes, his soul was amazed and restored to itself. Such were the bows from the homeowner, the nods of agreement, an array of perpetual smile, not to mention offers of tea and cigars. The director then became stern, superior, cold, and laconic. He even disdainfully flared his left nostril in response to one of Paula's ideas. which Palha immediately retracted, agreeing that it was absurd. He copied the minister's slow gesture. When he left, the bows were not his but the homeowner's. He was a different man when he reached the street, hence the calm and satisfied walk, the expansion of the soul restored to itself, and the indifference with which he received Rubião's collision. His own kowtowing was forgotten. What he now savored deliciously were the kowtows of Cristiano Palha. Chapter 97. When Rubião arrived at the corner of Catet, the dressmaker was talking to a man who had been waiting for her, and who offered her his arm shortly after. He saw them both walking towards Gloria arm in arm as if they were a couple. Married? Friends? They disappeared around the first bend in the street, while Rubião stood still, recalling the coachman's words, the young man with a mustache in the window, the lady with a beautiful body, Rua da Harmonia. Rua da Harmonia. She had said Rua da Harmonia. He went to bed late. Part of the time, he stood at the window, pondering, his cigar lit but not finishing, unable to explain that business. Dondon must have been the third in their love affairs. She had to be. She had sly eyes, thought Rubião. Tomorrow, I'll go there, leave early, wait for her at the corner, give her 100 contos de reis, 200, 500. She will confess everything to me. When he grew tired, he looked at the sky. There was the Southern Cross. Oh, if only she had agreed to gaze at the Southern Cross. Their lives would have been different. The constellation seemed to confirm this sentiment, shining extraordinarily. Rubião stared at it, imagining 1,000 beautiful and romantic scenes, living off what could have been. When his soul was satiated with unfulfilled loves, it occurred to our friend that the Southern Cross was not just a constellation, but also an honorary order. From there, he moved on to another series of thoughts. He found the idea of making the Southern Cross a privileged national distinction brilliant. He had already seen the decoration on the chests of some public servants. It was beautiful, but especially rare. All the better, he said out loud. It was nearly 2 o'clock when he left the window, closed it, and went to bed, falling asleep immediately. He woke up to the sound of his Spanish servant's voice bringing him a note. Chapter 98. Rubião sat up in bed, groggy, not noticing the writing on the envelope. He opened the note and read, "We were very worried yesterday after you left. Cristiano cannot come now because he woke up late and has to go to the customs inspector. Let us know if you are feeling better. Regards from Maria Benedita, and from your friend and obliged Sophia. Tell the messenger to wait." 20 minutes later, the reply reached the hands of the boy who had brought the note. Rubião himself handed it to him, asking how the ladies were doing. He learned that they were well. He gave the boy 10 pennies, recommending that when he needed some money, he should come looking for Rubião. The boy, astonished, widened his eyes and promised everything. "Goodbye," said Rubião kindly. He stood still as the messenger descended the few steps. As the boy reached the middle of the garden, he heard a shout. "Wait!" He turned back to respond to the call. Rubião had already descended the steps. They approached each other and stopped, silent. 2 minutes passed without Rubião saying a word. Finally he asked something, if the ladies had slept well. It was the same question from before. The servant confirmed the answer. Then Rubião let his eyes wander through the garden. The roses and daisies were lovely and fresh, some carnations blooming, other flowers and foliage, begonias and climbers. That small world seemed to extend its invisible eyes to Rubião and call out to him. Soul without vigor, put an end to your desire once and for all. Pick us, send us. Well, Rubião finally said, give my regards to the ladies. Don't forget what I told you. If you need me, come here. Did you keep the letter? It's here. Yes, sir. It's better to put it in your pocket, but be careful not to crumple it. I won't crumple it, sir, replied the servant, accommodating the letter. Chapter 99. The boy left. Rubião walked into the garden with his hands in his robe's pockets and his eyes on the flowers. What would it matter if he sent some? It was a natural, and even an obligatory gift to repay one courtesy with another. He had done wrong. He ran to the gate, but the boy was already far away. Rubião realized that morning excluded cheerful tokens, and felt at ease. However, when he resumed his walk, he saw a letter near a flower bed. He bent down, picked it up, and read the address. The handwriting was hers. Only hers. He compared it to the note he had received. It was the same. The name was that of the devil. Carlos Maria. Yes, that's it, he thought after a few minutes. The messenger carrying my letter also brought this one, and dropped it. And looking at the letter, from one side to the other, he asked it for its content. Oh, the content! What would be written inside that homicidal paper? Depravity, lust, all the language of evil and madness condensed into 2 or 3 lines. He held it up to his eyes, trying to read a word. The paper was thick, and nothing could be read. Remembering that the messenger, upon missing the letter, would likely start looking for it, he hurriedly shoved it into his pocket and ran inside. At home, he took it out and looked at it again. His hands hesitated, reflecting the state of his conscience. If he opened the letter, he would know everything. Once read and burned, no one would ever know the text, and he would have finally put an end to the terrible fascination that made him suffer near that abyss of disgrace. It's not me who says it, it's him. It's he who combines that and other bad names, he who stops in the middle of the room, his eyes on the carpet, which features an indolent Turk, pipe in his mouth, looking at the Bosphorus. It must be the Bosphorus. Damned letter, he muttered, repeating a phrase heard at the theater weeks before, a forgotten phrase that now expressed the moral analogy between the spectacle and the spectator. He had impulses to open it. It was just a gesture, an act, and no one was watching. The paintings on the wall were still, indifferent, and the Turk on the carpet continued to smoke and gaze at the Bosphorus. However, he felt scruples. The letter, although found in the garden, did not belong to him, but to the other. It was as if it were a bundle of money. Wouldn't he return the money to the owner? Annoyed, he put it back in his pocket. Between sending the letter to the addressee and handing it to Sophia, he finally chose the latter. It had the advantage of allowing him to read the truth in the author's features. I'll tell her I found a letter, like this and like that, Rubião thought, and before giving her the letter, I'll see clearly on her face whether she's terrified or not. She might turn pale. Then I'll threaten her, talk about Rua de Harmonia, swear to her that I'm willing to spend 300, 800, 1,000 contos, 2,000 contos, even 30,000 if necessary to strangle the infamous. Chapter 100. None of the regulars showed up for lunch. Rubião waited another 10 minutes and even sent a servant to the gate to see if anyone was coming. No one. He had to eat alone. In general, he couldn't stand solitary meals. He was so used to the conversation of friends, to observations, to jokes, as well as to the respect and consideration that eating alone was the same as not eating at all. Now, however, he was like Saul in need of some David to expel the evil spirit that had entered him. He already resented the messenger of the letter for having dropped it. Ignorance had been a blessing. And then, his conscience wavered, going from handing over the letter to refusal and indefinite keeping. Rubião was afraid to know. Sometimes he wanted to, and sometimes he didn't want to read anything on Sophia's face. The desire to know everything was, in summary, the hope of discovering there was nothing. David finally appeared between the cheese and coffee in the person of Dr. Camacho, who had returned from Vesuras the night before. Like the David of Scripture, he brought a donkey laden with bread, a pitcher of wine, and a kid. He had left a gravely ill deputy in Vesuras, and prepared Rubião's candidacy by writing to the influential people in Minas. That's what he told them over the first sip of coffee. A candidate, me? Who else? Camacho demonstrated that there could be no better. He had services in Minas, didn't he? Some. Here, you have ones of great relevance. By supporting the organ of principles with me, you have received the blows aimed at me in solidarity, in addition to the sacrifices we all make on the financial side. About this, don't tell me anything. I'm telling you that I'll do what I can. Moreover, you are the best solution to the disagreement. Disagreement? Yes, Dr. Hermenegildo from Catas Altas and Colonel Romualdo. They say that both, in case of vacancy, want to present themselves. It would divide the votes. Certainly, but do they insist? I believe they won't insist once I send them confirmation from the leaders here, because one of the things they threw in my face is that I didn't have the power. I admitted that, for that unexpected case, I didn't. But I had the trust of the leaders, who would approve me. Trust me, it's done. So, what do you think? Do you think I work here, sacrificing time and money and some talent, not to help a friend who has shown so much loyalty to the principles? Oh no. They will listen to me and adopt what I propose. Touched, Rubião asked a few more questions about the struggle and victory, whether expenses were needed right away, or letters of recommendation and requests, and how they would frequently get news about the patient, etc. Camacho answered everything but advised him to be cautious. In politics, he said, a trivial matter can change the course of a campaign and hand victory to the opponent. Nevertheless, even if he didn't emerge victorious, Rubião had the advantage of having his name supported, and the precedent counted as a service. Steadiness and patience, he concluded, and immediately after, who am I but an example of patience and steadiness? My province is in the hands of a group of bandits. There's no other name for Pinheiro's people, and besides, I tell you this with pain and in private, I have friends who intrigue against me, opportunists who want to see if the party repels me and takes my place. Scoundrels. Ah, my dear Rubião, politics can be compared to the passion of our Lord Jesus Christ. Nothing is missing, not the disciple who denies, nor the disciple who sells. Crown of thorns, slaps, cross, and in the end, one dies on the cross of ideas, nailed by envy, slander, and ingratitude. This phrase, uttered in the heat of the conversation, seemed to him worthy of an article. He retained it in his memory. Before sleeping, he wrote it on a strip of paper. But during the conversation, as he repeated it to himself to remember, Rubião said to cheer up that he was a man for great campaigns, and not afraid of grimaces. Grimaces? Certainly not. Nor of real bogeymen, if there are any. I'm waiting for them. They better be careful on the day we rise. They will pay for everything. Listen to my advice. In politics, nothing is forgiven or forgotten. Whoever did one thing pays. Believe me, revenge is a pleasure, he continued smiling. There's a lot of delight. In the end, considering all the evils and goods of politics, the goods are still superior. There are ungrateful ones, but the ungrateful ones resign, get arrested, get persecuted. Rubião listened, captivated. Camacho imposed, his eyes sparkled. His anathemas sprouted like, from Isaiah's mouth, the palm of triumph greened in his hands. Each gesture seemed like a principle. When he opened his arms, striking the air, it was as if he had unfolded an entire program. He got drunk on hope and had joyful wine. Once, he stopped in front of Rubião. Let's go, deputy. Rehearse a speech requesting the closing of the discussion. Mr. President. Come on, say it with me. Mr. President, I ask your excellency. Rubião interrupted him, standing up. He experienced a sort of dizziness. He saw himself in the chamber, entering to take the oath, all the deputies standing, and he shivered. The step was difficult. Nevertheless, he crossed the room, went to the president's table, took the customary oath. Perhaps his voice would fail him at that moment. Chapter 101. It was in this state that he received the news of Freitas's death. He shed a tear in secret. He took it upon himself to cover the funeral expenses and accompanied the deceased the next afternoon to the cemetery. The late Freitas' elderly mother, when she saw him enter the room, wanted to kneel at his feet. Rubião embraced her in time to prevent the gesture. This act by our friend made a great impression on the guests. One of them came to shake his hand. Later, in a corner, in a low voice, he told him about the unfair dismissal he had received days earlier, a blatant dismissal due to intrigues. Imagine, Your Excellency, that place is, excuse my language, a den of scoundrels. The time came for the funeral procession to leave. The mother's farewells were painful. Kisses, sobs, and exclamations, all mixed together and heartrending. The women couldn't pull her away. 2 men and the use of force were necessary. She screamed and insisted on returning to the corpse. My son, my poor son. It's a scandal, insisted the dismissed man. Even the minister, they say, didn't like the act, but, as Your Excellency knows, so as not to discredit the director. Thud, thud, thud. The hammer sounded soft, nailing the coffin shut. Rubião agreed to the request to hold one of the rings and left the dismissed man behind. Outside, some people gathered. Neighbors leaned out of the windows, some over the others, their eyes filled with the curiosity that death inspires in the living. Moreover, there was Rubião's coupe, which stood out from the old carriages. There was already much talk about that friend of the deceased, and the presence confirmed the news. The deceased was now regarded with some consideration. In the cemetery, Rubião was not content with just throwing a handful of earth, an act in which he went first, at everyone's request. He waited for the grave diggers to fill the grave with their large professional shovels. He had moist eyes. Once it was done, he left, flanked by the others, and at the entrance, with a single tip of his hat to the right and left, he saluted all the uncovered and bowed heads. As he got into the coupe, he still heard these words whispered. "It seems he's a senator, or a judge, or something like that." Chapter 102. It was late at night. Rubião was walking down the street, recalling the poor devil he had buried when, on St. Cristovo Street, he crossed paths with another coupe, which carried 2 orderlies behind it. It was a minister on his way to the imperial office. Rubião stuck his head out, then pulled it back in and listened to the horses of the orderlies, so alike, so distinct, despite the noise of the other animals. Such was the tension in our friend's spirit that he still heard them when distance no longer allowed for it. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Chapter 103. On the 7th day after Dona Maria Augusta's death, the customary mass was held at São Francisco de Paula Church. Rubião was there and saw Carlos Maria. That was enough to hasten the return of the letter. 3 days later he put it in his pocket and rushed to Flamengo. It was 2 in the afternoon. Maria Benedita had gone to visit her neighbors, who had accompanied her during the first days of distress. Sophia was alone, dressed to go out. "But it doesn't matter," she said, inviting him to sit down. "I can stay or leave later." Rubião replied that he wouldn't take long. He had come to give her a document. In any case, sit down. One can also give a document while sitting. She looked so beautiful that he hesitated to say the harsh words he had memorized. Mourning suited her very well, and the dress fit like a glove. When seated, one could see half her foot, flat shoes, and silk stockings, all things that begged for mercy and forgiveness. As for the sword of that sheath, so a certain old author calls the soul, it seemed to have neither edge nor campaigns. It was an innocent ivory knife. Rubião was on the verge of faltering. The first word dragged the others along. "What document?" asked Sophia. "A document that I believe is serious," he replied, restraining himself. "Don't you remember or know that you lost a letter?" "No." "Do you usually write letters?" "I have written some, but I don't remember if it's serious. Let me see." Rubião had wild eyes. He said and did nothing. He stood up to leave, but didn't. After a few moments of silence and restlessness, he continued without anger. "You are well aware that I care for you deeply. You know this, and you neither dismiss me nor accept me. You encourage me with your beautiful manners. I hadn't forgotten Santa Teresa or our journey on the train when the 2 of us sat with your husband between us. Do you remember? That trip was my misfortune. You captivated me from that day on. You are wicked. You have the temperament of a snake. What harm did I do to you? Granted, you may not like me, but you could have disillusioned me from the start." "Be quiet. Someone's coming," interrupted Sophia, standing up as well, looking towards the door. No one was coming. However, they might have heard him, because Rubião's voice was getting warmer and louder. It grew even louder. He was no longer pleading for hope. He opened up and poured out his soul. "I don't care if they hear," he shouted. "Let them hear me. I'll say it all now. You can kick me out, and it'll all be over. No, you can't make a man suffer like this. Be quiet for the love of God." "What God? Listen to the rest because I won't hold anything back." In a panic, fearing that a servant might actually hear, Sophia raised her hand and covered his mouth. At the contact with her cherished skin, Rubião lost his voice. Sophia removed her hand and prepared to leave the room, but, reaching the door, she stopped. Rubião walked to the window to recover from the outburst. Chapter 104. After listening for a few seconds, Sophia returned to the room and sat down with a loud rustling of skirts on the blue satin ottoman, purchased only a few days before. Rubião turned and saw her, shaking his head reproachfully. Before he could speak, Sophia put her finger to her lips, asking for silence. Then, she gestured for him to come. Rubião obeyed. "Sit in that chair," she said. Once he sat down, she continued, "I have every right to be angry with you, but I won't because I know you're good, and I believe you're sincere. If you regret what you said, all will be forgiven." Sophia tapped the right side of her dress with her fan to smooth and adjust it. Then she raised her arms, shaking the black glass bracelets. Finally, she rested her arms on her knees, and opening and closing the fan's ribs, waited for a response. Contrary to her expectations, Rubião shook his head negatively. "I have nothing to regret," he said. "I'd rather you didn't forgive me. You will remain here whether you want to, or not." "I could lie, but what's the use of lying? You haven't been sincere with me because you've deceived me." Sophia straightened her posture. "Don't be upset. I don't want to offend you, but let me say that you've been deceiving me, and greatly, and without compassion. Loving your husband is one thing. I could forgive you for that. But what?" she repeated, astonished. Rubião reached into his pocket, pulled out the letter, and handed it to her. Upon reading Carlos Maria's name, Sophia turned pale. He saw her pallor. Quickly regaining control, she asked what the letter was, what it meant. "The handwriting is yours." "It is mine. But what would I have written here?" she continued calmly. "Who gave this to you?" Rubião wanted to explain how he had found it, but he felt he had achieved enough. He bowed to leave. "I apologize," she said. "You open the letter yourself." "I have nothing more to do here." "Stay, open the letter. Here it is. Read it all," the young woman said, grabbing his sleeve. But Rubião forcefully pulled his arm away, grabbed his hat, and left. Fearing the servants, Sophia stayed in the room. Chapter 105. For the first few moments, she was so nervous that she didn't think about the letter. Eventually, she turned it over in her hands, unable to guess the contents, but, little by little, regaining her composure, she remembered that it must be the circular from the Alagoas Commission. She tore open the envelope. It was circular. How did such a document end up in his hands? And where did his suspicion come from? From himself or from outside? Was there a rumor going around? She went to the servant who had taken the circular to Carlos Maria and asked if he had delivered it. She learned that he had not. When the servant arrived at Rua dos Invalidos, he couldn't find the paper in his pocket, and out of fear, he hadn't told his mistress. Sophia returned to the room, determined not to leave. She picked up the letter and the envelope to show them to Rubião, so he could see that it was nothing. However, he would probably assume that the paper had been replaced. "Cursed man," she murmured, and began to pace aimlessly. A flurry of memories flooded Sophia's soul. The image of Carlos Maria stood before her with his big spectral eyes, both beloved and bothersome. Sophia tried to dismiss him, but she couldn't. He followed her from one side to the other without losing his slender, masculine figure or his sublime smile. Sometimes, she saw him lean in, uttering the same words from a certain ball night that had cost her hours of insomnia and days of hope until they dissolved into unreality. Sophia had never understood the failure of that adventure. The man seemed to genuinely desire her, and no one forced him to declare it so boldly, or to pass by her windows late at night as she had heard. She recalled other encounters, stolen words, warm and lingering glances, and still couldn't understand how all that passion could amount to nothing. Perhaps there was none. Pure flirtation, at most, a way to test the strength of his own attractiveness. The nature of a parasite, cynic, and trivial man. What did the mystery matter? He was a trivial person. Her disgust and disdain grew. She even laughed at him. She could face him without remorse. And so she went on, avenging herself on the fool. She called him a fool, while gazing into the immaculate air. In truth, she was dwelling too much on the subject. She began to curse Rubião for evoking such a man from oblivion, because of that sad circular. Then she returned to her initial memories, to Carlos Maria's words. If everyone found her beautiful, why wouldn't he? Who had said it? Perhaps she could have had him at her feet if she hadn't been so grateful, so groveling. Suddenly the maid, who was in the other room, heard the sound of something breaking and rushed into the living room, seeing her mistress standing alone. "It's nothing," Sophia told her. "I thought I heard—" It was that figurine that fell. Pick up the pieces. "The Chinese one!" exclaimed the maid. Indeed, it was a porcelain mandarin, a poor fellow who had been standing quietly on a shelf. Sophia found herself holding it between her fingers without knowing how or when. As she thought about her voluntary humiliation, she felt a surge, apparently anger at herself, and threw the figurine to the ground. Poor mandarin. It didn't help him to be made of porcelain. It didn't even help that he was a gift from Paula. But madam, how did the Chinese— Go away. Sophia recalled her behavior towards Carlos Maria, the easy acquiescence, the anticipated forgiveness, the way she sought him with her eyes, the strong handshakes. That was it. She had thrown herself at his feet. Over time, her feelings changed. Despite everything, it was natural that he would like her, and their moral compatibility wouldn't lead to abandonment by either. Perhaps the blame lay elsewhere. She dug for possible reasons, some harsh or cold gesture, some lack of attention towards him. She remembered that once, out of fear of receiving him alone, she had sent word that she wasn't home. Yes, it could be that. Carlos Maria was proud. The slightest affront would sting him. He knew it was a lie. That was the fault. Chapter 106, or, more appropriately, a chapter in which the reader, disoriented, cannot reconcile Sophia's sorrows with the coachman's anecdote, and asks, confused. So, the meeting at Rua da Harmonia between Sophia and Carlos Maria, that jingle of sonorous and delinquent rhymes, is it all slander? Slander from the reader and Rubião, not the poor coachman who didn't mention names, or even tell a real anecdote. That's what you would have seen if you read carefully. Indeed, unfortunate readers note that it was implausible that a man going on such an adventure would have the Tilbury stop right in front of the agreed-upon house. It would be like putting a witness to the crime. There are more streets between heaven and earth than your philosophy dreams of, side streets where the Tilbury could wait. Fine, the coachman didn't know how to compose. But what interest did he have in inventing the anecdote? He had driven Rubião to a house where our friend stayed for almost 2 hours without dismissing him. He saw him leave, get into the Tilbury, get out immediately and walk, ordering the coachman to follow him. The coachman concluded that he was a great customer, but still didn't think of making anything up. However, a woman passed by with a boy, the one from Rua da Saúde, and Rubião stared at her with a look of love and melancholy. It was then that the coachman deemed him lascivious, in addition to being extravagant, and tailored his anecdotes accordingly. If he mentioned Rua da Harmonia, it was due to the suggestion of the neighborhood they were coming from. And if he said that he had brought a young man from Rua dos Invalidos, it's because he had naturally transported someone from there the day before, perhaps Carlos Maria himself, either because he lived there, or because that's where the stable was, or some other circumstance that helped his invention, like how the memories of the day serve as material for the dreams of the night. Not all coachmen are imaginative. It is quite an achievement to piece together fragments of reality. All that remains is the coincidence that one of the mourning dressmakers lived on Rua da Harmonia. Here, indeed, it seems like a twist of fate, but the dressmaker is to blame. She wouldn't lack a house more centrally located if she wanted to leave the needle and her husband. On the contrary, she loves them above all things in this world. It wasn't enough reason for me to cut the episode or interrupt the book. Chapter 107. There is no need to explain Sophia's reflections. They all had a basis in truth. It was certain, very certain, that Carlos Maria hadn't met her initial hopes, nor the second or third ones, because there were different periods, even if less hopeful and abundant. As for the cause of this, we saw that Sophia, in the absence of one, attributed 3 successively. She didn't think of any love that he might have had that would make any others tasteless. That would be a 4th cause, and perhaps the real one. Chapter 108. For several months, Rubião stopped going to Flamengo. It wasn't an easy decision to make. It cost him much hesitation and much regret. More than once, he left with the intention of visiting Sofia and asking her for forgiveness. For what? He didn't know, but he wanted to be forgiven. In all such attempts, the memory of Carlos Maria made him retreat. From a certain point onward, it was the lapse of time itself that deterred him. It would be strange to show up one day like a sad prodigal son, just to beg for the warmth of the beautiful eyes of the lady of the house. He went to the warehouse to visit Palha. After 5 weeks, Palha reproached him for his absence, and, after 2 months, asked him if it was a formal resolution. "I've been very busy," replied Rubião. "Those political matters take up all of a person's time. I'll go there on Sunday." Sofia prepared to receive him. She would seize the opportunity to tell him about the letter, swearing by all things holy so that he would see the truth wasn't against her. Wasted plans. Rubião didn't show up. Another Sunday came, then more Sundays. However, Sofia sent him a subscription for Alagoas one day. He signed it for 5 contos de reis. "That's a lot," his partner said in the warehouse when he brought the paper. "I won't give less." But look, you can give a lot without giving that much. Do you think this subscription is only among a handful of people? It's in the hands of many ladies and some men. It's on store counters, in Praça do Comércio, etc. Sign less. How, if it's already written? You can easily make a 3 from this 5. 3 contos is already a good subscription. There are larger ones, but those are from people obliged by position or millions. Bonfim, for example, signed for 10 contos. Rubião couldn't hold back a sarcastic little smile. He shook his head and didn't back down from the 5 contos. The only correction he'd make would be to write the number 1 behind it, 15 contos, more than Bonfim. "Of course you can give 5, 10, or 15 contos," Paula said again. "But your capital needs caution. You're dipping too much into it. Notice that it's already yielding less." Palha was now the custodian of Rubião's titles, shares, bonds, deeds, which were locked in the warehouse safe. He collected the interest, dividends, and rent from 3 houses he had advised Rubião to buy some time before at a low price, which yielded him a lot. He also kept a number of gold coins, as Rubião had a fascination with collecting them for contemplation. He knew the total amount of Rubião's assets better than the owner himself, and watched the holes made in the ship without a storm on a sea of milk. 3 contos were enough. He insisted, and proved his sincerity by the fact that he was precisely the husband of the founder of the committee. But Rubião didn't give up on the 5 and took the opportunity to ask him for 10 more. He needed 10 contos. Paula scratched his head. "Excuse me," he said after a few moments, "but what do you need them for? Aren't you certain you'll lose them, or at least risk them?" Rubião laughed at the objection. "If I were certain I'd lose them, I wouldn't come for them. It may be risky, but you don't win without taking risks. I need them for a business deal. Actually, 3 deals. 2 are secure loans, and don't exceed 1 conto and 500. The remaining 8 contos and 500 are for a venture. Why are you shaking your head if you don't know what it's about?" "That's precisely why. If you consulted me, if you told me what company and who was involved, I'd see right away if it was worth the risk. And I'm afraid that nothing will be of any use except the money that will be lost. Remember the shares of that honest capital union company? I told you right away that this title was emphatic, a way to deceive people and employ those in need. You didn't believe me, and you fell for it. The shares are down, and there are no dividends this semester. Then sell those shares specifically. I'll settle for the solid assets, or give it to me from our own cash box. I can come by later if you want, or send it to Botafogo. Pledge some bonds if it seems better to you." "No, I won't do anything. I won't give you the 10 contos," Paula interrupted forcefully. "Enough of yielding to everything. It's my duty to resist. Secure loans? What loans are those? Can't you see they take your money and don't pay their debts? People who go so far as to dine daily with their own creditor, like a certain Carneiro I've seen there. I don't know if the others owe you as well. It's possible. I see it's too much. I speak to you as a friend. You won't say one day that you weren't warned in time. How will you live if you ruin what you own? Our business could fail." "It won't fail," Rubião replied. "It could fail. Everything can fail. I saw banker Souto fail in 1864. Rubião pondered his partner's advice, not because they were good or probable, but because he found in them a tender intention wrapped in a raw form. He thanked him wholeheartedly, but rejected the advice. He needed the 10 contos. He could be more careful from then on, and assured him he would be less easily swayed. Moreover, he had more than enough. He had money to give and sell. "To sell only," Paula corrected. And after a moment, "Well, now it's late. Tomorrow I'll bring you the 10 contos. And why don't you go get them at our house in Flamengo? What harm have we done you? Or what harm have they done to you? Because the grudge seems to be with them, given that I see you here. What happened for you to punish them?" he concluded, laughing. Rubião averted his eyes from his partner, whose words seemed to him sharpened with irony, as if he knew everything and was laughing at him. When he looked back, he saw the same questioning expression and replied, "They haven't done anything to me. I'll go there tomorrow night." "Go have dinner." "Dinner I can't. I have some friends at home. I'll go at night." And trying to laugh, "Don't punish them. They haven't done anything to me." Someone has a hold of him, Paula thought as soon as he left. Someone envious of our relationship. It could also be that Sophia did something to drive him away from home. Rubião reappeared at the door. He hadn't had time to reach the corner. He returned to say that, needing the money early, he would come and pick it up at the warehouse. He would visit them at night. He needed the money by 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Chapter 109. That night, Rubião dreamt of Sophia and Maria Benedita. He saw them in a large courtyard, only dressed in skirts, their backs entirely bare. Sophia's husband, armed with a 5-pointed leather whip tipped with iron, punished them mercilessly. They screamed, begged for mercy, writhed, drenched in blood, their flesh falling off in pieces. Now, why Sophia was Empress Eugenia and Maria Benedita a maid of hers is something I can't say for sure. "They are dreams, dreams, Penseroso," exclaimed a character of our Álvares de Azevedo. But I prefer the reflection of old Polonius, after hearing a mad speech from Hamlet. "Though this be madness, yet there is a method in it." There's method here, in this mixture of Sophia and Eugenia, and there's still method in what followed, which seems even more extravagant. Yes, Rubião, indignant, immediately ordered the punishment to stop, Paula to be hanged, and the victims to be rescued. One of them, Sophia, accepted a seat in the open carriage that awaited Rubião, and off they went at a gallop, she lively and well, he glorious and dominant. The horses, which were 2 at the start, soon became 8, 4 beautiful pairs. Streets and windows full of people, flowers raining down on them, acclamations. Rubião felt like he was Emperor Louis Napoleon. The dog sat at Sophia's feet in the carriage. Everything ended without conclusion or failure. Rubião opened his eyes. Perhaps a flea had bitten him. Something. Dreams, dreams, Penseroso. Even now, I prefer Polonius's saying, "Though this be madness, yet there is a method in it." Chapter 1 and 10. Rubião made the 2 loans and the deal. The deal was a company for the improvement of loading and unloading at the port of Rio de Janeiro. One of the loans was intended to pay a certain overdue bill for paper from Atalaia, an urgent debt. The newspaper was in danger of stopping. "Perfect," said Camacho when Rubião brought him the money at his house. "Thank you very much. Look how, because of a little issue like this, our voice could have been silenced. These are the natural thorns of our path. People are not educated. They don't recognize or support those who work for them, those who step into the arena every day to defend constitutional freedoms. Imagine that, for a moment, we didn't have this money. Everything would be lost, everyone would go back to their own business, and the principals would be left without their loyal expositor." "Never," protested Rubião. "You're right, we will redouble our efforts. Atalaia will be like Antaeus from the fable. Each time it falls, it will rise again with more life." Having said that, Camacho looked at the bundle of bills. "1 conto and 200, right?" he asked and put it in his coat pocket. He went on to say that they were now secure, and the newspaper would go from strength to strength. He had some material reforms in mind. He went even further. We need to develop the program, give a boost to our fellow party members, and attack them if necessary. How? Well, how? By attacking. Attacking is just a way of saying it. I mean, correcting. It's evident that the party's organ is weakening. I call it the party's organ because our newspaper is the organ of the party's ideas. Do you understand the difference? I understand. It's weakening, continued Camacho, squeezing a cigar between his fingers before lighting it. We need to emphasize the principles, but honestly, nobly, telling the truth. Believe me, the leaders need to hear it from their own friends and adherents. I've never rejected the reconciliation of the parties. I've fought for it, but reconciliation is not a trick. To give you an example, in my province, the Pinheiro group has the government's support solely to displace me, and my fellow party members in the court, instead of fighting against them, seeing that the government gives them strength, what do you think they do? They also support the Pinheiros. Do the Pinheiros at least have some influence? None, replied Camacho, slamming shut the matchbox he was about to open. There's a police defendant among them, and there's another who was even a barber's apprentice. He did enroll, it's true, in the faculty of Recife, I believe in 1855, due to the death of his godfather who left him something, but such is the scandal of this man's career, that shortly after receiving his bachelor's degree, he entered the provincial assembly. He's an idiot. He's as much of a bachelor as I am a pope. They came to an understanding of the political modifications of the newspaper. Camacho reminded Rubião that his candidacy had floundered precisely because of the opposition from the leaders. Well, from some, he immediately corrected them. Rubião agreed. His friend had told him that at the time, and the memory rekindled his resentment for the disaster. He should be in the chamber. Those leaders didn't want that, but they would see, Rubião thought. They would have to endure their mistake. Deputy, senator, minister, they would see it all with crooked and astonished eyes. Our friend's head, once the other lit the spark, started burning on its own, not out of hatred or envy, but out of naive ambition and heartfelt certainty, a dazzling, anticipated vision of greatness. Camacho was pleased to find him in agreement. Our people share the same opinion, he said. I think a little warning to our friends wouldn't hurt. That same night, he read Rubião the article in which he warned the party of the convenience of not giving in to the treachery of power, supporting corrupt and worthless people in some provinces. Here is the conclusion. Parties should be united and disciplined. There are those who claim, mirabile dictu, that such discipline and unity cannot go as far as rejecting the benefits that fall from the hands of adversaries. Risum teneatis, who can utter such blasphemy without their flesh trembling? But let's suppose that's the case, that the opposition can, once in a while, turn a blind eye to the government's abuses, the postponement of laws, the excesses of authority, the perversity, and the sophisms. Uid inde? Such cases, albeit rare, could only be admitted when they favored the good elements, not the bad ones. Each party has its disobedience and sycophants. It is in our adversary's interest to see us weaken in exchange for the encouragement given to the corrupt part of the party. This is the truth. Denying it is provoking us to civil war, that is, to the tearing apart of the national soul. But no, ideas do not die. They are the standard of justice. The vile merchants will be expelled from the temple. The believers and the pure will remain, those who put above petty, local, and temporary interests the unswerving victory of principles. Anything other than this will have us against it. Alea jacta est. Chapter 111. Rubião applauded the article. He found it excellent, maybe not energetic enough. For example, merchants was well said, but vile merchants would be better. Vile merchants? There's only one drawback, Camacho considered. It's the repetition of the V's, vile vendilois. Don't you feel that the sound is unpleasant? But up there, there's ves vi, voe victis, but it's a Latin phrase. We can arrange something else. Vile traitors. Vile traitors is good. However, traitors don't have the strength of merchants. So why not leave merchants? Vile merchants are strong. No one pays attention to the sound. Look, I never notice it. I like energy. Vile merchants. Vile merchants? Vile merchants, repeated Camacho half-heartedly. I'm starting to like it better. Vile merchants. Accepted, he concluded, amending, and he reread. The vile merchants will be expelled from the temple. The believers and the pure will remain. Those who put above petty, local, and temporary interests the unswerving victory of principles. Everything other than this will have us against it. Alea jacta est. Very well, said Rubião, feeling somewhat like the author of the article. Does it seem good to you? Asked Camacho, smiling. There are people who still find freshness in my style from my student days. I don't know, I won't say anything. The disposition, yes, is the same. I will punish them. We will punish them. Chapter 112. Here is where I would have liked to have given this book the method of so many others, all old ones, in which the subject matter of the chapter was placed in the summary of how this and that happened. There is Bernardino Ribeiro. There are other glorious books. From foreign languages, without wanting to go up to Cervantes or Rabelais, Fielding and Smollett would have sufficed, many chapters of which are read only by the summary. Take Tom Jones, Book 4, Chapter 1, and read this title, containing 5 pages of paper. It is clear, it is simple, it does not deceive anyone. It's 5 pages, nothing more. Whoever doesn't want to read doesn't. And whoever wants to read, for the latter, the author concludes obligingly. And now, without further preface, let's move on to the following chapter. Chapter 113. If this were the method of this book, here is a title that would explain everything. Of how Rubião, satisfied with the amendment made to the article, composed and ruminated so many phrases that he ended up writing all the books he had read. There will be readers to whom this alone would not suffice. Naturally, they would want the entire analysis of our man's mental operation, without realizing that, for this purpose, Fielding's 5 pages of paper wouldn't be enough. There's a chasm between the first phrase Rubião co-authored and the authorship of all the works read by him. It's true that what took him the most effort was to go from the phrase to the first book. From there on, the race was swift. It doesn't matter. The analysis would still be lengthy and tedious. The best of all is to leave only this. For a few minutes, Rubião considered himself the author of many foreign works. Chapter 114. On the contrary, I don't know if the following chapter could be contained entirely in the title. Chapter 115. Rubião continued with his resolution not to see Sophia again. At least, he wouldn't go to Flamengo. He saw her one day passing by in a carriage with one of the ladies from the Alagoas Commission. She leaned over, smiling, waving goodbye to him with her hand. He returned the greeting, taking off his hat with some excitement, but he didn't stand still as he would have done in the past. He merely glanced at the moving carriage. He too continued on his way, thinking about the incident with the letter, not understanding her hand gesture, without hatred or embarrassment, as if nothing had happened between them. It could be that her work on the commission and her companion explained Sophia's gracious benevolence, but Rubião didn't consider this possibility. Could she really be so devoid of dignity? He asked himself. Doesn't she remember the letter I found, sent by her to that rascal from Rua dos Invalidos? It's too much. It's excessive. It seems like a challenge, a way of saying she doesn't care, that she'll write as many letters as she wants. Let her write them, but spend some money to register them in the mail. It's cheap. He found some humor in himself and laughed. This, and a man who greeted him courteously as he passed by, took away the bitterness of his longing, and he forgot the subject to focus on another matter that led him to the Bank of Brazil. Upon entering the bank, he ran into his business partner, who was leaving. I think I just saw Sophia, Rubião told him. Where? On Rua dos Ourives. She was in a carriage with another lady whom I don't know. How have you been? You saw her, and you didn't remember anything, observed Palha, without answering the question. You didn't remember that her birthday is on Wednesday, the day after tomorrow. I won't ask you to come to dinner. I wouldn't dare. It would be inviting you to get bored. But you can drink a cup of tea quickly. Will you do me that favor? Rubião didn't answer right away. I'll come to dinner, he finally said. Wednesday? Count on me. I had forgotten, I admit. But I have so many things on my mind. Wait for me at the warehouse in half an hour. Before half an hour had passed, he was there, asking for 2,000 contos de rey. Palha no longer resisted the crumbling of their capital. If once or twice he'd uttered a weak word, now he handed over the money indifferently. Rubião didn't return home without buying a magnificent diamond, which, on Wednesday, he sent to Sophia, accompanied by a calling card and 2 words of congratulations. Sophia was alone in her dressing room, putting on her shoes when the maid handed her the package. It was the 3rd gift of the day. The maid waited for her to open it so she could see what it was as well. Sophia was dazzled when she opened the box and found the luxurious jewel, a beautiful stone at the center of a necklace. She expected something nice, but after the latest events, she could hardly believe he would be so generous. Her heart raced. Is the messenger still here? He already left. How beautiful, ma'am. Sophia closed the box and finished putting on her shoes. She lingered for a while, seated, alone, recalling past events, and then she stood up, thinking, "That man adores me." She proceeded to get dressed, but as she walked past the mirror, she paused for a few moments. She took pleasure in admiring herself, her curvaceous body, her bare arms from top to bottom, and even her own contemplating eyes. She was 29 years old, thought she looked the same as she did at 25, and she wasn't mistaken. While standing in front of the mirror, she lovingly adjusted her tight, cinched vest and allowed her magnificent neckline to expand. She then remembered to see how the diamond looked on her. She took out the necklace and put it on. Perfect. She turned from left to right and vice versa, moved closer, distanced herself, and increased the dressing room light. Perfect. She closed the jewelry box and put it away. "That man adores me," she repeated. Most likely he'll be there, Rubião thought, as he went to have dinner at Flamengo. I doubt anyone gave her a better present than I did. Carlos Maria was indeed there, conversing with one of the ladies from the Alagoas Commission and Maria Benedita. There were only a few guests. There was an intention to choose and limit the attendees. Major Sequeira, his daughter, and the men and women whom Rubião had met at that other dinner in Santa Teresa were not present. Some ladies from the Alagoas Commission were there, as well as the bank director, the one who visited the minister, along with his wife and daughters, another bank personality, an English merchant, a deputy, a judge, a counselor, some capitalists, and not much more. Although Sophia was visibly thrilled, she momentarily forgot about the others when she saw Rubião enter the room and walk towards her. Whether it was a change or simply getting used to it, she found him to have a different demeanor. A firm stride, head held high, the opposite of his previous withdrawn and diminutive gestures. Sophia gripped his hand tightly and whispered her thanks. At the table, she had him sit beside her, with the chairperson of the commission on her other side. Rubião looked at everything with a superior air. The distinguished guests didn't impress him, nor did the ceremonial atmosphere or the table's luxury. None of it dazzled him. Even Sophia's particular attention to him, although pleasant, didn't make him swoon as it had in the past. On her part, her attention was more refined, her eyes exceptionally kind and obliging. Rubião looked for Carlos Maria. There he was, among the same girls from the living room, Maria Benedita and the lady from the Alagoas Commission. He noticed they only engaged with the girls and didn't look at Sophia, nor did she look at him. Maybe they're pretending, he thought. As they got up from the table, it seemed to him that they exchanged a glance, but the general movement of the gathering could have deceived him, and Rubião didn't make much of the observation. Sophia had quickly taken his arm. As they walked, she said to him, "I've been waiting for you since that day, and you never came back here. It was my right to demand it, to explain myself. We'll talk soon." Rubião went to the smoking room shortly after. He listened quietly, with wandering eyes. When the others left, Rubião remained alone, half reclined on a leather sofa, not thinking. His imagination did its job, a bit sluggishly this time, perhaps because he had eaten too much. Outside, the evening guests began to arrive. The house filled up, and the buzz of conversation grew without our friend descending from his beautiful dreams. The sound of the piano, which silenced all the noise, did not draw him back to reality. However, a rustle of silk entering the room made him suddenly get up, awakened. "Here you are," Sophia said, "hiding here to escape boredom. You don't even want to listen to good music. I thought you had left. I came to see you." Without any further delay, because she couldn't waste a minute, she told him what we already knew about the letter found in the Botafogo garden. She reminded him that, before opening it, she had asked him to open and read it himself. What better proof of innocence? Her words came out rapidly, serious, dignified, and moving. There was a moment when her eyes became moist. She wiped them, and they turned red. Rubião took her hand and still saw a tear, a small tear, trickle down to the corner of her mouth. He then swore that, yes, he believed everything. Why the idea of crying? Sophia wiped her eyes again and extended her grateful hand to him. "See you soon," she said. The piano continued. Rubião noted this circumstance. While they listened to the music, no one would come to see them. "But I can't be away for so long," Sophia objected. "Besides, I have orders to give. See you soon." "Wait, listen," Rubião insisted. Sophia stopped. "Listen, let me tell you, and I don't know if it's for the last time." "For the last time? Who knows? It could be the last. It doesn't matter to me whether that man lives or not. But I might find him here someday, and I'm not willing to fight. You'll see him every day. Hasn't Cristiano told you yet? He's going to marry Maria Benedita." Rubião took a step back. "They're getting married," she continued. "It's surprising because it happened when we least expected it. Either they were very secretive, or it was something that suddenly came over them. They're getting married. Maria Benedita told me a story which was confirmed by someone else, but in the end, the story is always the same. They fell in love with each other, and that's it. They'll be married soon." When he spoke to Cristiano replied that it depended on me, as if I were her mother. I agreed immediately and wished them happiness. He seems like a good guy. She's an excellent person. They must be happy, of course. And it's a good deal, you know? He's in possession of all his parents' assets. Maria Benedita has nothing in terms of money, but she has the education I gave her. You must remember that when she came under my care, she was clueless. She hardly knew anything. I was the one who educated her. My aunt deserved everything, and so did she. Well, it's true, they're getting married very soon. Didn't you see them together all the time today? There's no official announcement yet, but close family friends can know. For someone who was in such a hurry, that was quite a lengthy speech. Sophia realized this a little too late. She repeated to Rubião that she would see him soon, and that he should go to the living room. The piano had stopped. There was a discreet murmur of applause and conversation. Chapter 116. Were they getting married? But how is that? Maria Benedita. It was Maria Benedita who was marrying Carlos Maria. But then Carlos Maria. He understood now. It was all a misunderstanding, confusion. What seemed to be with one person was with another, and that's how people can end up in slander and crime. Thus Rubião reflected, heading to the dining room where the waiters were setting the table for supper. He continued, walking along the length of the room. Well, look at that! And Palha wanted to marry me to his cousin, not knowing that fate had another groom in store for her. He's not an ugly guy. He's much more handsome than she is. Next to Sophia, Maria Benedita is worth little or nothing, but sympathy is like that. They're getting married, and soon. Will it be a grand wedding? It must be. Paula is living a little better now. And Rubião glanced at the furniture, porcelain, crystal, and curtains. It must be grand, and besides, the groom is wealthy. Rubião thought of the carriage and horses he would bring. He had seen a magnificent pair at Engenho Velho a few days earlier that was just perfect. He would order another like that, no matter the price. He also had to give a gift to the bride. Thinking of her, he saw her enter the room. "Cousin Sophia, where is she?" she asked Rubião. "I don't know. She was here just a moment ago." And, as he saw her determined to go ahead, he asked her for a word, and not to get angry. Maria Benedita waited. Without hesitation, he congratulated her. He knew she was getting married. Maria Benedita turned very red and murmured not to disclose anything. There were no servants there then. Rubião took her hand and closed it between his. "I'm part of the family," he said. "You deserve to be happy, and I hope you will be." A little frightened, Maria Benedita pulled her hand and freed it, but not to upset him. She smiled. It wasn't necessary. He was delighted. We know the girl was not pretty. Yet she looked beautiful, so full of happiness. Nature seemed to have put its finest ideas in her. Smiling equally, Rubião continued. "Your cousin told me. She asked me to keep it a secret. I won't say anything before it's time. But what's wrong with telling you? You are kind and deserve everything. There's no need to hide your eyes. Getting married is not shameful. Come on, hold your head up and laugh." Maria Benedita looked at him with radiant eyes. "That's it," Rubião applauded. "What's the harm in confessing to a friend? Let me tell you the truth. I believe you'll be happy, but I admit he will be even happier. No, you'll see if it's not true. He himself will tell you how he feels, and if he's sincere, you'll recognize that I'm only prophesying. I know there's no scale to measure feelings. Anyway, what I mean is that you are a beautiful and good person. Go on, go away. If not, I'll keep telling truths, and you're blushing too much." Indeed, Maria Benedita blushed with pleasure, listening to Rubião's words. At home, she had found acquiescence, nothing more. Even Carlos Maria himself was not so tender. He liked her with circumspection. He spoke to her of marital happiness as if it were a fee he was going to receive from fate. Payment due, complete, and certain. He didn't need to treat her differently for her to adore him above all things in this world. Rubião repeated his farewell and watched her as if she were a daughter. He saw her going like that, crossing the room, lively and satisfied, so different from what he had found her to be at other times, disappearing through one of the doors. He couldn't help but say, "Beautiful and good creature." Chapter 117. The story of Maria Benedita's marriage is brief, and though Sophia may find it ordinary, it's worth telling. Let's accept right away that if it weren't for the epidemic in Alagoas, there might not have been a wedding. Hence, it's concluded that catastrophes are useful and even necessary. There are plenty of examples, but one little story I heard as a child will suffice, and I'll give it to you in a couple of lines. Once upon a time, there was a hut burning on the side of the road. The owner, a sad, ragged woman, cried over her disaster a few steps away, sitting on the ground. When a drunk man happened to pass by, he saw the fire, saw the woman, and asked her if the house was hers. "Yes, sir, it's mine. It's all I had in this world." "Would you mind if I light my cigar there?" The priest who told me this certainly amended the original text. One doesn't need to be drunk to light a cigar on other people's misfortunes. Good Father Chagas. His name was Chagas. More than good father, you instilled in me for many years that consoling idea that no one, in their right mind, would take advantage of others' misfortunes, not to mention the respect that drunk man had for the principle of property, to the point of not lighting his cigar without asking permission from the owner of the ruins. All comforting ideas. Good Father Chagas. Chapter 118. Farewell, Father Chagas. I'll move on to the story of the wedding. That Maria Benedita liked Carlos Maria is something seen or felt since that dance on Rua dos Arcos, when he and Sophia waltzed so much. We saw her the following morning, ready to leave for the countryside. Her cousin appeased her with the promise that she was arranging a suitor for her. Maria Benedita thought it was the waltzer from the night before and waited. She didn't confess anything, out of shame at first, and later, not to spoil the surprise when Sophia finally revealed the person's name. If she confessed right away, it could also happen that the other would slack off in her task, and the cause would be lost. Let's not mind this. They are just a girl's little calculations. Then came the Alagoas epidemic. Sophia organized the committee, which brought new connections to the Pala family. Included among the ladies who formed one of the subcommittees, Maria Benedita worked with everyone, but gained the particular esteem of one of them, Dona Fernanda, the wife of a congressman. Dona Fernanda was just over 30 years old, lively, outgoing, rosy, and robust. Born in Porto Alegre, she married a lawyer from Alagoas, now a congressman for another province and, as the rumor went, soon to be a minister of state. Her husband's origin was the pretext for involving her in the committee, and it was a good choice because she asked as if she were commanding, had no shyness, and didn't accept refusals. Carlos Maria, who was her cousin, visited her as soon as she arrived in Rio de Janeiro. Carlos Maria found her even more beautiful than in 1865, the last year he had seen her, and perhaps it was true. He concluded that the air of the South was made to invigorate people, to double their charms, and he promised to go there to spend his final days. "Let's go there, and I'll arrange a marriage for you," she said. "I know a girl from Pelotas who is a gem, and she will only marry a young man from the court." "With me, of course?" "From the court and with big eyes. Look, I'm not joking. She is a first-rate Guasca. I have her picture here." Dona Fernanda opened the album and showed him the picture of the girl. "She's not ugly," he agreed. "That's it?" "Yes, she's beautiful. Where do you put your old slippers, cousin?" Carlos Maria smiled without answering. He didn't like the expression. He wanted to change the subject. But Dona Fernanda returned to the topic of the friend from Pelotas's marriage. She looked at the picture, painted it with words describing the girl's eyes, hair, and complexion, and then gave a brief biography of Sonora. The girl had this beautiful name. The priest who baptized her hesitated to give her the name, despite the respect and influence of the girl's rich father, a rancher, but in the end, he agreed, thinking that the girl's virtues could take the name to the list of saints. "Do you believe she will end up among the saints?" Carlos Maria asked. "If she marries you, I believe so." "That explains nothing. Marrying the devil would result in the same thing, and with even more certainty, because of martyrdom. Saint Sonora is not an ugly name, and it responds well to the meaning. Saint Sonora, in any case, cousin." "You have the race of a Jew. Be quiet," she interrupted. "So you refuse my Guasca?" she continued, going to put the album back in its place. "I don't refuse. Let me continue with my celibacy, which is halfway to heaven." Dona Fernanda burst into laughter. "Merciful God, do you really believe you're going to heaven? I've been there for 20 minutes already. What is this tranquil, cool room so far from the people outside? Here we talk, the two of us, without hearing blasphemies, without enduring crippled, consumptive, scrofulous, unbearable spirits, hell itself, in short. This is heaven, or a piece of heaven. Since we fit in it, it's as good as infinite. We talk about Saint Sonora, Saint Carlos Maria, and Saint Fernanda, who, to contrast with Saint Gonzalo, became a matchmaker for girls. Where else is there a heaven like this? In Pelotas? Pelotas is so far away," he sighed, stretching his legs and staring at the room's chandelier. "All right, it's just the first attempt. I'll make others until you stop wanting." Carlos Maria smiled and looked at the tassels hanging from the silk cord tied around her waist with a loose bow, either to see the tassels or to appreciate the grace of her body. He saw once again that his cousin was a beautiful creature. The beauty of her form caught his eye. Respect pulled it away. But it wasn't just friendship that kept him there and brought him back to that house. Carlos Maria loved the conversation of women as much as he generally despised that of men. He found men declamatory, crude, tiring, heavy, frivolous, vulgar, and trivial. Women, on the contrary, were not crude, declamatory, or heavy. Vanity suited them well, and some flaws did not look bad on them. They also possessed the grace and gentleness of their sex. Even the most insignificant of them, he thought, always had something to offer. When he found them tasteless or stupid, he believed they were poorly finished men. Meanwhile, the relationship between Dona Fernanda and Maria Benedita grew closer. Maria Benedita, besides being shy, was also sad during that time. It was precisely the difference in character and situation that bound them to each other. Dona Fernanda possessed, on a grand scale, the quality of sympathy. She loved the weak and the sad out of the need to make them joyful and courageous. Many acts of piety and dedication were attributed to her. "What's wrong?" she asked her friend one day. "You hardly ever laugh. You always seem to have a startled look, lost in thought." Maria Benedita replied that nothing was wrong. It was just her way. And she smiled as she said this out of mere condescension. She mentioned the loss of her mother as one of the causes of her melancholy. Dona Fernanda began to take her everywhere, invite her to dinner, offer her a seat in the theater box if they went, and thanks to that, and her jovial nature, she chased away the dreary crows that hovered in the girl's soul. Habit and affection soon made them close friends. However, Maria Benedita continued to hide her secret. Whatever the secret is, Dona Fernanda thought one day, I believe it's best to marry her to Carlos Maria. Sonora can wait. You need to get married, Maria Benedita, she told her 2 days later, in the morning, at the Matacavallos estate. Maria Benedita had gone to the theater with her and spent the night there. I don't want any hesitations. You need to get married, and you will get married. I've been meaning to tell you this for a couple of days now, but discussing these matters in a room or on the street has no power. Here in the estate, it's different, and if you're brave enough to climb a bit of the hill with me, that would be even better. Shall we? It's hot. It's more poetic, girl. Ah, carioca without blood. You only have water in your veins. Well, let's stay here on this bench. Sit down like this, and I'll stay here beside you, prepared for anything. Marry or die. Don't argue with me. You're not happy, she continued, changing her tone. No matter how hard you try, I can see that you live without pleasure. Come on, tell me honestly, do you have feelings for someone? If you do, admit it, and I'll go find that person. I don't. You don't? Well, that's precisely what we need. No need to put any writings in your heart. I know a good tenant. Maria Benedita turned completely towards her, with her lips slightly parted and her eyes wide open. She seemed to be fearful of the proposal or eager for it. Dona Fernanda, unable to understand her friend's true state, took her hand first and asked her to tell her everything. If she loved someone, it was clear, it could be seen in her eyes, and she must confess it. She insisted, pleaded, and would even demand it if necessary. Maria Benedita's hand grew cold. Her eyes focused on the ground, and for a few moments, neither of them said anything. Come on, speak up, Dona Fernanda repeated. I have nothing to say. Dona Fernanda gestured in disbelief, hugging her tighter, placing her hand around her waist, and drawing her close. She whispered softly in her ear, saying she was like her own mother. She kissed her on the cheek, ear, and nape, leaned her head on her shoulder, and caressed her with her other hand. She wanted to know everything. If the lover was on the moon, she would send for him on the moon, wherever he was, except the cemetery. But if he was in the cemetery, she would find her a better one who would make her forget the first in just a few days. Maria Benedita listened, agitated, trembling, not knowing how to escape, almost confessing, but holding back in time as if defending her modesty. She did not deny nor admit it, but since she did not smile either, and trembled with emotion, it was easy to guess at least half the truth. So am I not your friend? Don't you trust me? Pretend I'm your mother. Maria Benedita resisted a little longer. She had used up her strength and felt the need to reveal something. Dona Fernanda listened to her and moved. The sun was already licking the edges of the bench, soon to climb up their shoes, the hem of their dresses, and their knees, but neither of them noticed. Love consumed them. One's confession captivated the other. It was an unknown, unshared, unguessed passion, a passion that was losing its nature and kind to become pure adoration. At first, when she saw the loved one, she went through two very different states. One she could not define, excitement, dizziness, pounding heart, almost fainting. The other was contemplation. Now it was almost only the latter. She had cried a lot, lost sleep over longing. She had paid dearly for the ambition of her hopes, but she would never lose the certainty that he was superior to all other men, a divine being who, even if not caring about her, would always deserve adoration. Well, said Dona Fernanda, when her friend fell completely silent, let's get to the essential, which is not to suffer in vain. No, dear, worshipping a man who doesn't care about us is poetry. Forget poetry. Just remember, you're the only one who loses in this situation because he'll marry someone else. Years will pass. Passion will get on their backs, and one day when you least expect it, You'll wake up without love or a husband. And who is this barbarian? I won't say that, Maria Benedita replied, standing up from the bench. Well, don't say it, Dona Fernanda interjected, grabbing her wrists and making her sit on her lap. The main issue is getting married. If not with him, then with someone else. No, I won't get married. Only with him? I don't know if even with him, Maria Benedita replied after a few moments. I love him like I love God, who is in heaven. Virgin Mary, what blasphemy. 2 blasphemies, girl. The first is that you shouldn't love anyone like God, and the second is that a husband, even a bad one, is always better than the best of dreams. Chapter 119. A husband, even a bad one, is always better than the best of dreams. The maxim was not idealistic. Maria Benedita protested against it. Wasn't it better to dream than to cry? Dreams end or change, while bad husbands can live a long time. You say that, Maria Benedita concluded, because God sent you an angel. Look, here he comes. Don't worry, you'll have your own angel too. I know a magnificent one for you. All the angels seek me out. Teofilo, Dona Fernanda's husband, who had seen them from afar, approached them, holding a crumpled newspaper in his hand. He didn't greet the guests but went straight to his wife. Do you want to know what they did to me, Nana? He said with clenched teeth. My speech from the 5th was published today. Look at this sentence. I had said, in doubt, abstain. It's the advice of the wise. And they printed, in debt, abstain. It's unbearable. Note that the debate was precisely about a credit from the Ministry of the Navy, arguing that many expenses had been incurred. So it could seem like a cheap shot on my part, as if I were advising a default. In any case, it's absurd. But didn't you read the proof? I did, but the author is the least capable of reading them well. In debt, abstain, he continued, looking at the paper and snorting. This can only be fixed with. He was disheartened. He was a man of talent, seriousness, and hard work. But at that moment, all the great works, the most fearsome problems, the most decisive battles, the deepest revolutions, the sun and the moon, all the constellations, all the animals, and all generations of humans were worth less than swapping a U for an I. Maria Benedita looked at him without understanding. She thought she was suffering the greatest sadness, but there was another just as great and much more distressing. Thus, the gnawing melancholy of a poor creature was equal to a typographical error. Teofilo, who only then noticed her, extended his hand. It was cold. No one can pretend to have cold hands. He must be truly suffering. Moments later, he threw the paper to the ground with a violent gesture and walked away. But Teofilo, it can be corrected tomorrow, said Dona Fernanda, standing up. Teofilo, without looking back, shrugged in despair. His wife rushed to him. Her friend followed, astonished. Only the bench remained, now free of them, fully exposed to the sun's rays, which neither loves nor makes speeches. Dona Fernanda took her husband to a room, and through a barrage of kisses, consoled him for the blow. By lunchtime he was smiling, albeit a pale smile. His wife, to distract him from his concern, proposed the plan to marry Maria Benedita, and it had to be to a congressman, if there was any single one in the chamber, regardless of his opinion. It could be a government supporter, an opponent, both, or neither, as long as he was a husband. On this subject, she made lively and spirited remarks, filling the time and aiming to kill the memory of the letter swap. What a pious creature. Teofilo, understanding his wife, gradually became cheerful and agreed on the convenience of marrying Maria Benedita. The problem, his wife interjected, looking at someone whose name she did not want to mention. It's not necessary, her husband interrupted, wiping his lips. It's clear that she likes your cousin. Chapter 120. The following Sunday, Dona Fernanda went to the church of Santo Antonio dos Pobres. After the Mass, she saw emerging from the movement of the faithful who were greeting each other, or the altar, none other than her cousin, upright, smiling, gravely dressed, extending his hand to her. "Did you also come to Mass?" she asked in astonishment. "I did." "Do you always come?" "Not always, but often." Frankly, I didn't expect so much devotion from you. Men, in general, are impious. Teofilo never sets foot in church unless it's to baptize our children. So, are you religious? I cannot answer with certainty, but I loathe banality, which is to speak ill of religion. That's enough. I came to Mass, not to confess. Now I'll accompany you home, and if you offer me lunch, I'll have it with you, or you could come to have lunch with me. It's on this street, as you know. I'd go alone if I could, to give you a very long piece of news. Let's walk slowly then, Carlos Maria said at the church door, offering her his arm. And a few steps later, important news? Important and delightful. Let me guess, God, always merciful, is going to take our dear Teofilo to himself, leaving here in desolation the most charming of all widows. You don't need to make that face, cousin. Keep your arm. Let's hear the news. The girl from Pelotas arrived, right? I won't tell you what it is if you don't swear to listen seriously. Seriously. Dona Fernanda confessed that she hesitated to marry him to the girl from Pelotas. She didn't want any remorse. She had discovered someone here who had an immense love for her cousin. Carlos Maria smiled and started to make a joke, but the news spurred his spirit. Immense love? Immense love? Violent passion, the cousin confirmed, adding that perhaps the definition no longer fit the current sentiment of the person. Now it was a quiet and silent adoration. She had cried for him night after night, as long as her hopes lasted. And so, Dona Fernanda went on repeating Maria Benedita's confession. Only the name remained. Carlos Maria wanted to know it, but she refused. She couldn't reveal it. Why give him the pleasure of knowing who adored him if he wasn't running to meet her soul? It was better to leave him in mystery. She didn't cry anymore. Modest and unambitious, she had lost hope of being loved, and over time she remained only a devotee, but a peerless one who didn't even hope to be heard or graced one day by a benevolent glance from her beloved God. Cousin, you what? Carlos Maria concluded by saying that the advocate was worthy of the cause. Indeed, if that girl adored him to such an extent, it was just and natural that his cousin should be so passionately interested in her. But why not reveal the name? For now, I won't tell you. Perhaps someday. But you understand that it would be very difficult for me to marry you off to my noble girl, knowing that someone else loves you so much. And it could very well be that this one here wouldn't suffer much if she saw you married. Yes, sir, it seems absurd, but you have to know her. I say that if you are happy, she is capable of blessing the beautiful rival. It's not romanticism anymore. It's mysticism, Carlos Maria retorted after a few steps, with his eyes on the ground. It's not in keeping with our times. Do you have any proof of such a state of the soul? I do. That's your house, isn't it? Asked Dona Fernanda, stopping. Yes. Nice building, and solid. Very solid. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7 windows. Does the living room span from one end to the other? Great for a ball. And continuing, if I had a larger house here than mine, I'd throw a big ball before going back to Rio Grande. I like parties. My 2 sons don't give me much trouble. By the way, I've been thinking of enrolling Lopo in a school. Where can I find a good one? Carlos Maria was thinking about the unknown devotee. He was far, very far from education and its establishments. How great it was to feel like an adored God, and adored in an evangelical manner. The devotee hiding in her room, with the door closed, in secret, not in the synagogues, for all to see. And your Father, who sees what happens in secret, will reward you. Oh, he would reward her if he knew who she was. Married? No, it couldn't be. She wouldn't confess it to anyone, widowed or single, rather single. It smelled like a single woman to him. In which room did she lock herself to pray, invoke him, cry for him, and bless him? He didn't even insist on the name anymore, but at least the room. Where can I find a good school? Dona Fernanda repeated. School? I don't know. I'm thinking about the unknown woman. You must understand that someone who adores me silently, without hope, is the object of some attention. Tall or short? Maria Benedita. Carlos Maria stopped in his tracks. That girl? It's not possible. I've talked to her many times and never discovered anything. I always found her cold. It must be a mistake. Did you hear my name from her?" "No, as much as I asked her. She confessed the miracle without naming the saint, but what a miracle. Congratulate yourself on being adored like no one else. Whose house is that?" "You tend to exaggerate things, cousin. It might not be that much. Adored like no one else? And how did you find out it was me?" Teofilo was the first to discover her, and upon hearing this, she blushed like a pitanga cherry. She still denied it to me later, and since that day, she never returned to the house. Such was the beginning of their love. Carlos Maria was pleased to find himself loved in silence, and all of his initial reservations turned into sympathy. He began to notice her, savoring the girl's confusion, fears, joy, modesty, almost imploring attitudes, a mixture of actions and feelings that were the apotheosis of the adored man. That was the beginning, and that was the end. This is how we saw them on that night at Donna Sofia's birthday party, to whom he had whispered such sweet things before. Such are men. The passing waters and roaring winds are nothing else. Chapter 121. Well, he's getting married, so much the better, thought Rubião. Between that night and the wedding day, Rubião caught some glances from Sofia, suspicions of temptation. Carlos Maria, if he corresponded, did so out of politeness rather than anything else. Rubião concluded that it was a chance occurrence. He still remembered Sofia's tears on her birthday night when he explained the letter's story. Oh, unexpected and beautiful tears. You, who were enough to convince a man, may not be explainable to others, and so goes the world. What does it matter that her eyes were not used to crying, or that the night seemed to arouse feelings very different from melancholy? Rubião saw her cry. Even now, he can see it in his memory. But Rubião's confidence did not come only from the tear, but also from the present Sofia, who had never been so attentive and kind to him. She seemed regretful for all the harm she had caused, ready to make amends, either through belated affection or the failure of her first adventure. There are potential crimes that lie dormant. There are dormant operas in the mind of a conductor, waiting for the first beats of inspiration. Chapter 122. Good thing he's getting married, Rubião repeated. The wedding was not delayed. 3 weeks. On the appointed day's morning, Carlos Maria opened his eyes in astonishment. Was it really him who was getting married? There was no doubt. He looked at himself in the mirror. It was him. He recalled the past few days, the rapid progression of events, the reality of the affection he had for the bride, and finally, the pure happiness he was about to give her. This last thought filled him with great and rare satisfaction. He was still ruminating on this while horseback riding during his usual morning stroll. This time, he chose the Old Mill neighborhood. Although he was used to admiring eyes, he now saw in everyone a look that seemed to bear the news that he was getting married. The casuarinas of a country estate, still before he passed by them, whispered very private things to him, which the frivolous would attribute to the breeze that was also passing, but the wise would recognize as nothing less than the nuptial language of the casuarinas. Birds hopped from one side to the other, warbling a madrigal. A pair of butterflies, the Japanese consider them a symbol of fidelity, as they are often seen in pairs even when landing on flower after flower, accompanied his horse's pace for quite some time, fluttering here and there, lively and yellow. Along with all this, the fresh air, blue sky, cheerful faces of men riding donkeys, and necks stretched out of carriage windows to see him and his groom's grace. Indeed, it was difficult to believe that all those gestures and attitudes of people, animals, and trees expressed anything other than the nuptial tribute to nature. The butterflies disappeared into one of the denser bushes along the fence. Another country estate followed, devoid of trees, with an open gate, and at the back, facing the gate, an old house squinted its eyes in the shape of 5 windows, tired of losing residents. They, too, had witnessed weddings and banquets. The century had found them still green with novelty and hope. Don't think that this sight saddened the heart of our horseman. On the contrary, he had the unique ability to rejuvenate ruins and live in the primitive life of things. He even enjoyed seeing the old, faded house in contrast to the lively butterflies he had encountered moments before. He spurred his horse, recalling the women who had entered that house, the different gowns, faces, and manners. Perhaps the very shadows of the happy and departed people now came to greet him, telling him, through their invisible mouths, all the sublime names they thought of him. He could hear them and smile. But a shrill voice intruded upon the harmony, a parrot in a cage hanging from the house's outer wall.
Royal parrot bound for Portugal. Who goes there? Kurupa papa. Grr, grr.
The shadows fled, the horse moved on, and Carlos Maria despised the parrot, just as he despised monkeys, both distortions of the human form, he would say. Will the happiness I give her also be interrupted like this? He wondered as he rode. Sparrows flew from one side of the street to the other, landing and singing in their own language. It was a form of compensation. That wordless language was intelligible and conveyed many clear and beautiful things. Carlos Maria even saw in it a symbol of himself. When his wife, dazed by the parrots of the world, would come to him weary, he would lift her spirits with the divine birdsong he carried within, golden ideas spoken with a golden voice. Oh, how he would make her happy! He already foresaw her kneeling with her arms on his knees, her head in her hands, and her eyes on him, grateful, devoted, loving, wholly imploring, wholly nothing. Chapter 123. Now then, that very image, at the moment it appeared in the groom's imagination, was reproduced in the bride's mind just the same. Maria Benedita, standing by the window, gazing at the waves breaking far away and on the beach, saw herself kneeling at her husband's feet, still and contrite, like at the communion table, to receive the host of happiness. And she thought to herself, "Oh, how he will make me happy." The phrase and thought were different, but the attitude and the moment were the same. Chapter 124. They were married. 3 months later, they left for Europe. As she bid them farewell, Dona Fernanda was as happy as if she were welcoming them back. She didn't cry. The joy of seeing them happy was greater than the sorrow of separation. "Are you happy?" she asked Maria Benedita one last time, standing next to the ship's railing. "Oh, very much." Dona Fernanda's soul leaned out from her eyes, fresh, innocent, singing an Italian tune because the proud Guasca preferred Italian music, perhaps this aria from Lucia, O bell'alma innamorata, or this piece from the Barber of Seville, Eco ridente in cielo, spunta la bella aurora. Chapter 125. Sophia didn't go aboard. She fell ill and sent her husband instead. Don't assume it was grief or pain. During the wedding she had been very discreet, took care of the bride's trousseau, and said goodbye to her with many tearful kisses. But going aboard felt shameful to her. She fell ill and in order not to deny the excuse, stayed in her room. She picked up a recent novel. Rubião had given it to her. Other things in the room reminded her of the same man, trinkets of all sorts, not to mention the stored jewels. Finally, a peculiar phrase she had overheard on the night of her cousin's wedding also made it into her inventory of memories about our friend. "You are already the queen of all," he whispered to her. "Wait, and I will make you an empress." Sophia couldn't understand this enigmatic phrase. She wanted to believe it was a promise of greatness to make her his lover, but she dismissed the notion as excessively conceited. Though Rubião was no longer the same shy and timid man he once was, he didn't seem so full of himself as to harbor such lofty presumptions. But what did the phrase mean then? Perhaps it was a figurative way of saying that he would love her even more. Sophia thought everything was possible. She wasn't lacking in flattery. She had heard Carlos Maria's declaration, and probably others, to which she paid only vain attention. All of them passed. Rubião was the one who persisted. He had pauses born of suspicion, but those suspicions came and went. "He deserves to be loved," Sophia read on the open page of the novel when she was about to continue reading. She closed the book, closed her eyes, and lost herself in her thoughts. The slave who entered shortly after, bringing her some broth, thought her mistress was asleep and left quietly. Chapter 126. Meanwhile, Rubião and Paula descended from the ship to the launch and returned to the Faro pier. They were cautious and silent. Paula was the first to speak. I've been meaning to tell you something important for a while now, Rubião. Chapter 127. Rubião woke up. It was his first time on a ship. He returned with his soul full of the bustling sounds of people coming and going. Locals, foreigners, of various kinds. French, English, Germans, Argentinians, Italians. A mix of languages, a chaos of hats, suitcases, ropes, sofas, binoculars hanging around their necks, men going up and down the ship's stairs, tearful women, curious women, laughing women, and many who brought flowers or fruits from the land, all new sights. In the distance, the harbor through which the ship would pass. Beyond the harbor, the immense sea, the closed sky, and solitude. Rubião renewed his dreams of the ancient world, creating an Atlantis, knowing nothing of the tradition. Lacking geographical knowledge, he formed a vague idea of other countries, and his imagination surrounded them with a mysterious halo. Since it didn't cost him anything to travel this way, he sailed for a while on that tall and long steamship, without seasickness, without waves, without wind, without clouds. Chapter 128. About me? Rubião asked after a few seconds. Yes, about you, Paula confirmed. I should have told you earlier, but all these wedding matters, the Alagoas Commission, etc., got in the way, and I never had the chance. But now, before lunch, you're having lunch with me. Yes, but what is it? Something important. Saying this, he took out a cigarette, opened it, crumbled the tobacco with his fingers, rolled the wrapper again, and struck a match, but the wind blew it out. Then he asked Rubião to hold his hat for him so he could light another one. Rubião obeyed impatiently. It's possible that Paula, stretching the weight, wanted to make him believe it was something earth-shattering. The reality would turn out to be a benefit. After taking 2 puffs, I'm planning to liquidate the business. I've been invited to a banking house as a director, and I think I'll accept. Rubião sighed. So, are you liquidating now? No, around the end of next year. Is liquidation necessary? For me it is. If the bank situation weren't secure, I wouldn't risk giving up a sure thing for something uncertain, but it's very secure. So, at the end of next year, we'll untie the ties that bind us. Paula coughed. No, before that, by the end of this year. Rubião didn't understand, but his partner explained that it was useful to dissolve their partnership now, so that he alone could liquidate the business. The bank could be organized sooner or later, and why subject the other to the demands of the occasion? Moreover, Dr. Camacho stated that soon Rubião would be in Congress, and that the fall of the ministry was certain. Whatever the case, Paula concluded, it's always better to dissolve the partnership ahead of time. You don't live off commerce. You provided the capital necessary for the business, just as you could have given it to someone else or kept it. Yes, I have no doubt, Rubião agreed. And after a few moments, but tell me one thing. Does this proposal have some hidden motive? Is it a break in our personal relationship? In our friendship? Be honest. Tell me everything. What nonsense is that? Paula retorted. A separation of friendship, of people. But you must be out of your mind. It must be the motion sickness of the sea. Me, who have worked so hard for you, who have made you a friend of my friends, treated you like a relative, like a brother, would I quarrel for no reason? That marriage between Maria Benedita and Carlos Maria should have been with you, if not for your refusal. One can break one bond without breaking the others. The opposite would be absurd. So all friends in society or family are business partners, and those who aren't merchants? Rubião found the reasoning excellent and wanted to embrace Paula. Paula squeezed his hand with great satisfaction. He would be free of a partner whose growing prodigality could pose some danger to him. The business was solid. It was easy to give Rubião his share, minus personal and prior debts. There were still some debts that Paula admitted to his wife on the night of Santa Teresa, chapter 50. Little had been paid. Generally, it was Rubião who avoided the subject. One day, Paula, wanting to force him to take some money, repeated the old proverb, "Pay what you owe, see what's left." But Rubião, jokingly, "So don't pay, and see if you don't have even more left." "That's a good one," Paula replied, laughing and putting the money back in his pocket. Chapter 129. There was no bank, no director position, and no liquidation. But how could Paula justify the separation proposal? By telling the pure truth? Hence the invention was all the more prompt since Paula loved banks and would die for one. That man's career was becoming more and more prosperous and flashy. The business was flowing abundantly. One of the reasons for the separation was precisely not having to share future profits with others. Moreover, Paula owned shares everywhere, gold bonds from the Itaboraí loan, and had made 2 supplies for the war, partnering with a powerful person and making a significant profit. He had already negotiated with an architect to build him a mansion. He vaguely thought about becoming a baron. Chapter 130. Who would have thought that Paula's people would treat us this way? We're worth nothing now. There's no use defending them. I'm not defending. I'm explaining. There must have been some confusion. To celebrate a birthday, marry their cousin, and not even a sad invitation for the major, the great major, the priceless major, the old friend major. Those were the names they gave me. I was priceless, an old friend, and great, among other names. Now, nothing, not even a sad invitation. A message delivered by mouth, at least, through a servant. Nanha is celebrating her birthday, or her cousin is getting married. She says her house is at your disposal, and that they will be dressed to the nines. We wouldn't go. Luxury isn't for us. But it would have been something. A message, a servant, for the priceless major. Daddy! Rubião, seeing Dona Tonica's intervention, became more passionate in defending the Paula family. They were at the major's house, not on Rua 2 de Dezembro anymore, but on Rua Barbonos, in a modest little townhouse. Rubião happened to pass by, and the major was at the window and called him in. Dona Tonica didn't have time to leave the room to at least glance at the mirror. She barely had time to run her hand through her hair, adjust the ribbon around her neck, and lower her dress to cover her shoes, which were not new. I'm telling you, there could have been some confusion, Rubião insisted. Everything over there is quite chaotic with this Alagoas commission. You make a good point, Major Sequeira interrupted. Why didn't they include my daughter in the Alagoas commission? No, I've noticed this for a while. We used to be invited to every party. We were the life of the party. But some time ago, things started to change. They began receiving us coldly, and the husband, if he can avoid it, doesn't greet me. This has been going on for some time, but before that, nothing happened without us. What are you talking about, confusion? The day before her birthday, already suspecting they wouldn't invite us, I went to see him at the warehouse. I exchanged a few words with him, trying to disguise my intentions. Finally, I told him, yesterday at home, Tonica and I were arguing about the date of Dona Sofia's birthday. She said it had passed. I said no, it's today or tomorrow. He didn't reply, pretended to be absorbed in some calculations, called the bookkeeper, and asked for an explanation. I understood his game and repeated the story. He did the same thing. I left. And Paula, a nobody. I shame him. Back then, Major, a toast. I made many toasts and had a certain ease. We played the Voltarette. Now he's in high society. He mingles with the upper class. Ah, vanities of this world. Didn't I see his wife the other day in a carriage with someone else? Sophia in a carriage. She pretended not to see me, but arranged her eyes in such a way that I could tell if I saw her and if I admired her. Vanities of this life. Those who have never tasted olive oil, when they do, they get all greasy. Forgive me, but the commission's work requires a certain display. Yes, Sequeira chimed in. That's why my daughter wasn't included in the commission, so as not to ruin the carriages. Besides, the carriage could have belonged to the other lady who was with her. The major took 2 steps, hands behind his back, and stopped in front of Rubião. The other one, or Father Mendez. How is the priest? Living the good life, I suppose. But Daddy, there might not be anything wrong, Dona Tonica interrupted. She always treats me well, and when I was sick last month, She sent the servant to inquire about my health twice." "By the servant!" the father exclaimed. "By the servant! What a great favor! Servant, go over to that retired man's house and ask him if his daughter is feeling better. I can't go because I'm polishing my nails." "What a great favor! You don't polish your nails. You work. You're my worthy daughter. Poor, but honest." Here the major cried, but suddenly halted his tears. His daughter moved and also felt embarrassed. Indeed, the house spoke of the family's poverty. Few chairs, an old round table, a worn-out sofa. On the walls, 2 lithographs framed in black-painted pine wood. One of them the portrait of the Major from 1857, the other depicting Veronese Venice, purchased on Senor dos Passos Street. But the daughter's work shone through everything. The furniture gleamed with cleanliness. The table had a handcrafted cloth made by her, and the sofa had a cushion. It was untrue that Donna Tonica didn't polish her nails. She might not have powder or chamois, but she attended to them with a scrap of cloth every morning. Chapter 131. Rubião treated them with sympathy. He didn't continue defending the Palha people so as not to upset the major. Soon after, he said goodbye, promising, without invitation, that he would come to dinner one of these days. "Dinner for the poor," the major replied. "If you can let us know, please do." "I don't want banquets. I'll come when the mood strikes." He said goodbye. Donna Tonica, after going to the landing but not to the front due to her shoes, went to the window to watch him leave. Chapter 132. As soon as Rubião turned the corner of Mangueira Street, Donna Tonica went to her father, who had stretched out on the sofa to reread the old St. Clair of the Islands, or The Exiles of Barra Island. It was the first novel she had ever known. The copy was over 20 years old. It was the entire library for both father and daughter. Sequeira opened the first volume, and his eyes fell on the beginning of chapter 2, which he knew by heart. He found it now had a particular flavor due to his recent disappointments. "Fill your glasses well," exclaimed St. Clair, "and let's toast all at once. Here's the toast I propose. To the health of the good and brave oppressed, and to the punishment of their oppressors." Everyone joined St. Clair, and a round of toasts was made. "Do you know what, Daddy? Tomorrow, buy canned goods, peas, fish, etc., and keep them stored. On the day he comes for dinner, we'll heat them up, and we'll have a better dinner." "But I only have the money for your dress." "My dress? We'll buy it next month or the one after that. I'll wait." "But wasn't it already agreed upon?" "We'll cancel it. I'll wait." "And if there isn't another one at the same price?" "There will be. I'll wait, Daddy." Chapter 133. I haven't yet said, and the chapters rush under the pen, but here's one to mention that, by that time, Rubião's relationships had grown in number. Camacho had introduced him to many politicians, the Alagoas Commission to several ladies, the banks and companies to people in commerce and finance, the theaters to some patrons, and Ouvador Street to everyone. By then, he was a name often repeated. People recognized him. When they saw the beard and long mustache, a well-fitting frock coat, a broad chest, a unicorn-handled cane, and a steady, confident stride, they immediately knew it was Rubião, a wealthy man from Minas. They had created a legend around him. They said he was a disciple of a great philosopher who had bequeathed him immense wealth, 1, 3, or 5 million contos. Some found it strange that he never discussed philosophy, but the legend explained this silence through the master's own philosophical method, which was to teach only to those of goodwill. Where were these disciples? They went to his house every day, some twice, in the morning and afternoon, and thus the dinner guests were identified. They might not have been disciples, but they were of goodwill. They waited hungrily, listening silently, and smiling at the host's speeches. Among the old and new acquaintances, there was some rivalry, with the former asserting themselves by displaying a greater closeness, giving orders to the servants, asking for cigars, going inside, whistling, and so on. But habit made them tolerable to one another, and they all ended up in the sweet and common acknowledgement of the host's qualities. After a while, The newcomers also owed him money, either in kind, by being vouched for at the tailor's, or through the endorsement of promissory notes, which he paid secretly to avoid embarrassing the debtors. Quincas Borba was petted by everyone. They snapped their fingers to make him jump. Some even kissed his forehead. One guest, more skillful, found a way to have the dog sit on his lap during lunch or dinner, feeding him breadcrumbs. "No, no, not that," Rubião protested the first time. "What's the harm?" retorted the guest. "There are no strangers here." Rubião thought for a moment. "It's true that there's a great man inside," he said. "The philosopher, the other Quincas Borba," the guest continued, casting his eyes around the newcomers to show the intimacy of the relationship between him and Rubião. But he didn't achieve the advantage alone, as the other friends of the same era chorused, "That's right, the philosopher." And Rubião explained to the newcomers the allusion to the philosopher and the reason for the dog's name, which they all attributed to him. Quincas Borba, the deceased, was described and recounted as one of the greatest men of his time, superior to his countrymen, a great philosopher, a great soul, and a great friend. And in the end, after a moment of silence, tapping his fingers on the edge of the table, Rubião exclaimed, "I would make him a government minister." One of the guests exclaimed without conviction, out of mere formality, "Oh, no doubt." None of those men knew, however, the sacrifice Rubião made for them. He refused dinners and outings, and interrupted pleasant conversations just to run home and dine with them. One day, he found a way to reconcile everything. If he wasn't home by 6 o'clock sharp, the servants were to serve dinner to his friends. There were protests. No, sir, they would wait until 7 or 8. A dinner without him would be no fun. "But it's because I can't come," Rubião explained. And so it was done. The guests synchronized their watches with those at the Botafogo house. At 6 o'clock sharp, everyone was at the table. On the first 2 days, there was some hesitation, but the servants had strict orders. Sometimes, Rubião would arrive shortly after. There were then laughter, witty remarks, and cheerful gossip. One wanted to wait, but the others contradicted the first one. On the contrary, it was he who had dragged them along. Such was his hunger, that if anything remained, it was only the plates. And Rubião laughed with everyone. Chapter 134. Writing a chapter. Just to say that, at first, the guests, in Rubião's absence, smoked their own cigars after dinner, might seem frivolous to the frivolous, but the more thoughtful will say that there must be some interest in this seemingly insignificant detail. In fact, one night, one of the oldest guests remembered Rubião's study. He had been there a few times, and that's where the cigar boxes were kept. Not 4 or 5, but 20 or 30 from various factories and sizes, many of them open. A servant, the Spaniard, lit the gas. The other guests followed the first, chose cigars, and those who had not yet seen the study admired the well-made and well-arranged furniture. The ebony secretary, a masterpiece of carving, solemn and sturdy, captured their general admiration. A novelty awaited them: 2 marble busts, placed on the secretary, of the 2 Napoleons, the first and the third. "When did these arrive?" "Today at noon," replied the servant. 2 magnificent busts. Beside the aquiline gaze of the uncle, the dreamy gaze of the nephew was lost in the distance. The servant recounted that the master, upon receiving and placing the busts, stood there for a long time in admiration, so lost in thought that the servant could also look at them without admiring them. "No me dicen nada estos dos pícaros," the servant concluded with a wide, noble gesture. Chapter 135. Rubião generously supported the arts. Books dedicated to him went to press with a guarantee of 200 or 300 copies. He had numerous diplomas from literary societies, both choral and pious, and was simultaneously a member of a Catholic congregation and a Protestant guild, not remembering one when he was asked about the other. What he did was pay the regular fees for both. He subscribed to newspapers without reading them. One day, when paying the semester fee for one he had been sent, he learned from the collector that it was a government party newspaper. He sent the collector to hell. Chapter 136. The collector didn't go to hell. He received the payment for the semester, and as he possessed the natural observation skills of collectors, muttered on the street, "Here's a man who detests the newspaper and still pays. How many adore it and don't pay? Chapter 137. But, oh, the twists of fortune! Oh, the equity of nature! Our friend's wastefulness, if it had no remedy, had compensation. Time no longer passed by him like an idler without ideas. Rubião, in their absence, now had imagination. In the past, he lived more for others than for himself, unable to find an inner balance, and idleness stretched the hours, which seemed to never end. Everything was changing. Now, his imagination tended to settle a bit. Sitting in Bernardo's store, he would spend an entire morning without time bringing him fatigue, nor the narrow Rua do Uvidor blocking his space. The delightful visions repeated themselves, such as the wedding, chapter 81, to which greatness did not take away grace. There were those who saw him, more than once, leap from his chair and go to the door to get a better look at someone's back as they passed by. Did he recognize them? Or was it someone who, coincidentally, bore the features of the imaginary creature he had been gazing at? These are too many questions for just one chapter. Suffice it to say that on one of those occasions, no one even passed by. He himself recognized the illusion, returned inside, and bought a small bronze trinket to give to Camacho's daughter, who was having a birthday and would soon be getting married, and left. Chapter 138. And Sophia, the impatient reader asks, just like Orgon. Et Tartuffe? Ah, my friend, the answer is naturally the same. She also ate well and slept long and soundly. Things that, by the way, do not prevent someone from loving when they want to love. If this last thought is the secret reason for your question, let me tell you that you are very indiscreet, and I only want to deal with the discreet. I repeat, she ate well and slept long and soundly. She had reached the end of her Alagoas mission with praise from the press. The Atalaya called her the Angel of Consolation. And don't think that this name made her happy, even if it flattered her. On the contrary, summarizing all the charity work in Sophia could offend her new friends and make her lose in one day the efforts of many long months. This explains the article that the same paper published in the next issue, naming, specifying, and glorifying the other commissioners, first-rate stars. Not all relationships persisted, but most of them were tied, and Our Lady had the talent to make them permanent. Her husband was the one who erred by being tumultuous, excessive, and effusive, clearly showing that he was overwhelmed with favors, and received unexpected and almost undeserved courtesies. Sophia, to correct him, embarrassed him with reproaches and advice, laughing, "You were insufferable today. You looked like a servant. Cristiano, maintain your composure when we have guests. Don't let your eyes pop out, jumping from one place to another with the air of a child who receives candy." He denied, explained, or justified himself. In the end, he agreed that he needed not to appear below the courtesies, politeness, affability, and nothing more. "Right. But don't fall into the opposite extreme," Sophia added. "Don't become a sourpuss." Paula was then both things. Sourpuss, initially cold, almost disdainful, but either by reflection or unconscious impulse, our man regained his usual animation, and with it, according to the moment, excess and noise. It was Sophia who truly corrected everything. She observed and imitated. Necessity and vocation gradually made her acquire what she hadn't brought from birth or fortune. Moreover, she was at that middle age when women inspire equal confidence in young ladies of 20 and ladies of 40. Some were smitten by her, many showered her with praise. That's how our friend, little by little, cleared the atmosphere. She cut off old familiar relationships, some so intimate that they could hardly be dissolved. But the art of receiving without warmth, listening without interest, and saying goodbye without regret was not one of her lesser talents. And one by one, the modest creatures with no manners or fancy dresses, low-key friendships, homey gatherings, and simple habits without elevation left. With men, she did exactly what the Major had described when they saw her pass by in her carriage, which was hers, by the way, in parenthesis. The difference is that she no longer even spied on them to see if they saw her. The honeymoon of grandeur was over. Now, she turned her eyes harshly to the other side, conjuring, with a definitive gesture, the danger of any hesitation. She thus put her old friends under the obligation not to tip their hats to her. Chapter 139. Rubião still wanted to help the major, but the look of boredom Sophia interrupted him with was such that our friend preferred to ask her if they would still go for a walk to Tijuca the following morning if it didn't rain. "I've already spoken to Cristiano. He told me he has a business matter and asked to postpone it until next Sunday." Rubião, after a moment, "Let's go, just the two of us. We'll leave early, take a walk, have lunch there, and by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, we'll be back." Sophia looked at him with such a desire to accept the invitation that Rubião didn't wait for a verbal response. "It's settled, let's go," he said. "No." "What do you mean, no?" And he repeated the question, because Sophia didn't want to explain her refusal, which was, in fact, quite obvious. Forced to do so, she reasoned that her husband would be envious and might postpone his business just to go along with them. She didn't want to interfere with his business, and they could wait 8 days. Sophia's gaze accompanied this explanation like a bugle would accompany the Lord's Prayer. She did have the desire, she truly desired to go the next morning with Rubião, riding up the road, well mounted, not daydreaming or being poetic, but brave, defying this world, galloping, trotting, stopping. Up there, dismounting for a while, all alone, the city far away and the sky above. Leaning against the horse, combing its mane with her fingers, she would listen to Rubião praising her courage and grace. She even felt a kiss on the back of her neck. Chapter 140. Since we're talking about horses, it's not inappropriate to say that Sophia's imagination was now a spirited and playful steed, capable of climbing hills and breaking through bushes. Another comparison would be made if the occasion were different, but a steed is most fitting. It brings the idea of impetuosity, blood, racing, and at the same time, the serenity with which it returns to the straight path and finally to the stable. Chapter 141. "It's settled. We'll go tomorrow," repeated Rubião, who was watching Sophia's flushed face. But the steed had become tired from the race and let itself become drowsy in the stable. Sophia had already changed. The thrill of the venture, the dreamed ardor, the pleasure of riding up the Tijuca road with him had passed. When Rubião told her that he would ask her husband to let her go on the ride, she replied listlessly, "You're crazy. We'll go next Sunday." And she fixed her eyes on the needlework she was doing, frivolity is the name, while Rubião turned his to a small, insignificant garden by the workroom where they were. Sophia, sitting in the corner of the window, moved her fingers. Rubião saw in 2 ordinary roses an imperial celebration and forgot the room, the woman, and himself. It cannot be said for sure how long they remained silent, oblivious, and distant from one another. It was a maid who awoke them, bringing them coffee. After drinking the coffee, Rubião adjusted his beard, checked his watch, and took his leave. Sophia, who was waiting for him to leave, was satisfied but hid her pleasure with a surprised expression. "Already?" "I have to meet someone before 4 o'clock, Rubião explained. "We've agreed. Tomorrow's ride is off. I'll cancel the horses. But is it certain for next Sunday?" "I can't be certain. But if Cristiano decides in time, I think so. You know my husband is the man of obstacles." Sophia accompanied him to the door, extended her indifferent hand, and responded with a smile to something trivial. Then she returned to the small room where she had been, to the same corner by the same window. She didn't immediately resume her work, but crossed one leg over the other, habitually lowering her dress's hem, and cast a glance at the garden, where the 2 roses had given our friend an imperial vision. Sophia saw nothing more than 2 silent flowers. She stared at them, nonetheless, for a while, then picked up the frivolity, worked a bit, paused again, leaving her hands on her lap, and returned to her task, only to abandon it once more. Suddenly, she stood up and tossed the thread and the shuttle into the wicker basket, where she kept her pretenses for work. The basket was still a reminder of Rubião. What an annoying man. From there, she went to lean against the window, which looked out onto the unimpressive garden, where the 2 ordinary roses were wilting. Fresh roses care little or nothing about other people's anger, but if they wither, Anything serves to vex the human soul. I believe this habit arises from the brevity of life. For roses, someone wrote, the gardener is eternal. And what better way to wound the eternal than to mock their anger? I pass, you stay. But I did nothing more than bloom and perfume, served ladies and maidens, was a token of love, adorned men's buttonholes, or expired on the very bush, and all hands and all eyes treated me and saw me with admiration and affection. Not you, Eternal One. You get angry, you suffer, you cry, you distress. Your eternity is not worth a single one of my minutes. Thus, when Sophia arrived at the window overlooking the garden, both roses laughed with petals detached. One of them said it served her right. You have reason to be angry, beautiful creature, it added, but it must be with yourself, not with him. What's he worth? A sad man without charm, perhaps a good friend, and maybe generous, but repulsive, right? And you, courted by others, what demon leads you to listen to this intruder in your life? Humble yourself, O proud creature, for you are the cause of your own misery. You swear to forget him, but you don't. And do you have to forget him? Is it not enough to look at him, to listen to him, to despise him? This man doesn't say anything meaningful, O singular creature, and you— That's not entirely true, interrupted the other rose, with an ironic and relaxed voice. He says something and has been saying it for a long time without changing or replacing it. He is steadfast, forgets pain, believes in hope. His entire love life is like the Tijuca ride you were discussing earlier. We'll go next Sunday. Come on, at least be compassionate. Be merciful, O kindest Sophia. If you must love someone outside of marriage, love him who loves you and is discreet. Go on. Regret your gesture from earlier. What harm has he done to you? And what fault is it of his if you're beautiful? And even if there is blame, the basket is innocent, just because he bought it, and even less so the thread and the shuttle that you yourself had the maid buy. You are cruel, Sophia. You are unfair. Chapter 142. Sophia stood there listening. She questioned other plants, and they didn't tell her anything different. There are such wonderful coincidences. Whoever knows the surface and the depths of life is well aware that a piece of a wall, a bench, a carpet, or an umbrella are all rich in ideas or feelings when we are as well, and that the shared reflections between humans and things compose one of the most interesting phenomena on Earth. The expression talking to your buttons, which seems like a simple metaphor, is a phrase with real and direct meaning. The buttons operate synchronously with us. They form a kind of senate, convenient and inexpensive, which always votes for our motions. Chapter 143. The ride to Tijuca took place without any incident other than a fall from a horse when they were descending. It wasn't Rubião who fell, nor Palha, but Palha's wife, who was thinking about something and angrily whipped the animal. It got startled and threw her to the ground. Sophia fell gracefully. She looked particularly slender, dressed as an equestrienne, her alluring figure tightly fitted. Othello would exclaim if he saw her, "Oh, my fair warrior." Rubião merely said this at the beginning of the ride. "Madame, you are an angel." Chapter 144. "My knee hurts," she said upon entering the house, limping. "Let me see." In the dressing room, Sophia lifted her foot onto a stool and showed her husband the bruised knee. It had swelled a bit, very little, but when touched, it made her groan. Palha, not wanting to hurt her, barely touched it with the tip of his lips. "Did I look disheveled when I fell?" "No, with such a long dress. Barely the tip of your foot was visible. Nothing happened, believe me." "Swear it?" "How suspicious you are, Sophia. I swear by everything sacred, by the light that guides me, by our Lord God. Are you satisfied?" Sophia began to cover her knee. "Let me see it again. I think it won't be anything serious. Apply something to it. Ask the drugstore." "All right, let me go undress," she said, struggling to lower her dress. But Paula had lowered his eyes from her knee to the rest of her leg, where it joined the boot. Indeed, it was a beautiful work of nature. The silk stocking showed the perfection of the contour. Playfully, Paula asked his wife if she had been hurt here, and here, and here, indicating the places with his hand, which was moving downward. If a little piece of this masterpiece had appeared, the sky and the trees would have been astonished, he concluded, as the woman lowered her dress and took her foot off the stool. It's possible, but there were not only the sky and the trees, she said. There were also Rubião's eyes. Oh, Rubião, is it true that he never had those foolish thoughts from Santa Teresa again? Never, but still, I wouldn't like it. Do you swear it for real, Cristiano? What you want is for me to keep swearing by increasingly sacred things until I reach the most sacred one. I swore by God. That wasn't enough. Now I swear by you. Are you satisfied? Seductive flattery. He finally left his wife's room and went to his own. Sophia's fearful and incredulous modesty pleased him. It showed that she was his, entirely his, but because he possessed her, he felt it was the mark of a great gentleman, not to worry about the casual and fleeting view of a hidden part of his domain. And he regretted that the accidental sight had stopped at the tip of her boot. It was merely the border. The first villages of the territory, before the city bruised by the fall, would give an idea of a sublime and perfect civilization. And lathering up, scrubbing his face, neck, and head in the vast silver basin, brushing, drying, and scenting himself, Paula imagined the astonishment and envy of the only witness to the disaster if it had been less incomplete. Chapter 145. It was around this time that Rubião astonished all his friends. On the Tuesday following the Sunday ride, it was January 1870, he told a barber and hairdresser from Rua do Ouvidor to come to shave him at his house the next day, at 9 a.m. A Frenchman named Lucien arrived, as requested, and entered Rubião's study according to the instructions given to the servant. Growled Quincas Borba from atop Rubião's knees. Lucien greeted the homeowner, but Rubião didn't see the courtesy, nor had he heard Quincas Borba's signal. He was in a long extension chair, his spirit drifting away, breaking through the ceiling and getting lost in the air. How far away was it? Neither a condor nor an eagle could say. On his way to the moon, he saw only perpetual happiness raining down on him from the cradle, where fairies had rocked him, to the shores of Botafogo, where they had brought him on a path of roses and bougainvilleas. No setbacks, no failures, no poverty, a placid life sewn together with joy and trimmed with the superfluous. On his way to the moon. The barber glanced around the study, where the secretary and the two busts of Napoleon and Louis Napoleon held a prominent place. In relation to the latter, there were also, hanging on the wall, an engraving or lithograph depicting the Battle of Solferino and a portrait of Empress Eugenie. Rubião was wearing a pair of damask slippers embroidered with gold. On his head, a cap with a black silk tassel. In his mouth was a light blue smile. Seductive flattery. He finally left his wife's room and went to his own. Sophia's fearful and incredulous modesty pleased him. It showed that she was his, entirely his, but because he possessed her, he felt it was the mark of a great gentleman not to worry about the casual and fleeting view of a hidden part of his domain. And he regretted that the accidental sight had stopped at the tip of her boot. It was merely the border. The first villages of the territory, before the city bruised by the fall, would give an idea of a sublime and perfect civilization. And lathering up, scrubbing his face, neck, and head in the vast silver basin, brushing, drying, and scenting himself, Paula imagined the astonishment and envy of the only witness to the disaster, if it had been less incomplete. Chapter 146. Sir. Woof! Repeated Quincas Borba, standing on his master's knees. Rubião came back to himself and saw the barber. He recognized him from having seen him lately at the shop. He got up from the chair. Quincas Borba barked as if to defend him against the intruder. Quiet! Shut up! Rubião told him, and the dog, with his ears down, went to hide behind the basket of papers. Meanwhile, Lucien was unwrapping his tools. You're going to lose a beautiful beard, he said in French. I know people who have done the same thing, but only to please some lady. I have been the confidant of respectable men. Exactly, interrupted Rubião. He hadn't understood anything. Although he knew some French, he barely understood it when it was written, as we know, and couldn't comprehend it when spoken. But, in a curious phenomenon, He didn't reply out of pretense. He heard the words as if they were compliments or acclamations. And in an even more curious phenomenon, by replying in Portuguese, he thought he was speaking French. "Exactly," he repeated. "I want to restore my face to its previous appearance, like that one." And as he pointed to the bust of Napoleon III, the barber replied in our language, "Ah, the Emperor. Beautiful bust indeed. Fine work. Did you buy it here or have it sent from Paris? They're magnificent. There's the first one, the Great. He was a genius. If it weren't for betrayal, oh, the traitors, you see. Traitors are worse than Orsini's bombs." Orsini, a pitiful man. He paid dearly. He paid what he owed. But there are no bombs nor Orsini against the fate of a great man, continued Rubião. When the fortune of a nation places an imperial crown on the head of a great man, there are no evil deeds that can prevail. Orsini, a fool. In a few minutes, the barber began to shave off Rubião's beard, leaving only the goatee and mustache of Napoleon III. He praised the work, saying it was difficult to match one thing to another precisely. As he shaved, he complimented the beard. "What beautiful strands! You're making a great and noble sacrifice indeed." "Mr. Barber, you're pretentious," interrupted Rubião. "I already told you what I want. Make my face look like it used to. There's the bust to guide you." "Yes, sir. I'll follow your orders, and you'll see what a resemblance will emerge." And with a few final strokes, the barber finished cutting Rubião's beard and began shaving his cheeks and chin. The operation took a long time. The barber calmly shaved and compared, dividing his gaze between the bust and the man. Sometimes, to better compare them, he would take 2 steps back, look at them alternately, lean in, and ask the man to turn one way or another, then go to see the corresponding side of the bust. "Is it going well?" asked Rubião. Lucien motioned for him to be quiet with a gesture and continued. He shaped the goatee, left the mustache, and shaved leisurely, amiably, and tediously, detecting with his fingers any tiny, imperceptible strands of hair on the chin or face. Sometimes Rubião, tired of looking at the ceiling, while the other perfected his chin, asked to rest. While resting, he touched his face and felt the change by touch. "The mustache isn't very long," he observed. "I need to style the tips. I have these little rods to curl them nicely above the lip, and then we'll do the tips. Ah, I prefer to create 10 original works to just one copy." 10 more minutes passed before the mustache and goatee were fully refined. Finally, Rubião jumped up and ran to the mirror in the bedroom, which was close by. It was the other, it was both. It was he himself, in short. "Exactly," he exclaimed, returning to the study where the barber, having put away his tools, was petting Quincas Borba. Rubião went to the desk, opened a drawer, took out a 20 contos de reis note, and handed it to the barber. "I don't have change," said the other. "No need for change," replied Rubião with a regal gesture. "Take what you need to pay the shop, and the rest is yours." Chapter 147. Alone, Rubião threw himself into an armchair and saw many sumptuous things pass by. He was in Biarritz or Compiègne. It was not quite clear. Compiègne, it seemed. He governed a great state, listened to ministers and ambassadors, danced, dined, and so on. Actions recounted in newspaper correspondences that he had read and remembered. Not even Quincas Borba's whining could awaken him. He was far away and high above. Compiègne was on the way to the moon. Onward to the moon. Chapter 148. When he descended from the moon, he heard the dogs whining and felt the cold on his chin. He rushed to the mirror and confirmed that the difference between his bearded and clean-shaven face was significant. But the clean-shaven look didn't suit him poorly. His guests came to the same conclusion. "It looks perfectly fine. You should have done this a long time ago. It's not that the long beard detracted from the nobility of your face, but as it is now, you retain what you had, with an added touch of modernity." "Modernity," repeated the host. Outside, there was equal astonishment. Everyone sincerely thought that this new look suited him better than the previous one. Only one person, Dr. Camacho, although he believed that the mustache and goatee looked great on his friend, argued that it was wise not to alter one's face, the true mirror of the soul, which should reflect its firmness and constancy. "It's not because I'm talking about myself," he concluded, "but you'll never see my face any other way. It's a moral necessity for me. My life, sacrificed to principles, because I never tried to reconcile principles, only men. My life, I say, is a faithful reflection of my face, and vice versa." Rubião listened seriously and nodded his head in agreement, recognizing the truth of it. He then felt like an incognito French emperor out for a stroll, but once he stepped out onto the street, he returned to his normal self. Dante, who saw many extraordinary things, states that he witnessed in hell the punishment of a Florentine spirit, which a 6-foot serpent embraced so thoroughly that they became indistinguishable. It was unclear whether it was one being or two. Rubião was still two. The Emperor of the French and his own person did not merge within him. They took turns and even forgot each other. When he was just Rubião, he remained the man he always was. When he ascended to the Emperor, he was only the Emperor. They balanced each other, separate but both complete. Chapter 149. "What's this change?" asked Sophia when he appeared at the end of the week. "I came to check on your knee. Is it better?" "Thank you." It was 2 p.m. Sophia had just finished dressing to go out when the maid informed her that Rubião was there. His face so changed that he seemed like another person. She went down to see him curiously, and found him standing in the living room looking at the visiting cards. "But what is this change?" she repeated. Rubião, without any imperial sentiment, replied that he thought the mustache and goatee suited him better. "Or do I look worse?" he concluded. "You look better, much better." And Sophia thought to herself that perhaps she was the cause of the change. She sat on the sofa and began to slip her fingers into her gloves. "Are you going out?" "Yes, but the carriage hasn't arrived yet." One of her gloves fell. Rubião bent down to pick it up, and she did the same. Both reached for the glove, and while insisting on picking it up, their faces met in mid-air. Her nose bumped into him, and their mouths remained unscathed to laugh as they did. "Did I hurt you?" "No, it's me who should be asking you." And they laughed again. Sophia put on her glove, and Rubião stared at her foot, which discreetly moved until the servant came to say that the carriage had arrived. They stood up and laughed once more. Chapter 150. Straightened and uncovered, the footman opened the coupe door when Sophia appeared at the entrance. Rubião offered his hand to help her in, and she accepted the courtesy and entered. "Now until—" She couldn't finish the sentence. Rubião had followed her in and sat down beside her. The footman closed the door, climbed onto the cushion, and the carriage took off. Chapter 151. Everything happened so quickly that Sophia lost her voice and composure, but after a few seconds, "What is this?" "Mr. Rubião, have the carriage stop." "Stop? But didn't you tell me you were going out and waiting for it?" "I wasn't going out with you. Can't you see that?" "Have it stop." Distraught, she wanted to order the coachman to stop, but fear of a possible scandal made her hesitate. The coupe had entered Rua Bela da Princesa. Sophia once again asked Rubião to realize the impropriety of them being together like this, in full view of God and everyone. Rubião respected her concern and suggested that they lower the curtains. "I don't think it's bad for people to see us," Rubião explained, "but if we close the curtains, no one will see us. Would you like that?" Without waiting for an answer, he lowered the curtains on both sides, and the two were alone because, although they could see 1 or 2 people passing by from inside, no one could see them from the outside. Alone, completely alone, just like that day when, at 2 o'clock in the afternoon at her house, Rubião had reproached her with his despair. At least there, the girl was free. Here, in the closed carriage, she could not anticipate the consequences. Meanwhile, Rubião had adjusted his legs and said nothing. Chapter 152. Sophia had shrunk back into her corner. It could be the strangeness of the situation, or it could be fear, but mainly, it was repulsion. Never had this man made her feel such aversion, disgust, or something less harsh if you prefer, but it came down to incompatibility. How can I put it without offending your ears? the incompatibility of their skin. Where had the dreams of a few days ago gone? At the simple invitation for a private outing to Tijuca, she had galloped up the mountain with him, dismounted, heard words of adoration, and felt a kiss on the nape of her neck. Where had those fantasies gone? Where were the fixed and large eyes, the friendly and long hands, the restless feet, the sweet words, and the ears full of mercy? Everything was forgotten. Everything had disappeared now that they were truly alone, isolated by the carriage and the scandal. And the horses kept walking, shaking their hooves, slowly dragging the carriage along the stones of Rua Bela da Princesa. What would she do when they reached Catete? Would she go to the city with him? She thought about continuing to a friend's house, leaving him inside, and telling the coachman to leave. She would tell her husband everything. Amid that agony, some mundane memories unrelated to the situation crossed her mind, such as news of a jewelry robbery she had read in the morning newspapers, the windstorm the day before, and a hat. Finally, she focused on a single concern. What was Rubião going to say to her? She noticed that he continued to look straight ahead, silent, with the handle of his cane resting on his chin. The attitude didn't look bad on him. Calm, serious, almost indifferent. But then why did he get into the carriage? Sophia wanted to break the silence. Twice she nervously moved her hands. She was almost irritated by the man's quietness, whose action could only be explained by his old and violent passion. Then she imagined that he himself might be repentant, and told him so in kind terms. "I don't see why I should regret anything," he replied, turning to her. "When you said it was wrong for us to be seen like this by the public, I lowered the curtains. I didn't agree, but I obeyed." "We've arrived at Catet," she interrupted. "Do you want me to take you home? We can't go to the city together. We can just wander aimlessly." "What?" "Aimlessly, the horses will keep walking, and we can talk without being overheard or guessed. For the love of God, don't speak to me like that. Let me go, get out of the carriage, or I'll leave right here, and you can take charge of it." "What do you mean? Just a few minutes is enough. Look, we've already turned towards the city. Have the driver go to Botafogo, I'll drop you off at your doorstep." "But I just left home a little while ago. I'm going to the city. What's the harm in taking me there? If it's so we won't be seen, I can get off anywhere. On Praia de Santa Lucia, for example, by the sea. It's best to get off right here." "But why not go all the way to the city?" "No, it's not possible. I beg you for everything that's sacred to you. Don't make a scene. Come on, tell me what it takes to obtain something so simple. Do you want me to kneel right here?" Despite the cramped space, she started bending her knees, but Rubião quickly made her sit down again. "There's no need for you to kneel," he said gently. "Thank you. Then I ask you, in the name of God, for your mother, who's in heaven." "She must be in heaven," Rubião confirmed. "She was a saintly lady. Mothers are always good, but of that woman, nobody who knew her could say anything other than she was a saint. And so talented, too. What a homemaker. Guests for her, it made no difference whether there were 5 or 50. It was all the same. She took care of everything in due time and became famous. The slaves called her Sinha Mai, because she was truly a mother to all. She must be in heaven." All right, Sophia interrupted. "So do this for me in honor of your mother, will you?" "Do what?" "Get off right here." "And walk to the city? I can't. It's just your imagination. Nobody sees us. And besides, these horses of yours are magnificent. Have you noticed how they lift their hooves? Slowly, clop, 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 clop." Tired of pleading, Sophia fell silent, crossed her arms, and squeezed herself even closer, if possible, to the corner of the carriage. "Now I remember," she thought. "I'll have the driver stop at Cristiano's warehouse. I'll tell him how this man forced himself into the coupe, the requests I made, and the answers he gave me. Better that than having him mysteriously disembark on any street." Meanwhile, Rubião remained quiet. From time to time, he twirled the diamond ring on his finger, a splendid solitaire. He didn't look at her, didn't say or ask for anything. They rode like a bored couple. Sophia was beginning to not understand why he had entered the carriage. It couldn't be for the need of transportation. Vanity wasn't the reason either. He had closed the curtains at her first complaint about being seen. Not a single loving word, not even a remote allusion, spoken hesitantly, filled with veneration and supplication. He was an enigma, a monster. Chapter 153. Sophia, Rubião suddenly said, and he continued with a pause. Sophia, days go by, but no man forgets the woman who truly loved him, or else he doesn't deserve to be called a man. Our love will never be forgotten. By me, of course, and I am sure not by you either. You gave me everything, Sophia. Your very life was in danger. True, I would have avenged you, my beauty. If revenge can bring joy to the dead, you would have had the greatest pleasure possible. Fortunately, fate protected us, and we were able to love without constraints or bloodshed. The young woman looked astonished. Don't be surprised, he continued. We won't part. No, I'm not talking about separation. Don't tell me you would die. I know you would shed many tears. As for me, I wasn't brought into this world to cry, but that doesn't mean my pain would be any less. On the contrary, the pain kept inside the heart hurts more than others. Tears are good because they help us unburden ourselves. Dear friend, I speak to you like this because we must be cautious. Our insatiable passion may forget this necessity. We've been careless, Sophia. Since we were born for each other, we feel as if we're married, and we let our guard down. Listen, dear, listen, soul of my soul. Life is beautiful. Life is grand. Life is sublime. But with you, what name could possibly be given to it? Do you remember our first meeting? Rubião said this last word, trying to take her hand. Sophia pulled back in time. She was disoriented, didn't understand, and was afraid. His voice grew louder. The coachman might hear something. Suspicion struck her. Perhaps Rubião's intention was precisely to be overheard, to force her into submission through fear, or perhaps to have her snatched away. She felt the urge to throw herself at him, to cry out for help, and to save herself through scandal. He spoke softly after a short pause. I remember as if it were yesterday. You arrived in a carriage, not this one. It was a rented cab, a calèche. You got out, frightened, with the veil covering your face. You were trembling like a leaf. But my arms supported you. The sun on that day should have stopped, as when it obeyed Joshua. And yet, my flower, those hours were long as hell. I don't know why. In fact, they should have been short. Maybe it was because our passion never ended. It hasn't ended, and it never will. In compensation, we didn't see the sun anymore. It was falling on the other side of the mountains when my Sophia, still fearful, went out onto the street and got into another calèche. Another, or the same one? I think it was the same one. You can't imagine how I felt. I seemed dazed. I kissed everything you touched. I even kissed the doorstep. I think I already told you this. The doorstep. And I was close to going on my knees, kissing the stairs. I didn't do it. I went back inside and closed myself off so that your scent wouldn't be lost. It was violets, if I recall correctly. No, it wasn't possible that Rubião's intention was to make the coachman believe in a fictitious affair. His voice was so soft that Sophia could barely hear him, but if it was hard for her to understand the words, she couldn't grasp their meaning at all. What was the purpose of this non-existent story? Whoever heard it would accept everything as the truth, such as the sincere note, the gentleness of the words, and the plausibility of the details. And he continued, sighing about the beautiful reminiscences. But what kind of joke is this? Sophia finally cut in. Our friend did not respond to her. He had the image before his eyes, did not hear the question, and kept going. He mentioned a Gottschalk concert. The divine pianist played melodies on the piano. They listened, but the demon of music led their eyes to meet, and both forgot the rest. When the music stopped, applause broke out, and they awoke. Alas, poor things. They awoke under Palha's gaze, a look of a furious jaguar. That night, she thought he would kill her. Mr. Rubião, Napoleon, no, call me Louis. I am your Louis, aren't I, charming creature? Yours, yours. Call me yours, your Louis, Your dear Louis. Oh, if you only knew the pleasure you give me when I hear you say those two words. My Louis, you are my Sophia, the sweet, the delightful Sophia of my soul. Let's not waste these moments. Let's say tender names, but softly, very softly, so the rascals in the carriage cushions don't hear. Why must there be coachmen in this world? If the carriage moved on its own, we could speak freely and travel to the ends of the earth. By then, they were passing by the public promenade. Sophia didn't notice. She stared intently at Rubião. It couldn't be the scheme of a perverse man, nor did she attribute mockery to him. Delirium, yes, that's what it was. It had the sincerity of a word, as a person who sees or has truly seen the things they describe. I must get him out of here, the young woman thought, and gathering courage, she asked him, "Where are we? It's time for us to part. Look over there. Where are we? It seems like the convent. We're at Largo da Ajuda. Tell the coachman to stop, or if you want, you can get off at Largo de Carioca. My husband." "I'll appoint him as an ambassador," said Rubião, "or a senator if he prefers. Senator is better. You two would stay here. If he were an ambassador, I wouldn't allow you to accompany him. And the gossip. You know the opposition I face, the slander. Ah, vile people. Convento de Ajuda, did you say? What does that have to do with you? Do you want to be a nun?" "No, I'm saying that we've already passed the Convento de Ajuda. I'll drop you off at Largo de Carioca. Or shall we go to my husband's warehouse?" Sophia clung to the second suggestion. She wouldn't arouse suspicion in the coachman, and would prove her innocence to Paula by recounting everything, from the unexpected entry into the carriage to the delirium. And what kind of delirium was that? Sophia thought the reason could be herself, and this conjecture made her smile with pity. "Why?" asked Rubião. "I'll get off right here. It's safer. Why should he become suspicious of us and mistreat you? I could punish him, but I would always be haunted by the remorse of the harm he would cause you. No, beautiful, friendly flower, the wind that dared to touch you, believe me, I would banish from the realm of space as an unworthy wind. You still don't fully know my power, Sophia. Come on, confess." As Sophia didn't confess anything, Rubião called her beautiful and offered her the solitaire ring on his finger. However, though she loved jewelry and had an intuition for solitaires, she fearfully refused the offer. "I understand your scruples," he said, "but you won't lose out because you'll receive an even more beautiful stone, and it will be given to you by your husband. I'll make you a duchess. Did you hear? The title is given to him, but it's because of you. Duke. Duke of what? I'll find a beautiful title, or you can choose one yourself because it's for you, not for him. It's for you, my dear. There's no need to choose right now. Go home and think. Don't worry. Let me know what you find most beautiful, and I'll draft the decree immediately. You can also do something else. Choose, and tell me at our first meeting, at the usual place. I want to be the first to call you a duchess. Beloved duchess. The decree will come later. Duchess of my soul." "Yes, yes," she said wildly. "But let's tell the coachman to take us to Cristiano's house." "No, I'll get off here. Stop! Stop!" Rubião lifted the curtains, and the footman came to open the door. To dispel any suspicion from him, Sophia again asked Rubião to accompany her to her husband's house. She told him that her husband urgently needed to speak with him. Rubião looked a little amazed at her, at the footman, and at the street, and replied that no, he would go later. Chapter 154. Once separated, a contrast occurred in both of them. Rubião, on the street, turned his head in every direction. Reality took hold of him, and the delirium faded. He walked, paused in front of a store, crossed the street, stopped an acquaintance, and asked for news and opinions, an unconscious effort to shake off the borrowed personality. On the contrary, Sophia, after the shock and astonishment, plunged into daydreaming. All of Rubião's references and false stories seemed to make her nostalgic. Nostalgic for what? Nostalgic for heaven, which is what Father Bernardes said about the feelings of a good Cristiano. Different names flashed in the blue of that possibility. So many interesting details. Sophia reconstructed the old carriage, where she had hurriedly entered and tremulously exited, sneaking down the corridor, climbing the stairs, and finding a man, who told her the most appetizing delights of this world and repeated them now, beside her, in the carriage. But it wasn't. It couldn't be Rubião. Who could it be? Different names flashed in the blue of that possibility. Chapter 155. News of Rubião's madness spread. Some, not encountering him during his delirium, would experiment to see if the rumors were true. They would steer the conversation towards the emperor's affairs in France. Rubião would then slide into the abyss, convincing them. Chapter 156. Several months passed, the Franco-Prussian War came, and Rubião's crises grew more acute and less spaced out. When the mail from Europe arrived early, Rubião would leave Botafogo before lunch and hurry to wait for the newspapers. He would buy Correspondência de Portugal and read it at the Carceller. Whatever the news, he gave it the meaning of victory. He would count the dead and wounded, and always find a great balance in his favor. Napoleon III's fall was, to him, the capture of King William and the September 4th Revolution, a Bonapartist banquet. At home, the dinner guests did not try to dissuade him. They also did not confirm anything out of embarrassment from one another. They would smile and change the subject. All, however, had their military ranks. Marshal Torres, Marshal Pio, Marshal Ribeiro, and they responded by their titles. Rubião saw them in uniform. He would order a reconnaissance, an attack, and it wasn't necessary for them to go out and obey. The host's brain took care of everything. When Rubião left the battlefield to return to the table, it had changed. Now lacking silverware, with hardly any porcelain or crystal, it still appeared regally splendid to Rubião's eyes. Scrawny chickens were promoted to pheasants. Ordinary minced meat and poorly roasted dishes carried the flavors of the finest delicacies. The guests would make some comments among themselves or to the cook, but Lucullus always dined with Lucullus. The rest of the house, worn by time and neglect, faded carpets, truncated and broken furniture, and soiled curtains, had not its current aspect, but a different, glossy, and magnificent one. And the language was also different, round and copious, and so were the thoughts, some extraordinary, like those of the late friend Quincas Borba, theories that he hadn't understood when he had heard them long ago in Barbacena, and now he repeated them with clarity and passion, sometimes even employing the philosopher's very phrases. How could one explain this repetition of the obscure, this knowledge of the inextricable, when the thoughts and words seemed to have vanished with the winds of other days? And why did all those reminiscences disappear with the return of reason? Chapter 157. Sophia's compassion, understanding that Rubião's affliction stemmed from the love he had for her, was a mixed feeling, neither pure sympathy nor fierce egoism, but partaking of both. As long as she avoided any situation similar to the coupe incident, all would be well. In the moments when Rubião was lucid, she listened to him and spoke to him with interest, partly because his illness, while giving him audacity during the crises, doubled his timidity in normal times. She did not smile, like Paula, when Rubião ascended the throne or commanded an army. Believing herself to be the cause of his malady, she forgave him. The idea of having been loved to the point of madness made the man sacred to her. Chapter 158. "Why don't they treat him?" asked Dona Fernanda one night, who had met him the previous year. "Maybe he could be cured." "It doesn't seem to be a serious matter," Paula replied. "He has those episodes, but they're mild, as you saw, delusions of grandeur that soon pass. And notice that, besides that, he converses perfectly. However, it's possible. What do you think, Your Excellency?" Teofilo, Dona Fernanda's husband, agreed that it was possible. "What did he do, or what does he do now?" the deputy continued. "Nothing, neither now nor before. He was rich but extravagant. We met him when he came from Minas, and we were, so to speak, his guide in Rio de Janeiro, where he hadn't returned for many years. A good man, always living luxuriously, remember? But there's no inexhaustible wealth when one dips into the capital. That's what he did. Today, I believe he has little left. He could save that little by having himself appointed guardian while he's being treated. I'm not a doctor, but maybe this friend of yours could get better. I wouldn't say it's impossible. Really, it's a pity. He gets along with everyone and provides his services. Do you know he was almost our relative? Yes, he wanted to marry Maria Benedita. Speaking of Maria Benedita, Dona Fernanda interrupted, I almost forgot that I have a letter from her to show you. I received it yesterday. You must already know that they will be back soon, right? Here it is. Sophia took the letter without enthusiasm and read it with boredom. It was more than just an ordinary transatlantic letter. It was a moral deposit, an intimate and complete confession of a happy and grateful person. Maria Benedita recounted the most recent episodes of the trip in a disorderly fashion, as the travelers themselves were the focus of everything, and the most beautiful works of man or nature were worth less than the eyes that beheld them. Sometimes, an incident at an inn or on the street consumed more paper and held more interest than others, for the reason that it highlighted her husband's qualities. Maria Benedita loved him as much, or even more, than on the first day. In the end, timidly in a postscript, asking that she not tell anyone, she confessed that she was a mother. Sophia folded the paper, not out of boredom, but rather resentment, and for two contradictory reasons. But such is the contradiction of this world. Compared to the letters she had received from Maria Benedita, it would seem that she was merely an acquaintance, without any other bond of blood or affection. Yet, she would not want to be the confidant of that whispered happiness from across the ocean, filled with minutiae, adjectives, exclamations, the name of Carlos Maria, the eyes of Carlos Maria, the sayings of Carlos Maria, and finally, the son of Carlos Maria. It seemed like provocation, and almost made one believe in Dona Fernanda's complicity. Skillful, knowing how to restrain herself in time, Sophia concealed her resentment and returned the letter from her cousin with a smile. She wanted to say that, based on the text, Maria Benedita's happiness must be as intact as when she left, but her voice did not make it past her throat. It was Dona Fernanda who took on the conclusion. You can see she's happy? It seems so. Chapter 159. Had the following morning not been rainy, Sophia's disposition might have been different. The sun is not always the harbinger of good ideas, but at least it allows for going out, and the change of scenery alters one's sensations. When Sophia woke up, the rain was already falling heavily and continuously, and the sky and the sea were one, as the clouds were so low and the fog so thick. Boredom inside and out. Nothing to feast her eyes on and soothe her soul. Sophia placed her soul in a cedar coffin and closed the cedar coffin within the lead coffin of the day. And she allowed herself to be sincerely deceased. She did not know that the dead think that a swarm of new notions replaces the old ones, and that they come out criticizing the world as spectators leave the theater, criticizing the play and the actors. The deceased felt that some notions and sensations continued life. They came mixed, but had a common starting point, the letter from the day before, and the memories it brought of Carlos Maria. Indeed, she had thought she had pushed that annoying figure far away, yet there it was, reappearing, smiling, gazing at her, whispering in her ear the same words of the lazy, self-centered, and conceited man who once invited her to the waltz of adultery and left her alone in the middle of the ballroom. In the wake of his return came others. Maria Benedita, for example, a mere scrap of a person whom she had brought from the countryside to give her the polish of the city, who had forgotten all the benefits she had received to only remember her own ambitions. And Dona Fernanda, too, the godmother of her love, who, on purpose, had brought Maria Benedita's letter the day before with the confidential postscript. She did not realize that her friend's pleasure was enough to explain the forgetting of the reserved part of the letter. She also did not inquire whether Dona Fernanda's moral nature would allow such an assumption. Other thoughts and images came and went, and they all interwove and separated. Among them, there was a memory from the day before. Dona Fernanda's husband had enveloped Sophia in a great look of admiration. In truth, she was at her best. The dress highlighted the grace of her bust, the narrowness of her waist, and the delicate curves of her hips wonderfully. It was a straw-colored foulard. Straw-colored, Sophia emphasized with a laugh when Dona Fernanda praised it shortly after entering. Straw-colored, like a memory of this gentleman. It is not easy to conceal the pleasure of flattery. The husband smiled, full of vanity, trying to read in the eyes of others the effect of that meticulous display of love. Teofilo also praised the dress, but it was difficult to look at it without also looking at its owner's body. From there came the long, lingering gaze he gave her. Without lust, it's true, and almost without recurrence. Yet this memory from the day before, a gesture without invitation, admiration without desire, came to mingle now when Sophia pondered the other's malice. Carlos Maria, Teofilo, other names flashed in the sky of that possibility, as expressed in chapter 154. And they all came now because, with the rain continuing to fall, the sky and the sea were still united by the same fog. All those names, with their corresponding subjects, even nameless subjects, the random and unknown ones, who had passed by her only once, sang the hymn of admiration and received the alms of goodwill. Why hadn't she retained any of the many to hear them sing and enrich them? It's not that alms make anyone rich, but there are other coins of greater value. Why hadn't she retained one of the many elegant, even distinguished names? This unspoken question ran through her veins, nerves, and brain without any other answer than agitation and curiosity. Chapter 160. At this point, the rain lessened slightly. An ray of sunlight managed to break through the fog, one of those damp rays that seem to come from eyes that have wept. Sophia thought she might still be able to go out. She was restless to see, to walk, to shake off that stupor, and hoped that the sun would sweep away the rain and take charge of the sky and the earth. But the great star realized that her intention was to use it as Diogenes' lantern, and said to the damp ray, "Return, return to my bosom, chaste and virtuous ray. Do not lead her where her desire wants to take her. Let her love if she pleases. Let her answer flirtatious letters. If she receives them and does not burn them, do not be her torch, the light of my bosom, child of my entrails, ray, brother of my rays." And the ray obeyed, returning to the central focus, a little astonished by the sun's fear, which has seen so many ordinary and extraordinary things. Then the veil of clouds thickened once more, darker, and the rain began to fall in heavy downpours. Chapter 161. Sophia resigned herself to confinement. Now her soul was as confused and diffuse as the exterior spectacle. All the images and names were lost in the same desire to love. It is fair to say that when she returned from these vague and obscure states of consciousness, she tried to escape them and guide her spirit to a different subject. But it happened to her, as it does to those who are sleepy and struggle to stay awake. Their eyes close each time they awaken, and they awaken again only to close once more. Finally, she left the sight of rain and fog, tired and to rest. She opened the pages of the latest issue of the Revue des Deux Mondes. One day, in the midst of her work for the Alagoas Commission, one of the elegantly dressed women of the time, married to a senator, asked her, "Are you reading Fouillet's novel in the Revue des Deux Mondes?" "I am," Sophia replied. "It's very interesting." She hadn't been reading it and didn't know about the magazine, but the next day, she asked her husband to subscribe to it. She read the novel, read the ones that came out afterward, and talked about all the ones she had read or was reading. Having opened the pages of that issue and finished a short story, Sophia retreated to her room and threw herself onto the bed. She had had a restless night, so it didn't take long for her to fall into a deep, broad, dreamless sleep, except toward the end when she had a nightmare. She found herself in front of the same wall of fog as that day, but on the sea, lying on her stomach at the prow of a boat, writing the name Carlos Maria on the water with her finger. The letters remained etched, and for greater clarity, the grooves were filled with foam. Up to this point, nothing had been bewildering except the mystery, but the mysteries of dreams often seem like natural occurrences. Suddenly, the wall of fog tore apart, and none other than the name's owner himself appeared before Sophia's eyes, walked toward her, took her in his arms, and spoke tender words to her, similar to those she had heard from Rubião months earlier. And they didn't distress her like he had. On the contrary, she listened to them with pleasure, leaning back as if fainting. The boat was no longer a boat, but a carriage, in which she and her cousin were sitting, hands clasped, captivated by a language of gold and sandalwood. Even here, there was nothing to fear. The terror came when the carriage stopped, and several masked figures surrounded it, killed the driver, tore off the doors, stabbed Carlos Maria, and threw his body to the ground. Then, one of them, who seemed to be the leader of the group, took the place of the deceased, removed his mask, and told Sophia not to be afraid, that he loved her 100,000 times more than the other man. He then grabbed her wrists and gave her a kiss, a wet kiss that tasted of blood and smelled of blood. Sophia let out a scream of horror and awoke. Her husband was at the foot of the bed. "What happened?" he asked. "Ah," Sophia exhaled. "I screamed, didn't I?" Paula didn't respond. He was staring blankly, lost in thoughts about the business. Then, fear seized the woman. Had she actually spoken or murmured some word, any name, the same one she had written on the water? And immediately stretching her arms out into the air, she let them fall onto her husband's shoulders, crossed her fingertips at the nape of his neck, and murmured, half happy, half sad, "I dreamt that someone was killing you." Paula was touched. To have caused her to suffer for him, even in a dream, filled him with a tender pity, but a delightful pity, a particular intimate, profound feeling that would make him wish for more nightmares so that they would assassinate him before her eyes and make her scream in anguish, convulsing with pain and terror. Chapter 162. The next day, the sun appeared bright and warm, the sky clear, and the air fresh. Sophia got into the car and went out for visits and a ride to make up for her confinement. The day itself was already good for her. She dressed while humming. The company of the ladies who received her in their homes, and those she met on Rua do Ouvidor, the external bustle, the news from society, and the pleasant faces of so many fine and friendly people, were enough to drive the worries of the previous day from her soul. Chapter 163. Thus, what seemed like an imperative desire was reduced to mere whim, and within a few hours all the wicked thoughts retreated to their chambers. If you were to ask me about any remorse Sophia felt, I wouldn't know what to say. There is a scale of resentment and disapproval. It is not only in actions that the conscience gradually moves from novelty to habit and from fear to indifference. The simple sins of thought are subject to the same change, and the practice of dwelling on things makes one so accustomed to them that, in the end, the mind neither finds them strange nor repels them. And in such cases, there is always a moral refuge in outward innocence, which is, in other words, the immaculate body. Chapter 164. Only one incident troubled Sophia on that pure and bright day, an encounter with Rubião. She had entered a bookstore on Rua de Ouvidor to buy a novel, and, while waiting for her change, saw her friend enter. Quickly, she turned her face and scanned the books on the shelf, some on anatomy and statistics, received her money, put it away, and with her head down, sped like an arrow onto the street and headed upward. Her blood only calmed down when Rua dos Ourives was left behind. A few days later, as she was entering Dona Fernanda's house, she bumped into him in the hallway. She thought he was going upstairs and prepared to go up as well, albeit apprehensively. However, Rubião was coming downstairs. They shook hands amicably and bid farewell until the evening. "Does he come here often?" Sophia asked Dona Fernanda after telling her about their encounter in the hallway. "This is the 4th or 5th time, but he only showed up delirious the 2nd time. The other times, he's been as you just saw him, calm, even talkative. There's always something in him that shows he's not entirely well. Didn't you notice his somewhat vacant eyes? That's it. Other than that, he converses just fine. Believe me, Dona Sophia, that man could recover. Why don't you have your husband take this matter to heart? Cristiano has plans to have him examined and treated, but I'll make sure he hurries." "That's good. He seems to be very fond of you and Mr. Palha." "Did he say anything inappropriate in his delirium about me?" Sophia wondered. Should I reveal the truth to her? She concluded not to. Rubião's own illness would explain any improprieties. She promised to hurry her husband, and that very afternoon she brought the matter up with Palha. "It's a huge hassle," he retorted, and he asked what interest Dona Fernanda had in returning to that matter. She should take care of it herself. It was a mess to have to look after the other man, to accompany him, and probably to gather and manage whatever remained of the money, acting as a guardian, as Dr. Teofilo had said. An annoyance of the devil's own making. I already have a heavy burden on me, Sophia. And then, what are we supposed to do? Should we bring him to our house? That doesn't seem right. Where should we put him? In some kind of health facility. Yes, but what if they can't accept him? I'm not going to send him to Praia Vermelha. And the responsibilities? Did you promise that you would talk to me? I promised, and I assured them that you would do this, Sophia replied with a smile. Perhaps it won't be as difficult as it seems. Sophia persisted. Dona Fernanda's compassion had made a strong impression on her. She found it somewhat distinguished and noble, and she realized that if the other woman, who had no close or long-standing ties to Rubião, showed such interest, it would be in good taste for her to be no less generous. Chapter 165. Everything was done quietly. Paula rented a small house on Rua do Principe near the sea, where he placed our Rubião, some furniture, and the loyal dog. Rubião accepted the change without displeasure, and when his delirium returned, with enthusiasm. He felt like he was in his own palace at Saint Cloud. It wasn't the same for the friends of the house, who received the news of the move as if it were a decree of exile. Everything in the old residence was a part of them. The garden, the fence, the flower beds, the stone steps, the cove. They knew it all by heart. All they had to do was enter, hang their hats, and wait in the living room. They had lost any notion of it being someone else's house, and of the hospitality they received. And then there was the neighborhood. Each of Rubião's friends had grown accustomed to seeing the local people, the morning faces, and the afternoon ones. Some even went so far as to greet them, as if they were their own neighbors. Patience. They would now go to Babylon, like the exiles of Zion. Wherever the Euphrates might be, they would find willows on which to hang their nostalgic harps, or rather, hooks on which to hang their hats. The difference between them and the prophets was that, after a week, they would pick up their instruments again and play them with the same grace and strength. They would sing the old hymns, as fresh as on the first day, and Babylon would end up being the same Zion, lost and redeemed. Our friend needs some rest for a while, Paula told them in Botafogo on the eve of the move. You must have noticed he hasn't been well. He has moments of forgetfulness, disturbance, and confusion. He's going to seek treatment, but for now, he needs to rest. I found him a small house, but he may still need to move to a healthcare facility. They listened in astonishment. One of them, Pio, recovering more quickly than the others, replied that it should have been done sooner, but to do it, one needed to have a decisive influence on Rubião's decisions. I often told him politely that it was essential to see a doctor, as it seemed to me that he had some issue with his stomach. It was a way of diverting the focus, you understand? But he always replied that he was fine and digested well. But you eat less, I told him. There are days when you hardly eat anything. You're thinner, a little yellowish. You understand that I couldn't tell him the truth. I even consulted a doctor, a friend of mine, but our good Rubião didn't want to see him. The other four nodded in agreement with Pio's fabrication. It was the most they could muster, and all they could manage in their stunned state. In the end, they asked for the address of the new house so they could check on their friend. Poor guy. When they left, they said goodbye to one another, experiencing an unexpected phenomenon. They could hardly bear to part. It wasn't that they were bound by friendship or esteem. In fact, their shared interest made them antagonistic. But the habit of seeing each other every day at lunch and dinner, at the same table, had fused them together. Necessity made them tolerable, and time made them mutually dependent. In short, the absence of familiar faces, gestures, sideburns, mustaches, bald spots, idiosyncrasies, and ways of eating and speaking of their companions would be hard on each of them. It was more than just separation. It was disintegration. Chapter 166. Rubião noticed that they didn't accompany him to the new house, and he sent for them. None came, and their absence filled our friend with sadness during the first few weeks. It was as if his family had abandoned him. Rubião tried to recall if he had done anything wrong, by action or word, and found nothing. Chapter 167. I talked to the man and found him to have delusional ideas. Although I'm not a specialist in mental health, I think he can get better. But do you want to know about an interesting discovery I made? Do you think he'll get better? Asked Dona Fernanda, ignoring Dr. Falcao's question. Dr. Falcao was a congressman, a physician, and a friend of the family, knowledgeable, skeptical, and cold. Dona Fernanda had asked him to examine Rubião shortly after he moved to the house on Rua do Príncipe. Yes, I believe he can get better if he's treated regularly. It's possible that the illness doesn't have a hereditary component in his family. You should consult a specialist. But don't you want to know about my interesting discovery? What is it? Perhaps someone you know played a part in his illness, he replied with a smile. Who? Dona Sofia. What do you mean? He spoke to me about her with great enthusiasm, saying that she was the most splendid woman in the world, and that he had named her a duchess because he couldn't name her an empress. But he warned not to toy with him, as he could do as his uncle did, divorce and marry her. I deduced that he must have had feelings for the girl, and considering their close relationship with Sophia here and there, forgive me, but I believe they were in love. Oh no. Dona Fernanda, I believe they were in love. What's so surprising? I barely know her. It seems that you haven't known her for very long, or lived intimately with her. Perhaps they were in love and had some violent passion. Let's assume she had him kicked out of the house. It's true that he's delusional about his grandeur, but everything could be related. Dona Fernanda didn't look at him, embarrassed to hear his speculation, avoiding discussing it due to the sensitivity of the subject. She found the suspicion baseless, absurd, and implausible. She wouldn't believe in that illegitimate love even if Rubião himself told her. He was a madman, after all. Even if he wasn't, it's still likely she wouldn't believe him. Yes, she wouldn't believe him. She couldn't believe that Sophia could have loved that man, not because of him, but because of her own correctness and purity. It was impossible. She wanted to defend Sophia, but despite her close relationship with Dr. Falcao, she shied away from the subject for a second time and repeated her earlier question. So you think he can get better? Yes, but my examination isn't enough. As you know, with these matters, it's better to consult a specialist. Shortly after, as he walked down the street, Falcao smiled at Dona Fernanda's reluctance to accept his hypothesis. Certainly, something must have happened, he thought to himself. He has a good face, and if he's not a dandy, he's at least good-looking and has fire in his eyes. Certainly. He repeated some of Rubião's phrases, recalling the tender gestures and modulations of his voice, and his suspicion only grew stronger. Certainly. It was now impossible for them not to have been in love. Dona Fernanda's opposition seemed naive, if it wasn't a tactic to change the subject and avoid the matter. That must be it. At this point, without meaning to, the congressman stopped. A new suspicion had assaulted his mind. After a few quick moments, he shook his head deliberately, as if to deny his thoughts, as if to find himself absurd, and continued walking. But the suspicion was persistent, and when it occupies the depths of a man, it pays no heed to his head or its gestures. Who knows if Dona Fernanda didn't also have feelings for him? Could her dedication be an extension of love, etc.? And so questions arose, finding affirmative answers within Dr. Falcao's heart. He still resisted, as he was a friend of the family, respected Dona Fernanda, and knew her to be honorable. However, he thought, it could very well be that a hidden, reserved feeling, perhaps provoked by the same passion as the others? Such temptations exist. Leprosy's contagion corrupts the purest blood. A sad bacillus destroys the most robust organism. Little by little, the impulses to resist gave way to notions of possibility, probability, and certainty. Indeed, he was aware of Dona Fernanda's charitable works. But this case was unique. Her special devotion to a man who wasn't a family member, an old friend, or a relative, an adherent or colleague of her husband, anything that would have made him a part of their domestic life through connections, blood, or habit, was inexplicable without some secret motive. Love is surely the curiosity of an honorable woman, which could lead to vice and remorse. She must have stepped back in time with her morbid sympathy. And from there, who knows? Chapter 168. And from there, who knows? Dr. Falcao repeated the next morning. The night hadn't erased the man's suspicions. And from there, who knows? Yes, it wouldn't be just morbid sympathy. Without knowing Shakespeare, he had amended Hamlet. There are more things between heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your vain philanthropy. Love had played a part, and he neither mocked nor pitied anything. As I've mentioned, he was skeptical but also discreet, so he didn't share his conclusions with anyone. Chapter 169. The return of Carlos Maria and his wife interrupted Dona Fernanda's concerns regarding Rubião. She went on board to welcome them and took them to Tijuca, where an old friend of Carlos Maria's family had rented and furnished a house on his behalf. Sofia didn't go on board, instead sending a coupe to wait for them at Faru Wharf. However, Dona Fernanda already had a carriage there, which took them, as well as her and Paula. In the afternoon, Sofia went to visit the newlyweds. Dona Fernanda was overjoyed. Maria Benedita's letters had reported their happiness, and she could immediately see the confirmation of their contentment in their eyes and demeanor. They seemed satisfied. Maria Benedita couldn't hold back tears when she hugged her friend. Nor could the latter, and they embraced like two blood sisters. The next day, Dona Fernanda asked Maria Benedita if she and her husband were happy, and upon learning that they were, she took her hands and stared at her for a long time without finding the words. She only managed to repeat the question. "Are you happy?" "We are," answered Maria Benedita. "You don't know how much your answer means to me. It's not only because I would have felt remorse if you hadn't found the happiness I hoped to give you, but also because it's so good to see others happy. Does he still love you as he did on the first day?" "I believe he loves me even more because I adore him." Dona Fernanda didn't understand this statement. "I believe he loves me even more because I adore him." In truth, the conclusion didn't seem to be on the premises, but it was another case of amending Hamlet. There are more things between heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your vain dialectic. Maria Benedita began to recount their journey, sharing her impressions and reminiscences, and when her husband joined them a little later, she relied on his memory to fill in the gaps. "What was it like, Carlos Maria?" Carlos Maria remembered, explained, or corrected, but he was almost uninterested and impatient. He guessed that Maria Benedita had just confided their happiness to the other woman, and he could barely conceal the unpleasant effect this had on him. Why say that she was happy with him when she couldn't be anything else? And why spread the word of their tenderness and conversations, their acts of divine mercy, from a great and friendly God? The return to Rio de Janeiro was a concession on his part. Maria Benedita wanted to have her child here. Her husband agreed reluctantly, but ultimately acquiesced. Why reluctantly? It's difficult to explain, no less to understand. In regards to motherhood, Carlos Maria had personal and peculiar ideas, hidden, not confided in anyone. He found nature immodest in making human gestation a public phenomenon, openly visible, growing to the point of deformation, and suggestive to the point of envy. Hence came his desire for solitude, mystery, and absence. He would have gladly spent the last months in a single house on top of a hill, closed off from the world, where the woman would descend one day with the child in her arms and divinity in her eyes. He didn't make any proposals about this to his wife. He would have had to argue, and he didn't like to argue. He preferred to yield. Maria Benedita naturally had the opposite feeling. She considered herself a divine and modest temple where a god lived, the son of another god. The pregnancy was full of tedium, pain, and discomfort, which she hid as much as possible from her husband. But all of this gave greater value to the future little creature. She accepted the suffering with resignation, if not with joy, since it was the condition for the arrival of the fruit. She willingly fulfilled the role of the species, and without words, she repeated the answer of Mary of Nazareth, "I am the Lord's servant. Let it be done to me according to his will." Chapter 170. "What's the matter with you?" asked Maria Benedita of her husband as soon as they were alone. "Me? Nothing. Why?" "You seemed bothered." "No, I wasn't bothered." "Yes, you were," she insisted. Carlos Maria smiled without responding. Maria Benedita already knew this particular smile, inexpressive, without tenderness or reproach, superficial and pale. She didn't insist on knowing more, bit her lip, and left. In her room for some time, she couldn't think of anything other than that faded and silent smile, a sign of some annoyance for which she could only be the cause. She went over their entire conversation and all her gestures, but found nothing that explained the coldness, or whatever it was, from Carlos Maria. Perhaps she had been excessive in her words. It was her custom, when happy, to wear her heart on her sleeve and distribute it to friends and strangers. Carlos Maria disapproved of this generosity, because it gave a grandiose appearance to their moral and domestic state, and because it seemed banal and inferior. Maria Benedita recalled that in Paris, among the Brazilian colony, she had felt this effect of her effusiveness more than once, and had restrained herself. But was Dona Fernanda in the same situation? Wasn't she the author of their happiness? Maria Benedita rejected this hypothesis and tried to find another. Not finding one, she returned to the first one, and as always happened, she agreed with her husband. In truth, no matter how intimate and grateful, she shouldn't have shared the minutiae of her life with her dear friend. It was her thoughtlessness. Nausea interrupted her at this point in her reflections. Nature reminded her of a reason of state, the reason of the species, more urgent and superior to her husband's boredom. She yielded to the necessity, but a few minutes later, she was beside Carlos Maria, wrapping her right arm around his neck. He, seated, was reading an English magazine. He took her hand, which was hanging over his chest, and finished the page. "Do you forgive me?" asked the wife when she saw him close the booklet. "From now on, I will be less talkative." Carlos Maria took her hands, smiled, and nodded his head in agreement. It was as if a wave of light washed over her, and joy penetrated her soul. It seemed as if the unborn child itself echoed the sensation and blessed its father. Chapter 171. "Perfect! This is how I want to see you!" exclaimed a voice from the balcony. Maria Benedita quickly moved away from her husband. The balcony, which connected to the living room through 3 doors, had one of them open. From there came the voice. From there, Rubião peeked and laughed. It was the first time they had seen him. Carlos Maria, without getting up, looked at him seriously, waiting, and the head laughed, with its thick needlepoint mustaches, looking at both of them and repeating, "Perfect. This is how I want to see you." Rubião entered, extended his hand to them, which they received without warmth, and said many phrases of admiration and praise for Maria Benedita. She's so charming, he's so gallant. He noted that both had the name Maria, a sort of predestination, and ended by announcing the fall of the ministry. "The ministry fell?" asked Carlos Maria involuntarily. "It's all the talk in the city. I'm going to sit down without asking permission since you don't offer me a chair," he continued, sitting down, removing the cane he carried under his arm, and resting his hands on it. "Well, it's true. The ministry resigned. I'm going to organize another one. Palha will join. Our Palha, your cousin Paula, and you too, if it pleases you, will be a minister. I need a strong cabinet, all friendly people capable of giving their lives for me. I'll call Morny, Pio, Camacho, Roher, Major Sequeira. Do you remember the Major, ma'am? I think he'll be in charge of the war. I don't know a man more suitable for military affairs." Maria Benedita, annoyed and impatient, paced the room, waiting for her husband to say something. He signaled with his eyes for her to leave. She didn't wait for another gesture, asked the guest's permission, and withdrew. After she left, Rubião praised her again. "A flower," he said, and corrected himself with a laugh. "2 flowers. I think there are 2 flowers there. May the Lord bless them." Carlos Maria extended his hand to him in a gesture of farewell. "My dear sir." "Can I include you in the ministry?" asked Rubião. Not hearing an answer, he assumed it was a yes, and promised him a good position. The Major would go to war, and Camacho would be in charge of justice. Did he not know them by chance? 2 great men, Camacho even greater than the other. And obeying Carlos Maria, who was walking toward the door, Rubião withdrew without feeling the need to hurry. However, he was not swift. On the balcony, before descending the steps, he recounted several facts about the war. For example, he returned Germany to the Germans. It was beautiful and political. He had already given Venice to the Italians. He did not need more territory. The provinces of the Rhine, yes, but there was time to seek them out. "My dear sir," insisted Carlos Maria, extending his hand to him. He bid him farewell and closed the door. Rubião still uttered a few words and went down the steps. Maria Benedita, who had been watching from afar, came to her husband, held him by the hand, and watched Rubião as he crossed the garden. He was not walking straight, nor hurriedly, nor silently. He stopped, gestured, and picked up a dry branch, seeing 1,000 things in the air. More charming than the lady of the house, more gallant than the owner. From the window pane, they watched our friend, and at a certain grotesque moment, Maria Benedita could not hold back her laughter. Carlos Maria, however, looked placid. Chapter 172. "But if the fall of the ministry is true," she said, "do you know who is a minister now?" "Who?" asked Carlos Maria with his eyes. "Your cousin Teofilo. Nana told me he was hopeful, and that's why he stayed in the court this year. He suspected, or there was already talk of the ministry's departure. Perhaps he suspected. I don't remember exactly what she told me, but it seems he's in. It's possible. Look, there goes Rubião. He stopped, he's looking up, perhaps waiting for the diligence or the carriage. He had a carriage. There he goes walking." Chapter 173. "So Teofilo is a minister," exclaimed Carlos Maria. And after a moment, "I believe he will make a good minister. Would you like to see me as a minister too? If you wanted it, what choice would I have?" "So by your vote I wouldn't be one?" asked Carlos Maria. What should I answer, she thought, scrutinizing her husband's face. He, laughing, "Admit that you would adore me even if I were a mere minister's orderly." "Exactly!" exclaimed the young woman, throwing her arms around his shoulders. Carlos Maria caressed her hair and murmured seriously, "Bernadotte became a king, and Bonaparte an emperor. Would you like to be the Queen Mother of Sweden?" Maria Benedita didn't understand the question, and he didn't explain it. To explain it, he would have to say that she possibly carried a future Bernadotte within her, but this assumption implied a wish, and the wish was a confession of inferiority. Carlos Maria once again flattened his hand over his wife's head, with a gesture that seemed to say, "You chose the better part." And she seemed to understand the meaning of that gesture. "Yes, yes!" Her husband smiled and returned to the English magazine. She, leaning against the armchair, gently ran her fingers through his hair, staying quiet so as not to disturb him. He kept reading, reading, reading. Maria Benedita gradually softened her caress, slowly withdrawing her fingers until she left the room, where Carlos Maria continued to read an article by Sir Charlin Little, MP, about the famous Narcissus statuette from the Naples Museum. Chapter 174. When Rubião went to Dona Fernanda's house in the late afternoon, he was told by the servant that he couldn't go upstairs. The lady was feeling unwell. The gentleman was with her. It seemed they were expecting the doctor. Our friend didn't insist and left. In fact, it was the opposite. It was the gentleman who was sick and the lady who was with him. But the servant couldn't change the message he had been given. Another servant suspected, indeed, that it was the master, not the mistress, who was unwell because he had seen him enter looking downcast. Upstairs in their room, there was some murmuring of voices, sometimes loud, sometimes low, with intervals of silence. A young maid, who had gone up tiptoeing, came down saying that she had heard the master lament. The lady was probably by his side. Downstairs there was quiet gossip, ears straining to listen, conjectures. They wondered why no one from upstairs asked for water, any medicine, or at least some broth. The table was set, the servant in his tie, the cook proud and anxious. Indeed, it was one of the best dinners. What was going on? Teofilo still had a downcast look with which he had entered. He was seated on a sofa without his vest, eyes fixed. Beside him, also seated and holding one of his hands, Dona Fernanda asked him to calm down, saying that it wasn't worth it. She leaned in to see his face and drew him closer, wanting him to rest his head on her shoulder. Leave it, murmured her husband. "It's not worth it, Teofilo. What's the point of a ministry? Is a temporary position, filled with troubles, Insults and work worth that much? Isn't a peaceful life better? Let's say there's injustice. I believe there is. You have rendered services, but is it such a great loss? Come on, dear, calm down. Let's have dinner. Teofilo bit his lip, pulling one of his sideburns. He hadn't heard anything his wife had said, neither the exhortations nor the consolations. He had heard the conversations from the previous night and that morning, the political combinations, the names mentioned, those rejected and those accepted. No combination included him, even though he had spoken with many people about the true state of the situation. Some listened to him attentively, while others did so impatiently. Once the organizer's glasses seemed to question him, but the gesture was fleeting and illusory. Teofilo was now reliving the agitation of so many hours and places, recalling those who looked at him sideways, those who smiled, those who wore the same expression he did. By the end, he no longer spoke. His last hopes flickered in his eyes like a lamp at dawn. He had heard the names of the ministers, and was forced to find them suitable, but how much strength he needed to articulate a single word. He feared that his disappointment or resentment would be discovered, and all his efforts only seemed to accentuate them even more. He grew pale, his fingers trembling. Chapter 175. Come on, let's have dinner, Dona Fernanda repeated. Teofilo slapped his knee with an open hand, stood up, uttering disjointed and angry words, pacing back and forth, stamping his foot and making threats. Dona Fernanda couldn't overcome the violence of that new outburst, so she waited for it to pass, and it was brief. Teofilo approached an armchair, shook his head, and fell back into a slump. Dona Fernanda took a chair and sat down next to him. You're right, Teofilo, but you must be strong. You're young and healthy. You still have a future, perhaps a great one. Who knows if by entering the ministry now, you wouldn't lose more later. You'll enter another. Sometimes what seems like misfortune is happiness. Teofilo squeezed her hand in gratitude. It's perfidy. It's intriguing, he murmured, looking at her. I know all those scoundrels. If I were to tell you everything. But what's the point? I prefer to forget. It's not because of a miserable post that I'm upset, he continued after a few moments. Posts mean nothing. Someone who knows how to work and has talent can mock those posts and show that they're superior to them. Most of those people, Nana, don't hold a candle to me. I'm sure of that. And so are they. A bunch of schemers. Where can they find more sincerity, more loyalty, more passion for the fight? Who worked harder in the press during the time of ostracism? They excuse themselves. They say the cabinets are already organized in Sao Cristovo. I would like to speak to the emperor. Teofilo. I would tell the emperor, Your Majesty, you don't know what this backroom politics is like. These arrangements made by cliques. Your Majesty wants the best people to work in your councils, but it's the mediocrities who arrange themselves. Merit is left by the wayside. That's what I will tell him one day. It could even be tomorrow. He fell silent. After a long pause, he got up and went to the study, which was next to the bedroom. His wife followed him. It was already dark, so he lit the gas lamp and looked around the study with eyes veiled in melancholy. There were 4 large bookshelves filled with books, reports, budgets, and treasury balances. The desk was tidy. 3 tall cabinets, without doors, stored manuscripts, notes, reminders, calculations, pointers, everything stacked and labeled methodically. Extraordinary credits, supplementary credits, war credits, naval credits, loans from 1868, railways, internal debt, fiscal years of 61 to 62, 62 to 63, 63 to 64, etc. This was where he worked day and night, adding, calculating, and gathering the elements of his speeches and opinions, for he was a member of 3 parliamentary committees and typically worked for himself and his 6 colleagues. They listened and signed. One of them, when the reports were extensive, signed them without listening. Man, you're a master, and that's enough, he told him. Give me the pen. Everything there breathed attention, care, assiduous, meticulous, and useful work. The newspapers of the week hung from hooks on the wall, and were later removed, stored, and eventually bound semi-annually for consultation. The congressman's speeches, printed and bound in quarters, lined a bookshelf. No paintings or busts, decorations, nothing to amuse or admire. Everything was dry, precise, and administrative. "What's the point of all this?" Teofilo asked his wife, after a few moments of sad contemplation. "Exhausting hours, long hours from night till dawn, sometimes. One wouldn't say this study belongs to a lazy man. Work is done here. You witness that I work. What's it all for?" "Take comfort in working," she murmured. He, bitterly, "Poor consolation. No, I'm done with this. I'll pretend to know nothing. Look, in the chamber, everyone consults me, even the ministers, because they know I truly dedicate myself to administrative matters. What's the reward? Coming here in May to applaud the new lords?" "Then don't applaud them," his wife gently told him. "Do you want to do me a favor? Let's go to Europe in March or April and come back in a year. Ask the chamber for leave, wherever we are. In Warsaw, for example. I really want to go to Warsaw," she continued, smiling and playfully squeezing his face between her hands. "Say yes. Answer so that I can write to the Rio Grande today. The steamship leaves tomorrow. Is it settled? Are we going to Warsaw?" "Don't joke, Nana. This is not a subject for jokes. I'm serious. I've been meaning to suggest a trip to you for a long time to see if you can get some rest from this infernal paperwork. It's too much, Teofilo. You barely have time for a visit. Going out is rare. You hardly talk. Our children barely see their father because they aren't allowed in when you're working. You need to rest. I'm asking you for a year of relaxation. Look, I'm serious. Let's go to Europe in March." "I can't," he stammered. "Why not?" He couldn't. It was like asking him to leave his own skin. Politics was everything. Sure, there was politics abroad too, but what did he have to do with it? Teofilo knew nothing about what was happening overseas, except for our debt in London and a handful of economists. However, he thanked his wife for her thoughtful proposal. "You're kind." And a vague sense of hope restored the softness to the congressman's voice that he had lost in that great moral crisis. The papers breathed life into him. All those piles of studies appeared to him like the fertilized, sown land in the eyes of a farmer. It wouldn't be long before it sprouted. The work would have its reward. Someday, sooner or later, the sprout would emerge, and the tree would bear fruit. It was precisely what his wife had said in other direct and appropriate words, but only now did he see the possibility of harvest. He remembered his outbursts of anger, indignation, despair, and complaints from a short time ago, and he felt embarrassed. He tried to laugh, but it came out awkwardly. At dinner and during coffee, he entertained himself with his children, who stayed up later than usual that night. Nuno, who was already attending school and had heard about the cabinet change, told his father that he wanted to be a minister. Teofilo became serious. "My son," he said, "choose something else, anything but a minister." "They say it's nice, Daddy. They say you ride in a carriage with soldiers behind." "Well, I'll get you a carriage." "Were you a minister, Daddy?" Teofilo tried to smile and looked at his wife, who seized the opportunity to send the children to bed. "Yes, I was a minister," the father replied, kissing Nuno's forehead. "But I don't want that anymore. It's ugly and it's hard work. You're going to be a chaplain." "What's a chaplain?" "Chaplain is a bed," replied Donna Fernanda. "Go to sleep, Nuno." Chapter 176. At lunch the following day, Teofilo received a letter from an orderly. "An orderly?" "Yes, sir. He says it's from the president of the council." Teofilo opened the letter with a trembling hand. What could it be? He had read in the newspapers the list of new ministers. The cabinet was complete. There were no discrepancies in the names. What could it be? Donna Fernanda, facing her husband, tried to read the contents of the letter from his expression. She saw a glimmer of hope. She sensed that his lips were restraining a smile of satisfaction, or at least, of hope. "Tell him to wait," Teofilo ordered the servant. He went to his office and returned minutes later with a response. He sat down at the table, silent, giving the servant time to deliver the letter to the orderly. This time, since he was prepared, he heard the horse's hooves, and soon after the galloping down the street and felt relieved. "Read it," he said. Dona Fernanda read the letter from the president of the council. It was a request for him to come and speak with the president at 2 o'clock in the afternoon. But then the ministry... It's complete, the congressman hastily said. The ministers have been appointed. He didn't entirely believe what he was saying. He imagined some last-minute vacancy and the urgent need to fill it. It must be some political conference, or perhaps he wants to discuss the budget or assign me to a study. As he said this to deceive his wife, he felt the probability of his assumptions and felt downcast again. But 3 minutes later, the butterflies of hope fluttered before him. Not just 2 or 4, but a whirlwind that blinded the air. Chapter 177. Dona Fernanda waited anxiously, as if the ministry were for her, and would bring her some pleasure that wasn't bitter and complicated. However, if it pleased her husband, everything would turn out for the best. Teofilo returned at 5:30. By his expression, she could tell he was satisfied. She rushed to hold his hands. What happened? Poor Nana. We're going to have to pack our bags. The Marquis asked me insistently to accept a high-ranking presidency. Not being able to put me in the cabinet, where I had a designated place, he wanted and requested that I share the political and administrative responsibility of the government by assuming a presidency. In any case, he couldn't do without my prestige. Those were his words. And he expects me to take on the role of majority leader in the chamber. What do you think? Let's pack our bags, replied Dona Fernanda. Do you think I could refuse? No. I couldn't. You know, we can't deny services like these to a friendly government. Otherwise, we'd have to leave politics. The Marquis treated me very well. I already knew he was a superior man, but how cheerful and affable. You can't imagine. He also wants me to attend a meeting with ministers and a few friends, just a handful, half a dozen. He already entrusted me with the cabinet's program, confidentially. When do we leave? I don't know. I'll see him tomorrow night. The meeting is tomorrow at 8 o'clock. But don't you think I did the right thing by accepting? Of course. Yes. If I refused, they would criticize me, and rightfully so. In politics, the first thing you lose is freedom. Now, if you wanted, you could stay. In 4 or 5 months, the chambers will open. I'll barely have time to arrive and settle in. Chapter 178. Dona Fernanda agreed to the proposal. It wouldn't interrupt her son's education, and it was only a 4-month separation. Teofilo left a few days later. On the morning of his departure, he went to say goodbye to his office early. He cast a final glance at the books, reports, budgets, manuscripts, and all that part of his family that only spoke to his interests. He had tied up the papers and pamphlets so they wouldn't get lost, and made great recommendations to his wife. Standing in the center, he scanned the shelves and let his soul wander among them. He was saying farewell to his saints and friends with genuine longing. Dona Fernanda, who was standing beside him, experienced only the 10 minutes of the farewell there. Teofilo lived it for many years. Don't worry, I'll take care of them. I'll even dust them myself every day. Teofilo gave her a kiss. Another woman might have received it sadly, seeing that he loved his books so much that it seemed he loved them more than her. But Dona Fernanda felt fortunate. Chapter 179. Rubião had not returned to Dona Fernanda's house since the day of the ministerial crisis. He knew nothing about the presidency or Teofilo's departure. He lived with a servant and a dog, with no significant crises or long periods of rest. The servant did his job irregularly, received gratuities, and was often called Marquis. Furthermore, he enjoyed himself. When his master felt like talking to the walls, the servant would spy on him. He watched the dialogue because Rubião took on the wall's words, responding as if they had asked him a question. At night, he would chat with friends from the neighborhood. "How's the spin?" "The spin is doing well. Today he invited the dog to sing. The dog barked a lot, and he was so pleased, but in a pompous way. When he's in that mood, he seems to be ruling the world. Just yesterday, while having lunch, he said to me, 'Marquis Raimundo, I want you to,' and mumbled the rest. I didn't understand anything. In the end, he gave me 10 cents. You kept it right away." "Of course." When Rubião returned from his delirium, all those verbose phantoms turned into a silent sadness for a moment. His conscience, where traces of the previous state lingered, struggled to detach them. It was like the painful ascent a man would make from the abyss, climbing the walls, tearing his skin, leaving his nails behind to reach the top, to not fall again and lose himself. He then sought out friends, some new, others old, like the people from Major's and Camacho's, for example. Camacho, for some time, had been less talkative. The same politics didn't provide material for the speeches he used to make. In his office, when he saw Rubião appear at the door, he made a gesture of impatience, which he immediately restrained. The other noticed this change and wondered if he had inadvertently offended him or if he was starting to bore him. To dispel the boredom or resentment, he spoke softly, smiling, leaving long, respectful pauses, waiting for him to say something. In vain, he turned to the Marquis of Paraná, whose portrait still hung on the wall. He repeated the names he had heard: the great Marquis, the accomplished statesman. Camacho kept nodding his head, writing non-stop, consulting records and legal experts like Lobau and Coelho da Rocha, quoting, crossing out, and apologizing. He had a libel case that day. He interrupted himself to go to the bookshelf. "Excuse me." Rubião moved his legs aside to let him pass, and Camacho took a volume of the kingdom's ordinances, leafing through it, skipping ahead, going back, aimlessly, not looking for anything, just to get rid of the annoying visitor. But the annoying visitor stayed, and they exchanged furtive glances. Camacho returned to the libel. To read while sitting, he leaned far to the left, where the light came from, turning his back to Rubião. "It's dark here," Rubião ventured one day, and he heard no reply, as the lawyer seemed so focused on reading the case files. Indeed, it might be annoying, thought our friend. He watched the lawyer's hard and serious face, the gesture he made when picking up the pen to continue the never-ending libel. 20 more minutes of absolute silence. After that time, Rubião saw him put down the pen, straighten his body, stretch his arms, and rub his eyes. Rubião asked with concern, "Tired, aren't you?" Camacho made an affirmative gesture and prepared to continue. Then, our man stood up and took advantage of the break to say goodbye. "I'll come back when you're less busy." He extended his hand. Camacho lightly grasped it and returned to the paper. Rubião went down the stairs, bewildered and hurt by his distinguished friend's coldness. What had he done? What had he? Chapter 180. This time, Rubião was fortunate to run into Major Sequeira. "I was just on my way to your house," the major told him. "Are you going there?" "I am, but we don't live in the same house anymore. We've moved to Cajueros, Rua da Princesa. Wherever it is, let's go." Rubião needed a piece of rope to tie him to reality, because his spirit once again felt the grasp of vertigo. However, he spoke so accurately and properly that the major thought he was in his right mind and told him, "You know I have great news for you." "Let's hear it." "It'll have to wait until we get there." They arrived. It was a 2-story house. Dona Tonica came to open the gate for them. She was wearing a new dress and earrings. "Take a good look at her," said the major, holding his daughter's chin. Dona Tonica backed away, embarrassed. "I'm looking," replied Rubião. "Can't you see right away that she's someone who's about to get married?" "Ah, congratulations. It's true, she's getting married. It took some time, but she finally found a groom who adores her, as they all do. When I was young, I adored my late wife. It was something never seen before. She's getting married. She found a groom. It took some time, but it worked out. A serious person, middle-aged. He comes here to spend the evenings. In the morning, when he goes to his job, I think he taps on the window, or she's already waiting for him. I pretend not to notice." Dona Tonica shook her head, but smiled in a way that seemed to say yes. She was so excited. She didn't even remember that she had once courted Rubião, who had been one of her last, and ultimately her last hope. They had entered the living room. Dona Tonica went to the window, came back, head held high, walking aimlessly, reconciled with life. "Good person," repeated the major. "Good soul. Tonica, go get the portrait. Go on, go get your groom." Dona Tonica went to get the portrait. It was a photograph depicting a middle-aged man with short, sparse hair, looking surprised at people, a gaunt face, a thin neck, and a buttoned jacket. What do you think? Very nice. Donna Tonica received the portrait and stared at it for a moment, but soon looked away and sat down, while her imagination went off to wait for Rodriguez. His name was Rodriguez. He was shorter than her, something the portrait didn't show, and worked in a department of the Ministry of War. A widower with 2 children, one in the junior battalion, the other a 12-year-old with tuberculosis, sentenced to death. But what did it matter? He was the groom. Every night, as Donna Tonica knelt before the image of Our Lady, her godmother, she thanked her for the favor and asked her to make her happy. She already dreamed of a child. He would be named Alvaro. Chapter 181. Rubião listened quietly to Major's speech. The wedding would take place in a month and a half. The groom had to finish preparing the house. He wasn't a wealthy man. He lived off his salary and relied on loans. The house was the same and didn't require new or expensive furniture, but there are always some needs. In short, in a month and a half, or at least 5 weeks, they would be united by the holy bonds of matrimony. And I'll be free of the burden, concluded the major. Oh, Rubião protested. The daughter laughed. She was used to her father's jokes and was so inclined to happiness that nothing bothered her. Even if her father referred to her past 40 years, it wouldn't hurt her much. All brides are 15 years old. You'll see how he'll come looking for you later, with longing, Rubião told Donna Tonica. No way. Maybe I'll get married too. Rubião suddenly stood up and took a few steps. The major didn't see the expression on his face, didn't realize that the man's spirit might be going off the rails, and that he himself sensed it. He told Rubião to sit down and recounted his married life and his time on the battlefield. When he reached the narration of the Battle of Monte Caseros, with the marches and countermarches characteristic of his discourse, he had Napoleon III before him. At first quiet, Rubião uttered some words of praise, mentioned Solferino and Magenta, and promised Sequeira a decoration. Father and daughter exchanged glances. The major said heavy rain was coming. Indeed, it had gotten a little darker. It was better for Rubião to leave before the rain fell. He hadn't brought an umbrella, and the major's was old and the only one he had. My carriage is coming, Rubião replied calmly. It's not. It went to wait for you at the campo. Don't you see the carriage from here, Tonica? Donna Tonica made a vague, unwilling gesture. She didn't want to lie, but she was afraid and wished Rubião would leave. From the house, it was impossible to see the Campo da Aclamação. By then, the father was already taking Rubião by the arm and leading him to the door. Come back tomorrow, or whenever you want. But why can't I wait here until the carriage comes? Rubião asked. The Empress can't get caught in the rain. The Empress has already left. She made a mistake. Eugénie made a big mistake. General, why do you have to remain a major? General, I saw the portrait of your son-in-law. I want to give you mine. Send it to the Tuileries. Where's the carriage? It's in the campo, waiting. Send for it. Donna Tonica, who was at the window, said to the room, Here comes Rodriguez. And she looked back at the street, leaning forward, smiling, while in the living room. Her father continued to guide Rubião to the door, without violence, but tenaciously. Rubião stopped and reproached him. General, I am your emperor. Of course, but please accompany me, your majesty. They had reached the door. The major opened the gate just as Rodriguez set foot on the threshold. Donna Tonica went inside to greet her fiancé, but the doorway was blocked by her father and Rubião. Rodriguez took off his hat, showing his coarse gray hair. On his hollow cheeks were little freckles, but his smile was warm and humble, more humble than warm, and despite the triviality of his gesture and his appearance, it was pleasant. His eyes did not show the astonishment of the photograph. This effect was due to the emphasis he put on his entire body so that the portrait would turn out beautiful. This gentleman is my future son-in-law, the major told Rubião. Isn't it true that you saw a carriage and a squadron of cavalry in the campo? He asked Rodriguez, winking. It seems so, sir. Well then, continued Sequeira, turning to Rubião. Go on, turn onto Rua de São Lourenço, and walk straight to the campo. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Rubião descended 3 steps, there were 5, and stopped in front of the newcomer, stared at him for a few moments, and declared that he was delighted to meet him, that he should be a good husband and a good son-in-law. What was his name? João José Rodrigues. Rodrigues, I'll send you a ribbon for your jacket. That's my wedding gift. Remind me, Sequeira. Sequeira took Rubião's arm to make him descend the last 2 steps and put him out on the street. In the campo, you say? In the campo. Goodbye. From the street, Rubião still looked up at the windows, fingers on his hat, ready to salute Dona Tonica. But Dona Tonica was in the living room, where Rodrigues had just entered, fresh and delightful, like the first rose of summer. Chapter 182. Rubião no longer cared about the carriage or the cavalry squadron. He found himself walking down various streets, eventually going up Rua de São José. From the imperial palace, he was gesturing and talking to someone he imagined he had by the arm, and it was the Empress. Eugenia or Sophia? Both in a single being, or rather the second with the name of the first. Men passing by would stop, and people inside the shops would rush to the doors. Some laughed, others remained indifferent. Some, after seeing what was going on, looked away to spare their eyes the distress the spectacle of delirium caused them. A crowd of street kids followed Rubião, some so close they could hear his words. Children of all sorts joined the group. When they noticed the general curiosity, they decided to voice the crowd's sentiment, and the jeering began. "Look at him! Look at him!" the idlers yelled. The shouting drew the attention of others, and windows in the buildings began to open. Curious people of both sexes and all ages appeared. A photographer, an upholsterer, 3 or 4 figures together, heads above others, all leaning out, spying, following the man, who spoke to the wall, with his gestures full of grandiosity and obsequiousness. "Look at him! Look at him!" they yelled. One boy, much smaller than the others, clung to the pants of a taller one. This was happening on Rua da Ajuda. Rubião continued not to hear anything, but once he heard, he assumed they were acclamations and made a bow of gratitude. The jeering intensified. Amid the noise, a woman's voice was heard from the doorway of a mattress store. "Deolindo! Come home, Deolindo!" Deolindo, the child clinging to the pants of the older one, didn't obey. He might not even have heard, given the shouting and the sheer joy of the little boy, calling out with his tiny voice. "Look at him! Look at him!" "Deolindo!" Deolindo tried to hide among the others, to escape his mother's gaze, as she called him. However, she rushed to the group and pulled him away. In truth, he was too small to be involved in street tumults. "Mommy, let me see." "No more watching, come on!" She took him inside and stood at the door, looking at the street. Rubião had stopped walking. She could see him well, with his gestures and words, his chest puffed up, and a sweeping hat tip. "Madmen can be funny sometimes," she said, smiling at a neighbor. The boys continued to shout and laugh, and Rubião went on with the same chorus behind him. Deolindo, at the shop's entrance, watching the group move away, tearfully begged his mother to let him go too, or at least to take him with her. When he lost hope, he gathered all his energy into a single, shrill little cry. "Look at him!" Chapter 183. The neighbor laughed. The mother laughed too. She admitted that her son was a little rascal, a troublemaker, who couldn't stay still. She couldn't take her eyes off him. With even the slightest distraction, he'd be out in the street. And it had been like this since he was little. He was only 2 years old when he almost died under a carriage right there. It was a close call. If it hadn't been for a man who happened to be passing by, a well-dressed gentleman, who rushed over quickly, even risking his own life, her son would have been dead, very dead. At this point, her husband, who had been walking on the opposite sidewalk, crossed the street and interrupted the conversation. He had a furrowed brow, barely greeted the neighbor, and went inside. His wife followed him. What was it? The husband told her about the jeering. "It happened right here," she said. "Didn't you recognize the man?" "No." The husband crossed his arms and stared, silent and focused. The wife asked him who it was. "It's the man who saved Deolindo's life." The wife shuddered. "Are you sure?" she asked. "Absolutely. I've seen him before, but he wasn't like this back then. Poor guy. And the street kids were shouting behind him. Really, there's no police in this town. What pained the wife was not so much the man's misfortune, nor even the jeering, but the part her son played in it, the same child the man had saved from death. In reality, how could the boy recognize him, or know that he owed him his life? It hurt her to see the coincidence. In the end, she blamed herself for everything. If she'd been more careful, her son wouldn't have gone out, and wouldn't have joined in the mockery. She trembled from time to time, and felt uneasy. The husband took his son's head in his hands, and gave him 2 kisses. "Did you see the whole scene?" he asked his wife. "I did. I wanted to offer the man my arm and bring him here, but I was too ashamed. The kids might have jeered at me too. I looked away because he could have recognized me. Poor man. Notice that he didn't seem to hear anything and went on contentedly. I think he even laughed. What a sad thing it is to lose one's mind." The wife thought about her son's mischief. She didn't mention it to her husband and asked the neighbor not to allude to it either. That night, she couldn't fall asleep until late. It had gotten into her head that, years later, her son would go mad, punished by the same mockery, and she would spit toward the sky, indignant and blasphemous. Chapter 184. 2 hours after the scene on Rua da Ajuda, Rubião arrived at Dona Fernanda's house. The idlers gradually dispersed, and the gaps did not fill. The last 3 combined their farewells into a single, formidable yell. Rubião continued alone, barely noticed by the residents of the houses, as his gesticulations lessened or changed in form. He no longer addressed the wall or the supposed empress, but he was still an emperor. He walked, stopped, and murmured, without grand gestures, always dreaming, enveloped in that veil through which everything appeared different, contrary, and better. Each street lamp resembled a chamberlain, and each corner took on the appearance of a curtain-holder. Rubião went straight to the throne room to receive some ambassador or another, but the palace was endless. He had to cross many rooms and galleries, although it's true they were all covered with carpets and lined with tall, robust guards. Of the people who saw him, and stopped in the street, or leaned out of the windows, many suspended their sad or weary thoughts, their daily concerns, their boredom, resentments, debts, illnesses, unrequited love, and friends' treacheries. Each misery was forgotten, which was better than consolation, but the oblivion lasted only an instant. Once the sick man passed, reality gripped them again. The streets were streets because the sumptuous palaces went with Rubião, and more than one pitied the poor devil. Comparing the 2 fortunes, more than one thanked heaven for their share, bitter but conscious. They preferred their real hovel to the phantasmagoric fortress. Chapter 185. Rubião was admitted to a health facility. Paula had forgotten the obligation Sofia imposed on him, and Sofia no longer remembered the promise she made to the woman from Rio Grande. They both cared for another house, a mansion in Botafogo, whose reconstruction was about to finish and which they wanted to inaugurate in the winter when the chambers were working and everyone had returned from Petropolis. But now the promise was fulfilled. Rubião entered the facility, where he occupied a special living room and bedroom, recommended by Dr. Falcão and Palha. He did not resist anything. He accompanied them with satisfaction and entered his quarters as if he had known them for a long time. When they said goodbye, telling him they would be back soon, Rubião invited them to a military parade on Saturday. "Yes, Saturday," agreed Falcão. "Saturday is a good day," Rubião continued. "Don't miss it, Duke Palha." "I won't," said Palha, walking away. "Look, I'll send you one of my carriages, brand new. It's necessary for your wife to rest her beautiful body where no one has dared to sit before. Damask and velvet cushions, silver harnesses, and golden wheels. The horses are descended from the very horse my uncle rode in Marengo. Goodbye, Duke Palha." Chapter 186. "For me it's clear," Dr. Falcão thought as he walked away. "That man was this fellow's wife's lover." Chapter 187. There the man remained. Quincas Borba had tried to get into the carriage that took his friend, and persisted in following it, running. It took all the strength of the servant to grab him, restrain him, and lock him in the house. It was the same situation as in Barbacena, but life, my dear sir, is strictly composed of 4 or 5 situations that circumstances vary and multiply before our eyes. Rubião immediately requested that they send him the dog. Dona Fernanda, having obtained the director's consent, took care of fulfilling the patient's wish. She wanted to write to Sofia, but she went to Flamengo herself. Chapter 188. I'll go check, it's nearby, Sofia suggested. Let's go ourselves, why not? I've thought of something. Is it worth keeping the house ready and rented when the recovery could take longer? It's better to leave it, sell the furniture, and settle everything. They walked from Flamengo to Rua do Príncipe, 3 or 4 minutes away. Raimundo was on the street but saw people at the door and came to open it. The interior of the house had the appearance of abandonment, without the stability and regularity of things that seemed to retain a remnant of interrupted life. It was the abandonment of neglect. On the other hand, the disorder of the living room furniture expressed well the madness of the inhabitant and his twisted and confused ideas. Was he very rich? Dona Fernanda asked Sofia. He had some wealth, she replied, when he arrived from Minas, but it seems he squandered everything. Look, lift your dress, because the floor hasn't been swept in a century. It wasn't just the floor. The furniture had the crust of neglect. The servant explained nothing. He just looked, listened, and quietly whistled a polka of the day. Sofia didn't ask him about the cleanliness. She was eager to escape that filth, as she said to herself, and wanted to inquire about the dog, which was the main reason for the visit, but she didn't want to show interest in him or anything else. The triviality of it all didn't speak to her mind or heart. The memory of the alienated man didn't help her pass the time. Inwardly, she found her companion singularly romantic or affected. What nonsense, she thought, without breaking the approving smile she offered in response to all of Dona Fernanda's observations. Open that window, Dona Fernanda told the servant. Everything smells of mold. Oh, unbearable, Sofia added, breathing in disgust. However, despite the exclamation, Dona Fernanda was not willing to leave. Without any personal memory coming from that miserable place, she felt captivated by a peculiar and profound emotion, not the one given by the ruin of things. That scene didn't bring her a subject for general reflection, didn't teach her about the fragility of times, nor the sadness of the world. It only told her about the illness of a man she barely knew, whom she had spoken to a few times. And she stayed, looking without thinking, without deducing, lost within herself, sorrowful and silent. Sofia didn't dare say anything, afraid of being unpleasant to such a distinguished lady. They both held their dresses up to avoid the stain of dust, but Sofia added to that precaution the lively, continuous, and impatient fluttering of her fan, as if suffocating in that atmosphere. She even coughed a few times. And the dog? Dona Fernanda asked the servant. It's locked in the room inside. Go fetch it. Quincas Borba appeared. Thin, subdued, he stopped at the living room door, surprised by the 2 ladies, but without barking. He barely lifted his dull eyes. He was about to turn around toward the interior of the house when Dona Fernanda made some snapping noises with her fingers. He stopped, wagging his tail. What's its name again? Dona Fernanda asked. Quincas Borba, the servant replied, laughing with a dragged-out voice. It has a human name. Hey, Quincas Borba, come here. The lady is calling. Quincas Borba, come here. Quincas Borba, Dona Fernanda repeated. Quincas Borba responded to the call, not jumping or being cheerful. Dona Fernanda leaned over and asked him about his friend, if he was far away, and if he wanted to go see him. Still leaning, she questioned the servant about the dog's care. Now he eats, yes, ma'am. As soon as my master left, he didn't want to eat or drink. I even thought he might be rabid. Does he eat well? He eats little. Does he look for his master? It seems like he does, Raimundo replied, covering his laughter with his hand. But I locked him in the room so he wouldn't run away. He doesn't cry anymore. At first he cried a lot, to the point of waking me up. I had to bang on the door with a stick and yell at him to calm him down. Dona Fernanda scratched the animal's head. It was the first sign of affection after long days of solitude and neglect. When Dona Fernanda stopped caressing him and straightened up, he looked at her. and she at him so intently and deeply that they seemed to penetrate each other's souls. The universal sympathy that was the essence of this lady forgot all human consideration in the face of that obscure and prosaic misery, and extended to the animal a part of herself, enveloping him, fascinating him, and tying him to her feet. Thus, the pity that the master's delirium evoked in her now also came from the dog itself, as if both represented the same species. Feeling that her presence brought the animal a pleasant sensation, she didn't want to deprive him of this benefit. "You're getting covered in fleas," Sophia observed. Donna Fernanda didn't hear her. She continued to gaze into the gentle, sad eyes of the animal until it lowered its head and began to sniff around the room. It had caught the scent of its master. The front door was open. The dog would have run away if Raimundo hadn't rushed to grab it. Donna Fernanda gave some money to the servant to have the dog washed and taken to the healthcare facility, urging him to be very careful, either to carry the dog or secure it with a leash. Sophia also intervened, instructing him to come to her house first. Chapter 189. They left. Before stepping onto the street, Sophia looked from side to side, checking if anyone was coming. Fortunately, the street was deserted. When freed from the squalor, Sophia regained the use of polite language, the charming and delicate art of winning over others, and lovingly threaded her arm through Donna Fernanda's. She talked about Rubião and the great misfortune of his madness, also about the mansion in Botafogo. Why not go with her to see the construction? They'd just have to grab a quick bite, and they could leave right away. Chapter 190. An event occurred that distracted Donna Fernanda from Rubião. It was the birth of Maria Benedita's daughter. She rushed to Tijuca, showering the mother and child with kisses, and offering her hand for Carlos Maria to kiss. "Always exuberant," exclaimed the young father, complying. "Always a stick in the mud," she retorted. Despite her cousin's resistance, Donna Fernanda accompanied Maria Benedita during her convalescence. She was so kind-hearted, so good, and so cheerful that it was delightful to have her around. The happiness here made her forget the misfortune there, but once the new mother had recovered, Donna Fernanda went to the patient. Chapter 191. "I expect to restore him to reason in 6 to 8 months. He's doing very well." Donna Fernanda sent Sophia the response from the director of the healthcare facility and invited her to come to see the patient if she thought it wouldn't be inappropriate. "What harm could there be?" Sophia replied in a note. "But I wouldn't have the courage to see him. He was such a good friend that I don't know if I could bear the sight and conversation of the poor man. I showed the letter to Cristiano, who told me he has settled Rubião's estate and obtained 3,200 contos." Chapter 192. 6 months, 8 months go by quickly, Donna Fernanda mused. And they did come with events on their heels: the fall of the ministry, the rise of another in March, the return of her husband, the discussion of the law of the naive, and the death of Donna Tonica's fiancé 3 days before their wedding. Donna Tonica squeezed out her last tears, some for friendship and some for despair, and her eyes became so red they looked sick. Teofilo, who had earned the same confidence from the new cabinet as from the old, played a significant role in the parliamentary session debates. Camacho declared through his newspaper that the law of the naive absolved the sterility and crimes of the situation. In October, Sophia inaugurated her Botafogo salons with a ball, which was the most famous of the time. She was dazzling. Without pride, she showed off her arms and shoulders. Rich jewels adorned her. The necklace was still one of Rubião's first gifts, as fashion in this regard has remained consistent. Everyone admired the grace of that fresh and robust 30-something woman. Some men spoke, with regret, of her conjugal virtues and the deep devotion she had for her husband. Chapter 193. The day after the ball, Donna Fernanda woke up late. She went to her husband's office, where he had already devoured 5 or 6 newspapers, written 10 letters, and adjusted the position of some books on the shelves. "I received this letter just now," he said. Donna Fernanda read it. It was from the director of the healthcare facility, reporting that Rubião had disappeared 3 days ago and had not been found despite the police and the director's best efforts. "I am all the more astonished at this escape," the letter concluded, since his improvement was significant, and I could assure that in 2 months I would have him completely well. Dona Fernanda was distraught. She asked her husband to write to the police chief and the Minister of Justice, requesting that they order the strictest searches. Teofilo had no vested interest in finding or healing Rubião, but he wanted to please his wife, whose kindness he knew, and perhaps he enjoyed corresponding with high-ranking officials. Chapter 194. However, how could they find our Rubião and his dog if both had left for Barbacena? 8 days earlier, Rubião had written to Paula asking him to come to see him. Paula went to the healthcare facility and found that Rubião was reasoning clearly, without a hint of delirium. "I had a mental crisis," Rubião told him. "But now I am well, perfectly well. I ask you to get me out of here. I believe the director won't object. However, since I want to leave some mementos for the people who have served me and also served Quincas Borba, see if you can give me an advance of 100 contos de reis." Paula opened his wallet without hesitation and gave him the money. "I will arrange for your release," he said, "but it will probably take a few days. The ball was approaching. Don't worry about it. In a week, you'll be out on the street." Before leaving, he consulted the director, who gave him the good news about the patient. "A week is not enough," he said, "to make him well, truly well. I still need 2 more months." Paula admitted that he had found him sane. In any case, he deferred to the expert, and if 6 or 7 more months were needed, they shouldn't rush the discharge. Chapter 195. As soon as Rubião arrived in Barbacena and began to climb the street that is now called Tiradentes, he exclaimed, stopping, "To the victor, the potatoes!" He had completely forgotten both the formula and the allegory. Suddenly, as if the syllables had been suspended in the air, intact, waiting for someone who could understand them, he put them together, reassembled the formula, and uttered it with the same emphasis as that day when he adopted it as the law of life and truth. He didn't quite remember the allegory, but the phrase gave him a vague sense of struggle and victory. He climbed, accompanied by the dog, and stopped in front of the church. No one opened the door for him. He saw no sign of a sacristan. Quincas Borba, who hadn't eaten for hours, pressed against his legs, head lowered, waiting. Rubião turned around, and from the top of the street, he looked below and afar. It was indeed Barbacena. The old hometown was emerging from the deep layers of his memory. It was there. Here was the church. There the jail. Over there the pharmacy where the medications came for the other Quincas Borba. He knew it was Barbacena when he arrived, but as his gaze widened, the memories came flooding back, more numerous, flocking together. He saw no one. A window to the left seemed to have someone peeking out. Everything else was deserted. "Maybe they don't know I've arrived," Rubião thought. Chapter 196. Suddenly, lightning flashed. Clouds hurriedly gathered. The lightning grew more intense, and thunder roared. It started to drizzle heavily, even heavier, until a storm broke out. Rubião, who had left the church at the first drops, walked down the street, always followed by the dog, hungry and loyal, both dizzy, under the downpour, without direction, without hope of shelter or food. The rain beat down on them mercilessly. They couldn't run, for Rubião feared slipping and falling, and the dog didn't want to lose him. Halfway down the street, Rubião remembered the pharmacy and turned back, walking against the wind that blew in his face. But after 20 steps, the idea vanished from his head. Goodbye, pharmacy. Goodbye, shelter. He no longer remembered the reason that made him change direction, and he went back down, with the dog following, neither understanding nor fleeing, both soaked and confused by the steady, continuous thunder. Chapter 197. They wandered aimlessly. Rubião's stomach questioned, exclaimed, demanded. Fortunately, delirium came to deceive necessity with its banquets from the Tuileries. Quincas Borba had no such resource. They continued to walk up and down. From time to time, Rubião would sit on the flagstones, and the dog would climb onto his legs, trying to sleep away the hunger. He found the pants wet and got off, but would climb up again soon, as the night air was so cold, already deep into the night, already a dead night. Rubião would run his hands over him, muttering some short words. If, in spite of everything, Quincas Borba managed to fall asleep, he would soon wake up, because Rubião would get up and start walking up and down the slopes again. A sad wind blew like a knife, giving chills to the two wanderers. Rubião walked slowly. Even exhaustion didn't allow him the long strides at the beginning when the rain fell in torrents. Their stops were now more frequent. The dog, starving and exhausted, didn't understand that odyssey, didn't know the reason, had forgotten the place, and heard nothing but the muffled voices of his master. He couldn't see the stars, which were now sparkling, free of clouds. Rubião noticed them. He had arrived at the church door, just as he had when he entered the city. He had just sat down and seen them. They were so beautiful he recognized them as chandeliers in the great hall and ordered them to be extinguished. He couldn't see the execution of the order. He fell asleep right there, with the dog by his side. When they woke up in the morning, they were so close that they seemed glued together.
Chapter 198. To the victor the potatoes, exclaimed Rubião as his eyes met the street without night, without water, kissed by the sun.
Chapter 199. It was Rubião's godmother who sheltered him and the dog, seeing them pass by her door. Rubião recognized her and accepted the shelter and lunch. But what happened, compadre? How did you end up like this? Your clothes are all wet. I'll give you some pants for my nephew. Rubião had a fever. He ate little and had no appetite. The godmother asked him about the life he had led in the court, to which he replied that it would take a long time, and only posterity would finish the story. My nephew's nephews will see me in all my glory, he concluded magnificently. He began to summarize, but after 10 minutes, the godmother couldn't understand anything, as the facts and ideas were so disordered. After 5 more minutes, she began to feel afraid. When the minutes reached 20, she excused herself and went to a neighbor to say that Rubião seemed to have lost his mind. She returned with her and her brother, who stayed for a short time and left to spread the news. More people started to come, in 2s and 4s, and within an hour, many were watching from the street. To the victor, the potatoes, Rubião shouted at the onlookers. Here I am, Emperor. To the victor, the potatoes. This obscure and incomplete phrase was repeated in the street and examined, but nobody could understand its meaning. Some of Rubião's old adversaries entered without ceremony to enjoy the spectacle. They told the godmother that it was not convenient for her to keep a madman at home, as it was dangerous. She should send him to jail until the authorities took him elsewhere. A more compassionate person suggested calling a doctor. A doctor for what? Objected one of the first. This man is crazy. Maybe it's feverish delirium. Haven't you seen how hot he is? Angelica, encouraged by so many people, took his pulse and found it feverish. She sent for the doctor, the same one who had treated the late Quincas Borba. Rubião recognized him as well and told him it was nothing. He had captured the King of Prussia, not knowing whether he would have him shot or not, but it was certain that he would demand a huge monetary indemnity, 5 billion francs. To the victor, the potatoes, he concluded, laughing. Chapter 200. A few days later, he died. He did not die as a subject, nor as a defeated man. Before the onset of the agony, which was brief, he placed the crown on his head, a crown that was not even an old hat or a basin where the spectators could feel the illusion. No, sir, he picked up nothing, lifted nothing, and donned nothing. Only he could see the imperial insignia, heavy with gold, sparkling with diamonds, and other precious stones. The effort he had made to lift half his body did not last long. His body fell back down. His face perhaps retained a glorious expression. "Keep my crown," he murmured. To the victor. His face became serious because death is serious. 2 minutes of agony, a horrifying grimace, and the abdication was signed. Chapter 201. I would like to tell here the end of Quincas Borba, who also fell ill, whimpered endlessly, ran wild in search of his owner, and was found dead in the street 3 days later. But seeing the death of the dog narrated in a special chapter, you may ask whether it is the dog or its deceased namesake that gives the title to the book, and why one rather than the other, a question pregnant with questions that would take us far. Come on, mourn the 2 recent deaths if you have tears. If you only have laughter, then laugh. It's the same thing. The Southern Cross, which the beautiful Sophia refused to gaze at as Rubião had asked, is high enough not to discern the laughter and tears of men.
Thank you for listening to Quincas Borba by Joaquim Maria Machado de Assis, translated and narrated by Joshua Diaz. All rights reserved. If you enjoyed this audiobook, consider exploring other formats of Quincas Borba. You'll find a link in the description to its ebook, paperback, and hardcover editions on Amazon. Your purchase not only supports the author's legacy, but also helps us continue bringing more literary works to life. Thank you for your support.